What up, guys? We are live. So we got the crew back together. We got everyone's favorite Kevin Ray Wilder. We got NotsoErudite, and we got me. We have a fun podcast for you today. So we're going to spend the first 10, 15 minutes just getting caught up on some Manosphere shit. Then we are going to have a Blackpiller come on, i.e. Caduceus from the Vile Message, who wants to debate Erudite. So that should be good. Oh, we lost Erudite. She's like, fuck that. I don't want to debate that guy. Erudite is setting up her camera right now. But yeah, so we're going to have that debate. Then we're going to open up the panel. We're going to do some Q&A. We're also going to let you guys ask questions to anyone on the panel, whether you have questions for Erudite, me, or Kevin. This is an open speech, free speech platform. So anything you guys have is fair game. We do not delete comments or block people or anything like that. Okay, with that out of the way, I guess like first order of business, though, what do I want to discuss? Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you, Kevin, did you see my debate from yesterday?
No, I didn't. I've been, I've been kind of silent on YouTube lately because I've been focusing on writing my book. So I've just been trying to focus on that. I have been following the whole John Transtheny drama, though. So, and don't worry, guys, I'm going to be doing an epic roast of him soon. Contrary to popular belief, I am not scared at all of him suing me. So, because he's got nothing. But yeah. Nice. It'll be a fun time. It feels like I want to contribute to the beef, bro.
It feels like I've opened.
That's what makes the Manosphere fun.
In the last few weeks, a whole bunch of other YouTubers have come forward and started like doing content on this, kind of going off. So I think I've just opened up kind of like a can of worms that's been like really packed. But yeah, so what happened yesterday was it was a pretty interesting debate we did. We had Wheat Waffles. Erudite was supposed to be there, but she couldn't make it. I'm just kidding. But it was me, Wheat Waffles. What's his name? Mr. Slave, Andrew from the Crucible, and a feminist professor. Her name is Dr. Christy Winters. And I thought it was a great discussion. I was just moderating. I wasn't like, actively debating, but I was like super fair, like to everyone. In fact, people were saying that I was like giving the feminist professor like too much speaking time. And so I was like, okay, well, this is a solid debate. And then, when she was leaving, the guy's like, hey, it was nice to have you. Yeah, it was nice to have you, blah, blah, very cordial. And then she sent me a very fiery email afterwards. You guys want to see the email?
Let's see it.
This was pretty funny. Yeah, I'm going to share my community tab. Present. Okay, there we go. Let's go here. Okay. So I thought she was just like way off with this, but that's just my opinion. It goes like this. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Alex, I can see why you're having a hard time finding feminists to appear in your show when their careers are mocked, they're interrogated about their marital status, and their sexuality is questioned, degraded when they're off air. I have no idea what she was talking about. While Andrew can be a little bit of a dick sometimes, she certainly wasn't like attacked about her sexuality or anything like that. I made a mistake of appearing in good faith on your show and showing you, yes, the courtesy that would not show me, nor did you require of them. I suspect you will continue to struggle to find feminists when your obvious goal is to deliberately put them with people who you know are there to humiliate them and insult them, not have honest conversations. So she's basically attributing a very negative intent to me, which, like, as you guys know me, like, obviously I don't like try to catch people in traps. Like, if I was, what I would do is I would have Kevin jump on next time Coach Whitepill is on, because I would love to see that. But again, I'm not going to do that because, again, that would be unfair to the guests. So I just brought him. I'm sorry to feel that way. My goal isn't to humiliate anyone, but to bring people together from different ideologies for discussion. You were never insulted personally. Also, I believe free speech. And thus, even I think Andrew can be a jerk sometimes. It's his prerogative, how he wants to express himself. I have no idea why you're so triggered after what most people thought was a great debate. And I thought it was a good debate. But anyway, you guys can check it out. It was a debate from yesterday. And you guys can tell me if you think I was being fair. I thought anything, the feedback I was hearing is like, Alex, why are you stopping Andrew so much in favor of the feminists? So I thought, if anything, I was way too favorable to her. But apparently I was not favorable enough. I don't know. You guys can give me your feedback.
Well, I still haven't seen it, so I can't weigh in on it. But, if you're a feminist, isn't the entire thing that you're like a strong, independent woman? So is she really going to get that triggered by that? And the whole entire point of the debate, like, she knew she was coming in. Like, she knew she had sort of an idea of who Andrew was. And yeah, even on your channel, I mean, so many of your debates are like TikTok SJW debates. So she knew what she was coming into. I think she just probably got destroyed so hard that she, just started to come up with excuses, I think a lot of times people are like super brave and like pumped to go into a debate because they think they're going to win. And then when they lose, they end up like, crying and complaining. So that's probably what happened.
Yeah, I like literally also sent her a link to another one of my debates that was like very fiery. So I was like, hey, check this out for reference. So it's just like funny when people like don't do their homework and then they just like blame you. Like, I told you who all the guests were going to be. I sent you a link to a previous debate that was just as fiery. Like, I didn't let anyone talk over you. Like, what more do you want me to do? Just hold your hand. There she is.
There we go.
Yeah.
Got it.
What's going on? You got the rosy cheeks today.
Yeah, I know. I'm finally getting I have a new rig and stuff, so I've just been playing with all the settings. So I finally have my camera, I think, dialed a little bit more to not make me look like a vampire.
It's too bad. We kind of like the vampire look. That was what was getting the views, like people like a vampire.
I don't know. Rosy cheeks, you guys are big into Evo Psych, rosy cheeks, red lips, and cues like sexuality.
Uh-huh. Did you wind up watching?
She's trying to steal our audience.
Just appealing to the Evo Psych. I don't even know if I agree with that, but it is what it is. What were you gonna ask me?
Did you watch any of the debates from the last few days? The one I had yesterday, or
no? I've been like almost computerless for 2 days while we've been swapping rigs around and stuff. Mm-hmm. I am way behind content.
I feel like you'll get a kick out of that one. But yeah, so what I was saying, I don't know if you caught what I was saying earlier because you were focused on tech stuff, is we can just do a little bit of Q&A, and then we got that guy, the Blackpiller, coming on. And then I guess we have a little bit of a debate there. He reached out to me. He was like, hey, I want to debate Erudite about blah, blah, blah. And then after that, we can open it up, have anyone, just have an open forum discussion, answer some questions. I think that kind of thing. And then for the following Monday, we got Destiny coming on. So I thought for that one, we would do, if you guys are all cool with it, bring on some girls for the speed dating. And then we could all we could all take turns going on a speed date as well. It would kind of evaluate and give guys feedback. And hopefully Destiny will be able to get Abba to come on. I think that would be really, really fun.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That'd be a fun time. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys also, one more thing, did you guys watch I did a reaction video to this 2 days ago. Did you watch DJ Academics on Fresh and Fit losing his shit on that girl?
Nope. There's been so much drama everywhere. It is hard. There's the Amaranth stuff. There's been a bunch of stuff in the Destiny orbit. I can't. I leave for like 3 days and it just everything blows up.
Explodes, yeah.
It's hard to keep up. Yeah, drama
it
everywhere.
Is. It's crazy. I'm just like, are you guys just like, what's going on? Why is everyone so angry all of a sudden? Like September hit, and seasonal affective seems to just be like punching everyone in the face like as hard as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been a lot of more drama than ever in our little corner of the internet too.
Typically, I'm not involved in a lot of the drama, or maybe I just have my toe in the water, but I'm not fully involved.
Yeah.
But with the John thing, I've been front and center. But yeah, that one, the Fresh and Fit one, I thought was really interesting and kind of very disappointing because I always was kind of a fan of DJ Academics. I don't really watch too much of his content, but from what I've seen, the little bit I've seen of him, he seems like a pretty reasonable and fair guy. And I just watched him berate and bully this girl who's being such a good sport and just literally attack her, yell at her, scream at her like a fucking legit crazy person. And she was just sitting there so calm. And this all happened because she made one joke about him after he insulted her 20 times. So he kept insulting her over and over again. And she made a joke about his weight. And then he just started fucking going off on her. So I did a pretty interesting reaction video to that. But yeah, I thought that was just very disappointing and I will say disgraceful on DJ Academics' part. And I'll put it like this. It was so bad that all the Fresh and Fit audience was like, dude, you went way too far. Dude, you can't talk to a girl like that. So if the Fresh and Fit audience thinks that you went too far when you're talking to a girl, I think that's a statement in of itself.
Yeah, that's
a little sad.
That's like a neo-Nazi being like, whoa, bro, a little bit too racist there. It's like, what? Yeah. It's just, oh man, it's hilarious.
Yo, man, you can't really say that about black people nowadays. Come on, man. It's 2022. We gotta be more low key with racism. We can't be
what? Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. So he must have said some really messed up shit then.
Watch it. You can decide for yourself. I did a breakdown.
I'll watch a reaction video.
Yeah. Mix things up. And Sneeko, I gotta say, I mean, I just I'm not the biggest Sneeko fan, but I was quite disappointed because he was there and he was just dogpiling. So Okay, so this is just to kind of paint the picture. So it's DJ Academics going on with this girl. All the other guests on the podcast are super embarrassed. Like Brandon Carter is doing this. Mike Rashid is just like every single one of them. Even Fresh was like, "Oh my god, like what the fuck is going on here?" And Sneeko is just smiling like a jackass and like trying to go in on her. He's like, "Oh, I can see your pussy through your pants." And it's like, Sneeko, come on, dude.
It's so unnecessary. I feel like I don't like when I don't mind if people are mean, but I feel like you should be mean well. Like attacking people's like genitals in general is just like it's just like ugh, it's just yucky. I just don't like it. Like it's just like I don't know, we've got so many other things to critique. Why are you gonna like talk about their like vagina? There's this one dude that's been like obsessed about talking about how like smelly he thinks my vagina is, and it's just like a random viewer. And it's just like the most uncomfortable, like of all of the like random vitriol that I get, it's like the one that makes me the most uncomfortable because I'm just like he's not just like a little bit fixed. Like he talks about it a lot. In fact, probably he's listening to the stream and is like, "Hey, that fucking bitch, yeah, she's got a smelly vagina." And it's just like, why are we talking about each other's genitals all the time? Relax a little bit.
Is this an actual streamer or a commenter?
It's like a chatter.
The funny thing is, Erudite, if you were like, "Hey, let me send you my panties," you'd be like, "Oh my god, yeah, 100%, yeah." Like that guy would like probably drop on his knees to fucking lick your toes if given the chance.
Yeah, it's like the guy or when we were kids, you know, like that boy that was always making fun of like this one girl. You know, secretly he likes her. So that's it. That's probably it.
Yeah.
I'm not
like
sure.
The Hey Arnold
it's
situation,
just,
but reverse.
It's just weird. And those are usually the people where I'm like, okay, get on camera. Like, let's see. Like, if you want to like square up. And then they like won't get on camera. And you know that they're just like a piece of face loser who's just like, my entire personality has become hating on women online. And it's just like, I don't know if you want your personality to be mental illness, my friend, but have at her.
Cam up, bitch, cam up.
There's two things I don't like: bullying and dogpiling. So if I see like someone being abused, either I'll stay neutral or speak up for them. But I would never dogpile on like someone who's already being like attacked. I think that's just like really lame and takes no courage. And like bullying people, like and just being belligerent for no reason, I think is also just kind of like lame. Like I remember when I was in middle school, like we moved to America, I didn't speak English well, so I was like bullied a little bit in middle school. Like nothing crazy, but just like the usual amount. And like I don't know, like no one, in middle school when you're a kid, like no one ever stands up for you. Everyone's just like kind of selfish. But then as I got older, I was like, okay, like well, I had this experience, so I'm going to stand up for other people who get bullied, right? Like it's not something that like I would allow in my presence. I mean, I'm not saying I would fight the people. I would just like say something. But it seems like some people still haven't like learned that basic lesson. They're just okay with like dogpiling, which was really disappointing to see on Sneeko's behalf. But then again, my impression of Sneeko was already pretty low, so not a huge surprise.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Let's bring on Caduceus. What up, dude?
How's it going?
Hello.
What's up?
Yo, hit us real quick with your best John Anthony impression.
Oh goodness, Alex, play with fire, fucking pussy. I think Kevin does a good one too. He's like, how about a 30-minute call? Get real good, real fast. She's an engineer, bro. Okay. I don't know. That's on the spot. It wasn't the best, but I think I did a little bit better on Duke and Don's show.
Yeah. I was just watching that as I was driving. That's why.
That was a little bit more successful than tonight.
Yeah. All right, Caduceus. So
yeah, I'm still not used to seeing your face, man.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Were you like a VTuber before? Like you were like the hidden behind, like the unveiled?
I had an
voice?
avatar before. Yeah, I did some interviewed these two gentlemen above you with an avatar. So
okay. So how'd the face reveal go?
Well, hey,
fine.
Caduceus, you're one of the very few black pillars that doesn't look like a fucking ogre. You look like a normal dude. So
I think a lot of people in the black pill do look like normal dudes. So that's something I would suggest. Well, maybe you're
that's the first point of contention.
I need evidence.
I need to grab water.
You need evidence? I'd be like, hey, maybe you've done more research than me. Maybe you looked into the eyes and sensually were really into him and said like, nah, that's an ogre. That's not my type. That's possible.
I mean, maybe, but I haven't been able to see any of them. None of them came up, So So anyway, kudos to you for doing that. So.
Well, you were kind of
cheers,
fortunate,
man.
right? You said someone doxed you or something.
Well, yeah, I was already doxxed, so I might as well capitalize off my face being out there instead of getting the hate of being cammed up without the benefit. So might as well open a few doors for the content. So yeah,
you're still staying quiet about who doxed you, right? Like you're not revealing that.
I don't even know for sure who it is because it was through like a one of those troll accounts that was made. But I have a good suspicion.
Like a burner.
I think
it was like a burner.
I think I probably know who it could have been.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. Too.
I won't say it if you don't want me to, but I have a theory too.
Yeah, well, get your tomatoes out. Let's just say that.
Hormaxer's channel, went down 2 days ago, and like I disagree with pretty much everything Hormaxer says. However, he is a good guy. He doesn't deserve to have his channel taken down because of some like Blackpiller weird drama. So I don't know. I think that stuff is so lame. Like, okay, like obviously it's no secret that I'm not the biggest fan of John right now, but I would never imagine sending my audience to his channel and be like, yo, guys, show your dicks on his live stream, get his channel taken down. Like that thought doesn't even enter my mind. It's like the most absurd thing ever. But I guess not everyone operates by that basic.
Like we need to teach Hormaxer the way of the shield, right there.
Sure. Okay, so Caduceus, you said you wanted to debate Erudite.
Yeah. We brought up some topics, correct? Did she bring some topics as well, or was it just what I was bringing up?
I'm not super familiar with your content, so I do apologize. I don't have anything prepared, but I wasn't aware that was necessarily needed. It sounded like you had something to talk with me about.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was more about the black pill here. Based on the previous black pillars you talked to, I don't know exactly your stance on it, your understanding, but I can lay it out here. And if you have any disagreements, let me know.
Outline your version of the black pill. It seems like everyone's got their own version a little bit. So
yes. Well, the idea is the same idea as the red pill, meant to be the truth. And where the break happened is that the black pill disagreed with the red pill on certain topics. And we're going to focus it on dating instead of everything else. So we're going to start with dating. There was a disagreement on game as one of them. There was also a disagreement on attraction being a choice, the importance of your looks, and then several factions grew from there. So it's an umbrella term. You'll have some people thinking that looks is universal, like wheat waffles, and there'll be ratings where like you have to be a 7 to even get like a 4 or something like that is how they see it. Mm-hmm. Well, mine is more like case by case. The girl has to be physically attracted to you to want to have sex with you. And that's my take on there, because attraction is not a choice. That's basically the core tenet of it. But there's nuances between. So
physical attraction is like a prerequisite, would be your argument.
Yes.
I mean, I would just wholly agree with you.
Wholly agree with me there. Yeah. All right. And then from there, so that's pretty much the red pill, black pill there. And there's often a common misconception that it's just giving up right there.
Usually when people talk about the black pill, they'll characterize it in some sort of way of like, there's no point, give up on life. That's why it's like named the black pill specifically. It's like very doomer gloomer.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll explain why that's not true, because they put the people that say that are the people that are putting the value of their entire existence in women, which sounds like a very blue pill trait. Like when you look at it, when really they should be looking at the truth. Is it really over in the dating market for them? Is it not? Have they really assessed that they aren't attractive to most? Have they gathered data in their own life, or have they just read wheat waffles reports, looked at a bunch of textbooks for what the ideal jawline is? So I think that that's where disagreements between camps are there, because while we agree on the same tenet that attraction isn't a choice and it's a prerequisite for sexual attraction, there's disagreements on what makes someone attractive and if there are preferences.
Let me just jump in super duper quick. I promise I'm not going to be like jumping in too much. But we do have to acknowledge that there's different, sides of the backhoe community. And your side is going to be quite different than some other sides. But a lot of them, I do see this like, what's it called? Copa rope. All this nonsense, like it's over for you. Don't even bother. Like blah blah blah. So some of them even talking about suicide. Honestly, like you're like it's so bad. So that does exist. It just might.
It does exist. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that one. But it's over. It depends on if you define the it. And a lot of guys define it as women, their dating lives. They define their whole life existence, their whole purpose as their dating life. And if that they perceive that's over, they think their whole life's over. And I would argue that that's a blue pill way of thinking on there.
Don't you think that that's because there's confusion behind, so much of what the black pill is. My theory is that the one thing that unites it is negativity, cynicism, possibly nihilism, because descriptively, maybe you guys all have different ideas and stuff, but platitudes like it's over, cope or rope, just the fact that it's called the black pill. It's like, what? It's to represent darkness, right? Inherently, you're making a value judgment that there's something negative about the truth. So I think that's the one thing that unites all black pillars is that negativity.
Well, part of that, I don't think it's negativity that unites it. They're united around a common perceived truth, as broad as it is. And dating, that's that one area. I think the bigger black pill, I think, is in how people view each other, because everyone's got a lot going on in their own heads, in their own life, their own challenges to acknowledge. They don't have the time to fully care about what's going on in your life. So everyone kind of views each other from what value do I get out of this person versus what value are they getting out of me. So on a grand scale, the idea is like if you're a hospital in your local area, they have a leaderboard of the people costing them the most money, and they're popping bottles when that guy dies. So that's an example of a black pill in real life right there. But I don't want to deviate from dating a bit from there. And nihilism, like how can someone conclude that there's no meaning in life when they're trying to be factual in a way? There's no one on this planet knows what the meaning of life is. And if they say there is no meaning, I don't think that's a black pill conclusion. That's a conclusion they come on their own.
So maybe nihilism might not be the best word, because, you could argue that like Buddhism, for example, is technically nihilistic. So, it's more so just, you said it right there. Like, okay, well, it's a black pill when people are popping bottles when, somebody dies at the hospital that's, costing too much money. So inherently it is sort of looking at things through a negative lens. I'm not one of those people of saying like, oh, just be optimistic no matter what. But
is it negative or is it liberating? Or empowering?
What do you find empowering about that? Yeah, what do you find specifically empowering about that? Well,
it kind of focuses where I put my energy. So if we're going to we could go back to dating here, but in that example that he gave, I advise people to always be an asset instead of a liability to someone else, because if you're a liability, they have a reason to get rid of you. And that way, someone has a reason to get rid of you.
So are you basically like a black pillar who's like a postmodernist? So, which is the dumbest label ever. I can't wait till they find a better one. But like a post nihilist would basically agree with like a postmodernist would agree with nihilism, that there is no meaning. Everything is fundamentally meaningless. And because of that, the only things that matter are the things that you choose to make matter. Is that the kind of position you're staking out? Is that like, because things are meaningless, you can be liberated essentially? If nothing matters,
no,
then
I don't
matter what you choose.
I don't agree with that. Actually, I don't agree with that. Okay. I think it's more. I'm
just trying to understand right now.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to get bases before we go into the dating stuff and about looks, money, status, game, other sorts of things. That's not my stance. I'm more the stance that like it's probably more akin to like being agnostic in a way, where I don't know what the meaning of life is, and I'm not gonna be arrogant as if I know it.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Okay, so it's more of like the meaning of life is in the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So even for you to say there is no meaning is too hubristic, because you're like, there's so much unknown. How can we say that there's no meaning? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I think I'm understanding you now.
That's exactly where I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what about that is connected to the black pill?
Well, I'm saying like that's
because that sounds like epistemic humility. That's what we would call like epistemic humility. Of like, there's lots of things we don't know.
Well, that's the broad that's the broad stroke of the black pill. Where like if you talk about black pill with finance, black pill with politics, or black pill and human interaction, and that kind of ties into the dating. The dating is just one tiny portion of it.
Okay.
And that's the one that we probably are ready to discuss tonight, because this is a dating
Can you
channel.
make a distinction between, because everybody has a different answer on this. I think it's just good for us to know your perspective. Can you make the distinction between the red pill view on dating and the black pill view on dating?
Yeah. Well, the black pill view on dating is strictly attraction is not a choice. You can't increase that raw desire of her wanting to have sex with you in there. You can sweeten the pot with money or status or other, maybe some intangibles, but it's all about, it's pretty much physical attraction.
Do you think people can improve their physical attraction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you would be like, say I just had a high school reunion, right? So in high school, it was actually the best because in high school, I was an ugly duck, right? I had a 10-pound cyst in my ovary. I hadn't gone through puberty yet because of it. So I had no boobs. I also hadn't invented eyebrows yet. And I also hadn't invented fashion. I was just not the cutest young lady. And so then at my high school reunion, obviously they would say I had a glow up, right? And so suddenly everyone's like, oh, wow, you look really good. And, people that maybe weren't as interested in talking to me before seemed more interested in talking to me. So you would agree that obviously you can looks max, I would assume.
Yes, to an extent, okay. Though. I don't
of course.
think it's, yeah.
Well, cosmetic surgery really, really makes the ceiling, though, high.
That's tricky, though, because you might get yourself in an uncanny valley area where you look so perfectly mathematically that you don't even look human anymore, which is unattractive.
Sure, I think if you get addicted, but if we're talking about looks maxing, we're talking about people that are theoretically reasonable and intelligent enough to figure out what looks good. So they're probably not going to turn into Cher, but they might get a little bit of Botox. They might get a jaw implant or a chin implant to increase certain aesthetic looks. So when it comes to aesthetic, when you have money, if you're poor, okay, there is a much more limiting ceiling. But if you have a bit of money, the ceiling is greatly with cosmetic surgery. I mean, the ceiling is so much higher now. Yeah. I mean, look at Kylie Jenner. Look at her at 16 to now. It's just they're not the same person.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page there. That's something on the menu. It's just for most people, they don't have the liberty to go up. I think they might be locked in within a couple points unless they're super, super obese to begin with.
But I feel like most straight guys barely do anything anyways. So if you're a straight guy and you put in a bit of effort, you get a cohesive aesthetic, especially if you make it a little bit unique. So it's put together and unique and interesting, and it works really well with you. And it also communicates something about you. You're already ahead of 80% of men.
I disagree. I disagree with that one because a lot of it is just inherent, with how you look. Of course, a lot of the facial features will be hidden if you are overweight and have a lot of fat around your face, or you wear I think physique is one of the most overrated things in looks in a way.
Body? Oh boy. Body fat?
We're about to have a huge debate about this.
Yeah, I would say
overrated, but that's my specialty. So
every bit of empirical science about just purely visual selection suggests that is not true for both men and women. Physique does matter.
I'm saying that other factors matter a lot more, how your face looks, how tall you are, and of course, how fit you are will reveal a lot of those facial features. So of course it is better to be in good shape, but instead it won't jump you up 4 or 5 points. It might just move you 2.
Yeah, depends on your face, right? But two is better than nothing. But if you also get physique and then you also get a hairstyle that works with you, if you also invest in a little bit of looks maxing as far as your outfits, now you've got another 1 to 2 points. And if you look in comparison, if most straight guys aren't even doing that,
I don't see it additive like that. The style you have, as long as you're not, I don't see you changing it that much. In terms of looks maxing, you'll probably only gain 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, but 1 or 2 points, right? The difference between a 7 and an 8, these aren't linear differences.
That's huge. Yeah,
it's huge, right? So if you gain 1 point, that's if you can gain 1 point by just cleaning up your clothes, that is huge. I mean, that's amazing. And also, this is maybe where you and I would disagree. I don't think women select on aesthetics that much. I think it matters as a prerequisite, but beyond that, it's just a prerequisite. I typically see more attractive women dating less attractive men.
Well, are they really getting wet for those guys is the real question for it, or is there an ulterior
marrying
motive?
them and committing to them long term and having their babies? So
Are they having their babies?
Yeah, absolutely.
With high levels of, I don't have the exact study, so it's not a good argument.
The study said it was about 40%, but there's a lot of issues with that study, actually.
Okay, yeah. I haven't looked into the study fully, but I do have that number, and it is something that is worth considering.
Right. So one of the issues you're going to come to with the study, even if I take the study at the stats that you give me, if you were trying to make the point that like the study shows that like, is it actually their child? This study doesn't control for looks. That just means that in general, people are engaging in infidelity.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But this doesn't mean that less attractive men are not actually having children, whereas more attractive men are. It doesn't mean that. It just means in general, when it comes to marriage, people seem to engage in infidelity.
I think that wasn't the argument I was making. It was more of saying that marriage isn't a good metric. That was more.
When you asked, are women getting wet for their men if they're unattractive? And I said, presumably, if they're having their children, they're into them enough.
Yeah, but are they?
They're into them enough to vote. Well, so that's why I said the stat that you're citing here doesn't apply just to unattractive men. I didn't
say that they weren't having their children. I just was asking. I was posing the question.
Right, and so I'm saying it seems to be the case that they are having children because people are still having children.
Yeah,
but you could be the pool guy.
But how does that mean? Is that really happening? I mean, that can't be more than 10% or something like 80.
That's more. That's more than 10.
You think?
Like around? Well, like the infidelity one, it was a worse number than I thought. Erudite said 40.
It's about 40%, but that study's
30.
Wait, but 40% of cheating, but not 40% of their kids are bastards.
No, it was a fraternity fraud. But again, that study has a lot of methodological errors and a bit of a selection bias in the sample. So 40 is probably a gross overestimate based on the actual study.
That means one of us here.
I heard 30 from a different one. I didn't hear 40.
That means one of us here, we think we know our parents, but we actually don't.
Well, you know your mom.
Well, yeah,
maybe got baby swapped.
Yeah, maybe got baby swapped, man. I'm curious, Caduceus, like the whole thing that you were just bringing up there, like how do we like a lot of what you were just talking about is a lot more sort of like red pill talking points. I think this is why it can kind of get confusing with the red pill.
Yeah, it could be confused there. Well, I'll tell you, like looks. I say money and status do nothing for that raw sexual desire. There,
I would say money. You're right. Status, you're way off.
Status, I think they'll bang for status. I don't think that they're like going like, oh yeah, you own this restaurant, let's fuck.
Absolutely. Usually the argument would be that women are trying to trap down men with status to some extent. That would be like the gold digger argument.
Let me rephrase it though. Them being a gold digger, it becomes a chore to them with an ulterior motive that this guy will bring me towards more successful guys, or I'll be the queen of this empire.
You're conflating money and status, and they're very different.
I do think they're different. I'm not wheat waffles on this.
Very attractive to women. There's something primarily attractive about a man with status. Women are,
but that's not. You don't inherently have status. You don't inherently have status, Alex. So like it could be parted from you, and likely if you're rubbing elbows, if you have status, you're going to be around people with more status, and that just sets up the monkey branching.
So I'm going to actually agree with you more on this because this is my biggest contention with red pillars is that red pillars generally like overvalue status when in a lot of ways, women who typically are invested in long-term relationships tend to see the relationship as an investment, which is why most women are very interested in like the poor artist, the crystal guys, or like the random like student guy. Because in general, like status does something for sure, especially when you're getting into like older populations for dating, but it's definitely not the Barnum, and women definitely don't. I don't know if there's one factor that women select for. This is the issue, right? Is it looks? Well, looks matter. Does it status? Well, status matters to some extent too, some more for others. Is it like there's a number of factors that it seems like women select for. And I think if you reduce it down to things like status, or you reduce it down to things like looks, you're missing a vast majority of most relationships.
I think looks is the one that's most important because it's inherently tied to you. It's tied to you. The monies can be parted from you, and the status can be parted from you, but the looks is inherent.
Looks can be parted from you too. You get an accident, you get old, you get fat. I mean, that can also go away.
Well, yes, it's you lose them over time, but to begin with, you always keep that genetically. People know what you look like when you're young.
Yeah, but you don't actually think like older women are choosing to stay with their husband because they're like, oh man, you have the best genes. Like, God, you were so handsome when you were young. You're going to throw the best sperm. That's not really how women are thinking, right?
Well, there's also social consequences to what they're doing there.
What do you mean?
If you ditch your husband and you become an old woman in the dating market, like unless she thinks she can get something better, why would she like leave?
Well, like, let's maybe assume that women aren't just like these creatures that osmose to higher status men, right? Some of the reasons why women might choose to stay is because she's got an ethical framework of loyalty. Another reason she might choose to stay is that she loves her partner and he's good to her, right? There's a number of reasons as to why women are going to choose long-term to stay with their partner beyond just like, he's kind of the best we can do and he threw good sperm when we were 20.
Yeah, and a part of that though, when they're older, think of all the dead bedrooms that you have there. They love their husband. That the husband might love his wife, but they just don't have it going for each other. They're not into each other that way anymore. They're not sexually attracted to each other anymore.
I don't know the numbers of like lack of sex. I mean, I know one issue that actually happens in geriatric care units is that everyone's fucking so often and so rapidly that they have massive outbreaks of STIs.
That is correct. They are fucking like crazy. But they might be attracted. They might not. They've got urges. That's the only women around. Like, are they leaving their nursing facilities? The dude, I heard a story of a guy that was in a nursing home who had a bunch of STDs. He was demented. Didn't know where he was, but was still smashing a bunch of old ladies who I presume also had dementia.
Talk about John Anthony like that.
What do you think about the concept of love?
Always conditional.
Always conditional.
Always conditional.
That helps me understand, I think, your framework.
What
made you come to that? Yeah, what made you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, well, I think it's just that people usually love. You have to explain what love is, and I define it more like if you think of it just like what love is. If you break it down, I think there has to be an investment component to it, like how much you're putting in for that person. Like, even if they're like, it's hard to exactly define what love is, but there clearly is a clear investment on it, which is why I think I personally think like what has a high potential for being a strong form of love is the mother's love for her child, because she's invested a pregnancy, she's fed that kid growing up, she's presumably raised the kid. But then there's also the condition that kid's half her genetically. That's a lot of conditions. So that child might do a lot of horrible things in life, but she's more likely to love him than the random person on the street, because there's so much skin in the game through that person. There's a lot of investment in that other person. Now, I say potential because there are a lot of mothers that don't love their kids. And I find that a lot rarer than the norm, but I think there's got to be conditions to it. Like usually men, at least from men's side, you have a higher potential to love someone that you're attracted to in a way. And then I think the same thing is vice versa. And I also think you can love someone without being like sexually attracted to them as well.
Absolutely. So, that's what friends are, right? You love your friends.
But then again, like you get value out of your friends and you hopefully give value to your friends in a way. Right. Like there's always a value exchange going on.
Right.
Like whether you, hold on, let me see. I got this message. There's always a value exchange of value going on because life is hard for everyone and you can't account for everyone's issues. So you just think of who am I to this person? And who are they to me?
Sure. And so I guess maybe I can try to understand your position. Who do you think is more transactional in love, men or women?
I say equal.
You think it's equal? So you think men, like, because we talk about women not wanting to have sex with their partners, and you've kind of listed all these reasons why women would or wouldn't stay with their partners. Do you think that there's a similar aspect going on for men, why they would or wouldn't stay with their partners?
Yes.
Have sex with them?
I would say yes, but the matter is leverage. Leverage is the real concern on this one is leverage. Usually the man doesn't have the leverage to split if something's not working for him. That might be the only piece of ass he's getting. That even if like she's horrible to him and she hates dealing with it, he thinks he's got a biological need that he's fulfilling with someone that is horrible in his eyes.
And we see the same thing with women, right? We see like women who chronically stay in abusive cycles with their partner. They never leave. And a common question when a woman like finally leaves an abusive situation is they'll be like, why didn't you leave him sooner? But it seems like when it comes to like love, there's these complicating factors that make us do really stupid things, right? A lot of people try to break love down. They're like, it's oxytocin, it's time, it's proximity. But the issue when we're talking about dating is that nobody's satisfied with that answer because there's something about love that is deeply magical as well, right? And anyone who's experienced a deep love with somebody knows there's just something weird that happens and it changes your entire world. Colors stand out more, right? The world shifts and suddenly you're willing to change your mind view that was central to you for years, right? There's something that is magical that happens with love. Would you agree?
I felt that when Kevin went on my channel the first time.
Me too.
So did your chat, Alex. So did your chat.
I kind of question that, like whether it's perception, like kind of maybe. I don't necessarily agree that there's anything magic or not magic, but I don't know the answer to that question there.
That's so remember when you started this conversation, you said, I can't say that there's no meaning to life because there's this great gap of unknown, right?
Yeah, but like
when I say magic,
if you want to get esoteric like that, I could think that there's a common love that we have for each other as people because we share the human condition.
Sure, but then I would be like, I don't know. Politics feels like that's not very true. We don't have a common love for people. But when we find somebody that we fall in love with, when I'm saying there's something magic going on, I'm saying when I give you all the deterministic reasons for why we think two people fall in love and the transactions that go within that, it's deeply unsatisfying and it doesn't explain everything. It doesn't explain why abuse victims stay with their abusive partners for so long. It doesn't explain why people stay in sexless marriages, right? There seems to be all these factors that can lead into it. And then there's this unknown bit that we don't know. Maybe it's pheromones. Who knows? But there's this unknown bit around love that I'm calling magic.
Okay. That's fair to say that there's unknown components there. But from what we're working with, we have the biggest known component, I would argue, is the looks playing a big role.
And that's what I'm saying. We don't know that. We don't actually know the percentage. For example, finding studies on whether mate selection is like, what are the predictive factors for mate selection is damn near impossible.
Because how can you ethically do it? You can't ethically do
Exactly. That is the greatest bane of psychology. How can we ethically run these studies? We can't, right? So the best we can do is epidemiological research. But what I would say is that basically, when it comes to these factors, I think one of the worst things that we can do to young men is tell them that there's just these limited, it's just looks that matters. It's just status that matters. When it's like, love is so much more complex than this. It just necessarily is. Looks, status, these are things that get you in the door, but there's stuff that has to happen afterward that maintains and establishes the relationship. This is why we have to go, how can two people fall in love and 25 years later still be with each other, but it's sexless and they barely withstand each other? What the fuck happened? Something magical within there happened that caused them to stop loving each other, but they're still with each other. So like they love each other, but they're not in love, you know? There's all these messy things that we can't put our finger on.
An idea of this is that you got to think about what are you trying to build in your life, and no matter whether you have a magical feeling for them or not, you got to logistically be in a situation where you have leverage, where you want to have leverage.
Well, it's more about wisdom and boundaries than leverage. Leverage makes it sound like two people trying to con each other for the most that they can get. If you view love, well, if you're talking about leverage, what you're talking about a lot of times is what can I use to get the most for me in this relationship? And I would argue if you're approaching relationships from that mindset, it's already a bad relationship.
Well, what I mean is that if you're in a position where you depend more on the other person than they depend on you, they could just bounce and go for someone else.
They totally could. And then what happens when they don't? It's kind of magical.
When they don't? Well, it sounds like there's got to be a form of value that's giving the other person leverage that's linking the two together.
Or there's an ethic, right? Do you not believe that people live by any measure of their own ethics? No, to be clear, I don't think people live by their ethics very well, but I think to some extent, people utilize ethics and morality to govern certain decisions.
Yeah, well, if it's only an ethic keeping two people together that really shouldn't be together, then like that sounds like a pathway to misery.
Well, you're adding a step in there. I was just asking what's happening, like in the case where like one's maybe giving more than the other, what's happening? And what might be happening in that circumstance is an ethic of like consistency. For example, there's been times in my marriage where I for sure have given more to Nick than he can give to me because of like seasonal depression, stuff like that. And then there have been other times in a relationship where these roles are reversed. And then right now our roles are much more egalitarian in general. But I agree that love is transactional, right? This is why we tell young teens, like, love is magical, but don't be a fucking dumbass, right? Don't run off to Rome and shill away all of your money and do stupid shit because love makes you do dumb shit. So I'm all for wisdom. I do think love is to some extent transactional. However, I don't think that it should be a transactional element of like, I got to get me mine. Because if you're approaching relationships with getting mine, you're already approaching it wrong.
No, it's not. That's not how I'm viewing it in that way. I'm viewing it in a way where you should know what you're going after, and ideally you both win. And if you're in a situation where you're losing, get the hell out of there. In a way, and a lot of guys see that.
For how long?
For how long?
Yeah, like for example, when my husband was seasonally affected,
you do a long-term you analyze it on your own terms there. And like, do you think is this working against my goals? Is it working towards my goals? And like,
what goals?
Is this a setback? Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, doesn't that matter?
It does matter, but I can't say what everyone's goal is.
What's yours?
What's mine? The idea is where I think that it's fulfilling, for at least for me, maybe for other guys, life being the conquest, and then I'm with someone that maintains the sanctuary. And we enjoy the spoils of war. That's the way I would describe it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's the way I would describe it.
So if I'm understanding your goals in like a less battalion type language, you essentially want to like, it sounds like you have, when you're saying conquest, that sounds like some sort of career goal. Some sort of life success.
Career, business, networking, wherever. Like I do pretty much the dirty work and I come home where it's nice.
So you bring the income. You're the breadwinner. Okay.
Yeah, that's your goal. Part of it.
So that doesn't really sound like a goal, though. That sounds like a relationship that you would like to establish. What's your goal with that relationship? And if I'm asking you a confusing question, I can answer it so you have an idea of what I'm asking.
Well, this is the dynamic that I would be seeking, and I have to be in a position where I have leverage to achieve that, if that makes sense. Now, of course, there's going to be give or take here and there, but
what's your goal? You've established a relationship dynamic. You want kind of a woman to be more of a stay-at-home. She's kind of like the nester, the caretaker at home. You want to be the breadwinner. I'm saying that's a fine relationship dynamic, but that's not really a goal. As for other than like my goal is to establish a relationship like that, but you must have a further goal.
Well, you're saying that's a vision right there, and then.
That's like a basic thing, right? You want to establish what your relationship dynamic looks like. That's fair, but I don't think that's your life goal to just be.
You think we're going in the weeds there, talking about my personal goals.
No, it's super fundamentally important to this.
Well, not everyone's going to have the same vision, though.
I agree. But what viewers can do when they're listening to you is I can tell you what my goals are, and you can tell me what yours are. And they also should at some point pose the question, well, what are mine? I don't think your goal should be just to establish a trad relationship. That's like one step. But usually the goal would be family out of that. I want to establish a traditional family, and that would be the goal.
Yeah, legacy. I think you're right. Yeah, legacy. I think that ties in with conquest, though.
Sure. I wasn't sure how to translate what you were outlining to like the practical, like lived, like what does that actually look like in a relationship?
Yeah, and I haven't really decided what I'd want to build entirely, so it's vague like that. Like there's still a lot more learning to do.
Sure. So like in my relationship, I would say like my goals are essentially I want to be happy and I want him to be happy. I want to do our best to outdo each other in love. And I want to make sure that neither of us cause us to be compromised in our ethics and that we live according to like the ethics that we espouse. Essentially, I want to be a good person. I want to make sure that my relationship makes me happy and makes them happy. And that's about it. That's my goal in life is I want to be happy. I want him to be happy. And I want to make sure that I'm a really good person. And everything else is extra fluff and based. I want a good career. All that shit's based too. But those are my fundamentals. So for example, in a transactional relationship, if I was in a relationship where it felt like it was bringing out the worst parts of me, it was causing me to be a bad person, it was causing me to become really spiteful and vengeful, I would either look at renegotiating that relationship because possibly there's issues within the relationship, or I maybe would leave the relationship. Or another example would be if my relationship will chronically always make me unhappy, again, I might look at ending the relationship, or I'm going to look at renegotiating the terms of the relationship.
Yeah, and this is where leverage comes into play here.
Why could you explain leverage? Because you seem really focused on wanting to use
leverage. Here's
the
thing. Like, if you have an alternative option, that meets a lot of the other demands, but maybe doesn't hold you back or doesn't make you a worse person, you're gonna kick that last person to the curb and move on.
I don't think that's true.
You don't think that's true?
No, I think, for example, I know people who stay with their like paraplegic vegetable partner for years. I know people who choose to stay with like a good friend of mine. 2 weeks before her wedding day, she got struck down with a really, really bad virus. She completely became a paraplegic overnight, right? Her fiance, now husband, decided to stay connected to her. He lost a lot as a result of it. She was like a basketball athlete superstar. Like, just, they were crazy athletic, and he had to completely rewrite his world life and his goals and their plans for the future. But he did so anyways.
Well, here's the thing. What would he sacrifice leaving? Like, what are the social consequences to him with his personal code of ethics? We don't know a lot of the details that led to this outcome here.
I mean, I actually know almost all the details. But essentially, what would he have sacrificed? Well, he really loved her, and he wanted to be with her despite all the costs that came with it. He was willing to give up sports because he loved her, and that mattered to him.
Okay, I don't see that being a common occurrence there.
I think it's entirely a human occurrence. This is why most people stick it out through.
But it's not common.
Well, I guess when I'm saying human, I'm implying that it's common. I think most relationships typically put up with a fair bit of bullshit and struggle to try to make something work because they believe in, like, essentially the magic of what their love used to be. This is why, like, brutal, messy divorces happen all the time, is because there's like two people who are like wishing that they could go back, wishing that things could be beautiful and filled with love, and they just can't get back there, but they're striving the entire time to figure out what it is, but they're also messy and human, and their emotions come out this way and that way.
All right, let's go back first. We've been in marriage, we've been in long-term relationships. What about in the early stages when you haven't established that rapport?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm thinking more of the leverage, especially with the black pill. With a lot of we could dive into the jargon.
Can you define leverage for me still? Because it seems like a specific word. I'm not even mad about the word. I just want to understand what you mean.
It's leverage in any other way use of the term, where one side has enough value one side has enough has enough control of like what another person maybe needs or desires, to the point where in this context, I have to bring it up. Like, think of it in business, where if you have a bunch of you are the supplier of someone else's. Let's say you have the oil fields and there's a petroleum company right there, you have to supply all the crude to them. Let's say you stop selling to them, their whole business goes under. That's an example of leverage. An example in this case that would be extreme would be, let's say a guy doesn't have sexual options. And one lady is into him, is at least like open to the idea. She can leverage her body for making that guy do practically whatever he wants for her.
Right. And so I guess what I'm saying is I'm concerned about the framework here, especially if this is a framework that you give advice, because I think a relationship...
I don't give advice.
Sure. A relationship where you're thinking in terms of leverage is a relationship, if it's long-term, that's a very dicey situation, probably going to end soon.
Well, I think this
tragic.
This might be a philosophical disagreement we have together. I view long-term relationships as utilitarian business agreements with social contracts.
Which is why I asked you about love.
Yeah. Well, love and marriage, love and long-term relationships. I think love is something that you just have for someone that might have that magic, If you want to include it with your business, that's fine with you. But I'm super utilitarian when it comes to forming long-term relationships.
That's super fair. I guess I think it's really hard to contract out things like love, because that's what we try to do with marriage, death till death do us part, right? But the issue is that, like, how do you actually guarantee and maintain a contract when it comes to things as amorphous and like untangible as love?
Yeah, you set the terms beforehand. You set an agreement. That's just why I'm against like legal marriage, because you're signing government vows instead of what you've come up with together.
Right, but I'm saying, how practical, how realistic do you think it is to set up a contract where you negotiate the terms of love, feelings?
Well, it's if it's not based in love, like if love will help the union happen.
Sure, walk me through the contract that you would establish.
Well, it depends on what you want to do. Like,
let's say it's you, and you're talking to me, and we're establishing a love partnership contract.
Well, for me, it's let me see. You take over the sanctuary, which is home. You're responsible for that. I go to work. I bring in money.
What do I do if you're not making enough?
Then you probably would leave. Simple.
Well, I don't want to leave you. I just want to know what our response is when.
Well, it's up to her. It's up to her. I don't know what enough is to her.
Sure. So say we're not making enough as far as like we can't make ends meet because one income in this economy is rough.
I think she would have a logical reason to just bounce. She would have a logical reason to bounce. Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't blame women for choosing what's best for their survival, what's best for their happiness, what's best for what's going to improve their life the most. You got to put yourself in a situation where you both boost each other's life goals. And if you find someone that wants to go the opposite direction as you, no matter how much they love you, I don't see the point of making that happen. You could
For sure. It takes two to tango. The issue is I'm worried that the contracts you're talking about and establishing are focused solely on current self wants and not thinking about future self. For example, as a woman, if part of the contract was I was not going to work, but then 3 years into our relationship, things got tough, you got laid off, I don't think I would just want to bounce. And I don't think anyone, even you, would think that I'm an okay or moral person to be like, oh, you're not fulfilling your contract. Fucking peace. Enjoy the kids. I'm out to find a better boo, right? Like in general, society would condemn that. And I think that there's good reason why we would condemn that.
They would condemn it because the next guy wouldn't want it to happen to him, which is a social consequence that she'll have to assess on her own.
Sure, it's a social consequence, but it also speaks to something that it seems like humans tend to value, which is some element of like loyalty and commitment. For example,
yeah, it's super. That's the number one.
Well, another thing I would say is she's a moron, right? If in every other way your relationship is picturesque and ideal, and he gets laid off, when you leave him just because he got laid off, you're only thinking about your current self and you're not thinking about your future self. Because here's the reality. Maybe she could pick up some hours to help out, give you guys a little bit of time. Maybe he finds another job and it picks up. She can eventually drop her hours. Maybe she discovers that she actually loves working part-time.
She doesn't have to, though. She doesn't have to. And
of course she doesn't have to. But this is why, for example, we would say she's a moron. Societally would be like, that's a bad thing to do, right? We don't want people in this world where it's like, oh, well, very hedonically, I am not happy right now. You're laid off. I'm fucking out. In general,
I don't know.
Long-term relationships work like that.
I think she's smart enough to do a long-term projection of things and what she realistically can get. Like, and if not, that's her problem.
Most people decide with their emotions, not with logic, in those types of situations. That's
right. Yeah. In most situations, she's going to say, anyone that we would respect would say, fuck, that really sucks. Let's work on it together. I love you. Of course, I'm not going to leave you just because you're not the breadwinner. We're going to figure this out together.
Well, I mean, like if that's something that you've screened out before, that she's the type of girl that would do that, that's a bonus. But you can't exactly know that's who you get entirely.
That has nothing, sure, but that has nothing to do with my point.
Well, I'm just saying, like it
that is also true, but also that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
I'm thinking of it logistically, like if you're the guy and she's the girl, like, do you know if you have that type of girl? You're taking almost a leap of faith in that area. And if she is that type of person, like that's a form of
you don't think you can vet for that? Isn't that part of the contracting?
I think you're vetting for this? That's where I highlight looks a lot. I highlight physical attraction because I find if she has physical desire for me, that gives me leverage in a way to where like I get more leeway. I don't have to be walking on eggshells, meeting every end of the social contract we have because she has some innate desire for me.
Do you think that a woman who's being chronically underfulfilled in her relationship is going to overlook it because she's like, yeah, he's not bringing in the bills. He doesn't treat me very well. He's never home with the kids and he never cleans up after himself. But God, is he ever hot? Like, how many girls are actually going to do that?
Well, I know that like a lot of single mothers, like they still hook up with the father.
I'm sorry. Again, that has nothing to do with my point. How many women do you think would overlook that many flaws in a guy because he's hot? Like, how much leeway do you?
I don't know the exact number, but I think it gives you a lot of leeway. I can't quantify.
You think being that hot would make her overlook years of you not fulfilling your promise? You're not bringing home income. You're not taking care of the kids. When if you're maybe cheating on her on the side, but God, he's hot. That's so nice.
You brought up the example of women tolerating abuse. That's like even worse.
And you think that they do that because he's hot?
That could be a big component of it, where she has innate desire for him.
Come on. You're not being honest with me right now. There's no way you think that.
I think that's a big component of it, yeah.
You think that women are staying with their abusive partners because they're hot?
I don't necessarily. She might find him attractive. It could be financial leverage in another situation. There's a form of leverage that's keeping her there.
Emotional investment. That's the real leverage. She's really invested in that person.
Yeah, but are you going to be emotionally invested in someone that doesn't get your rocks off like that?
It seems to be yes.
Yes. You
yes.
would?
This is why. No, I'm saying statistically, this is why we see that by the time people are over 25, only 75% of people have been in relationships.
Okay. Cool. I just think that like the quote unquote fuckboy guys are good examples of the guys that don't have to put much in. Hell, like the girl will probably even pay for him to like come out. Will make him food. Will even offer to be a breadwinner for him if she finds him attractive enough and he hits it good enough.
Oh, for sure. I'm not dismissing pretty privilege. We're talking about a long-term relationship, and I'm telling you, being attractive isn't going to be a major. So I already agreed.
So I'm just kind of questioning. I'm just kind of questioning like where you're disagreeing and where you aren't. Because
I'm disagreeing with the long term. I'm disagreeing with your long term. So what you're talking about is if I've got enough leverage long term, if I'm hot enough, it'll give me leeway on other parts of the contract that I'm failing.
Well,
which to be honest, I haven't even mentioned the fact that your thinking is, I hope I'm hot enough so I can basically cheat out on some of the things I've contractually negotiated. That's not a very good utilitarian of you, first of all. But second of all, I'm telling you, that's not even true. So right now we're fighting about descriptive reality of long-term relationships. And I'm also questioning the morality a little bit, but first and foremost, I'm talking about descriptive reality.
Okay, well, if we go on here, you're talking about the utilitarian thing. A part of that screening is screening for someone that this is something I'm going to do anyway. Where what I need out of the woman is mainly the family component, and then the holding down the fort component is just boosting up my ability to do my job better. So like I'm still going to go try to build business, do well in my career, network well, whether I have a woman at home and kids at home or not. That's just you screen it out in a way where you're still going to fulfill your responsibilities, whether someone's there or not. They just have an incentive to take your deal.
I would just say, the only thing I would add is I just fundamentally disagree with how much looks gives you leverage. I think that can give you a little bit of leverage, but it's like there's always going to be guys better looking than you, right? She's always going to have.
Yeah, but can she get every guy better looking than you in this situation? There,
generally, yes, the girl can hook up with guys that are better looking than you.
Hook up once. Can she get him over all the time? Like that. Like let's say that maybe she doesn't have enough on the side to keep that sort of dude coming back to her. Maybe she's a slow Tuesday in that idea.
The dating marketplace is so favored for women in the West that she can lock down pretty much every guy, regardless of his looks. So that's not really what's keeping her around. It just more comes down to the fact that she's emotionally invested. She's invested a lot into you and into your relationship. And that is where your leverage is. It's not just the fact that like, oh, yeah, he's a good looking guy, because there's going to be so many better looking guys. Like I know for a fact that my girl can get with a better looking guy than me. That's not any girl can. Erudite can get with a better.
Well, here's where that leverage is. You might be the first guy that you meet her attraction threshold to where like you're actually considering the long-term relationship, actually considering wifing her up. Maybe a woman's like been hooked up with on a slow Tuesday a million times, but the guy doesn't call her back.
No, I mean, my girlfriend has in the past been like before I met her, had boyfriends who were better looking than me. Erudite says that she was with a guy that is better looking than her husband before that. So yeah, I don't really think that's nearly as much of a leverage as you think it is.
It's also becoming a doctor. Doctors are assholes. My ex is becoming a doctor, but doctors.
Oh, sweet. Maybe I'll work with him.
Maybe. Probably not. We're Canadian, so probably not.
Probably not.
Once you guys are done,
I'll see it at the conference.
Once you guys are done with your part of the debate, I do have like 2 points of contention with the black pill, but I'll let you guys kind
of. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to talk about boosting my ability.
Yeah. I just want to say Alex did touch upon sexual inflation, which I think we all agree about with the sexual marketplace. But I do think we might disagree on what SMV is. What makes up SMV? We might have disagreement there.
Sure. Do you mind if I just address the
you could address it
and stuff like that? I guess one question: when you're negotiating these contracts, do you negotiate into it that, hey, if I become more attractive, I expect to get more leeway? Like, do you negotiate any of them? So you don't negotiate in the fact that you're already planning that if you're attractive enough, you can basically wiggle out of some of your commitments to other.
No, but you wouldn't wiggle out of them because you set the terms and you got to follow them.
Yeah, but you just said if I'm attractive enough, I'll get a little bit more leeway on the contract.
Well, of course, like you want to have that. You want to set yourself up in a situation where, if you're in that situation, that's you not being greedy up front when you negotiate the terms. Because if you have that level of leeway, you could have gotten her to be like you could have practically made her a slave at that point, and you don't want to do that because she's your wife. She's the mother of your children in that way.
Why not? At a utilitarian sense, to be honest, if you could get so hot that you could get a woman to agree to basically be your slave, wouldn't that be the best?
No, not necessarily.
Why would that be a problem? What would be wrong with that? That seems based.
Is it something I want?
Everything you want. You just got to be hot. Yeah.
Is that something I want, though?
Yeah, you can go be the breadwinner and she'll be at home and basically be your slave. When you get home, you've a contract, you've negotiated with your wife. When I get home, my pants drop, you suck my cock, you make me delicious food, I'm going to lay on the couch. Why wouldn't you just negotiate for yourself if you're so hot? And why wouldn't she agree?
You're in realism there. You don't know, you know that there's a realm of unknown. You got to be realistic long term, what you're actually going to be able to maintain.
Well, just negotiate it.
You just negotiate it.
That's what you're saying, right?
If you want to do it, then that's a viable option. It's just not something I would.
Do you
want.
think it's viable? How likely do you think that negotiation? Say I can even get a.
I don't think anyone really has the leverage to do that.
Say I do. I do have the leverage to do it. How likely do you think that relationship will maintain?
Power to you.
Do you think the relationship would maintain long term?
I'm not a fortune teller.
What do you think? Take a guess.
I'm not a fortune teller.
I think you're weaseling out of answering.
No.
The obvious answer is
I don't know the full details.
Love and relationships are not simply. Are you a contractualist? Are you a utilitarian contractualist?
I don't know exactly what that means.
Okay, well you should be because you'll fucking love it. It's like right up your alley. But essentially, I'm saying every social negotiation through a contract.
I don't know so you're saying that you have the leverage in what way do you have the leverage for her?
You're super hot. And you get good money.
And you get good money right there. Mm-hmm. So I'm just starting to think. I'm starting to think of like you have a hot and a lot of money. Realistically, you're going to be able to maybe get her to stay home with the kids. So you're saying that you have enough to the point where she could be your slave.
I'm fucking loaded. I've top G, Andrew Tate. Speaking of the top G, if you guys are enjoying this debate, make sure you guys throw me some money. And Alex, and speaking of boosting and min-maxing my skills, if you're watching, feel free to throw us some money.
I'm gonna say that if you have her, if she agrees to it, she agrees to it. But be mindful that your looks are probably gonna fade, and she's gonna lose the incentive to pay that end of the bargain.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is
because
that
your
relationship
looks
probably won't last.
Your looks are probably are a big condition on her accepting the deal, and once the looks are gone, you can lose the leverage.
Yeah, so what I'm basically telling you is that this idea, so while I would say relationships are transactional to an extent, I think you've turned relationships into a business negotiation, which, first of all, anyone who's done professional business can tell you professional negotiations are not at all as clean cut as even we're trying to make them sound, right?
Yeah.
You negotiate something with a fucking graphic artist and Fifi's get in the way and shit goes wild and like, well, did the contract really say that? And so if business contracts are already getting fucking messy from feelings, how much messier is a relationship going to be?
The feelings,
so contractually,
the feelings, if they're positive, like give her more inclination to stay. It's a value on her end, which sweetens the pot for her, which means you can get a lot more if you're looking at it from a negotiation standpoint. If they're negative, it's going to hurt you.
Yeah, I don't know if you've just maybe, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this other than like, I don't know if you've maybe not been in a lot of relationships. I don't want to assume your relationship status. I'm just telling you, like, relationships don't work this way. And I think when you're approaching relationships from the view of how do I get leverage so that I have enough power to wrestle my partner into staying with me, you're already fucking up your relationship. You fucked it up from day one.
There's limits to the amount of leverage you can actually gain. In a way.
That's what the leverage is, the whole point when you're talking about leverage.
But if you're talking about looks maxing earlier, that's an example of gaining leverage, and you're pro that.
No, I was memeing, but what I'm saying is when you approach a long-term relationship with how do I get mine and how do I wrestle my partner into staying with me?
That's not what I'm saying there.
You're outlining leverages. You're talking about maxing looks and having enough things to offer to guarantee that she doesn't leave.
There's no guarantees, by the way.
If I can just finish my point. If I can just finish my point, if you don't mind.
It's based on a.
Do you mind if I please just finish my point?
Well, I want to like clear up an issue with your preambulatory section to your point there, if that's okay, but you can finish it right now.
Yeah, just let her finish it and then you can go. Good.
So what I'm trying to tell you is this idea of just contracting out relationships. Relationships are more messy. And when you approach a relationship thinking about what advantages, what power essentially, what leverage do I have to negotiate myself a stronger position, I'm telling you, you're already losing the relationship. Because if you and your partner I don't know if you've ever been in a business contract where both of you are thinking about how to get yours and you're focused mostly on maximizing what you can get for yourself. It's an awful business transaction. It's terrible. I'm not saying transactionalism doesn't occur in relationships. Of course it does. This is why if your partner's a piece of shit forever and they're unwilling to change, you should leave the relationship. But if you approach it purely from a business leverage negotiation standpoint, you're lost in the sauce, boy.
Okay, well, I'll go back to this. I'm going to be a lot more simple with where it is. It goes back to what I say. What value do you bring to the other person and what value do they bring to you? And hopefully you're a plus. It's a plus on both ends. That's where I look at it as a positive relationship. Mm-hmm. What people value different things. In the dating market, sexual attraction is a big one right there. And I would argue that a big component of it is looks and what you are physically. And that would encompass, if there's a pheromonal component, that would include that. Moving forward, I don't do business where can I get the most out of each situation? That's a short-sighted business plan. So if you're a short-sighted person, that's how you do it. You would get short-term reaps of rewards. You might have sex with like the top end of how like the hottest chick you could get, but then you're going to have no leverage in your relationship in other areas. And it's going to fizzle out. You're not bringing enough value in that area. So it depends on you. I definitely agree that you should look long term, but it's still value versus value, whether it's business or a relationship. Because if you have love and what you bring to the table works actively against them, that's going to be a bad relationship too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with your wisdom. I'm basically saying that I think your contractual view is missing a little bit of what goes into relationships, but it's really not the end of the world. Like the reality is, if you find a relationship and it makes you happy and this is how it works for you, that's fine. I don't need to argue out of it. I basically just think that your framework that you're using is a little bit unrealistic, but I'm willing to grant you
that you just agreed with my framework though.
To some extent, yeah.
That value to value thing was my framework. So what do you disagree about it? That there's more to the love than what you think? You disagree on what constitutes the value.
I'm disagreeing about the psychology of humans, fundamentally. I'm saying this is a really nice framework. I think it is ideal in many ways. The problem is humans don't work like this.
Yeah, and a lot of humans work their ways into getting divorced.
That is also true.
So,
yeah, I feel like you guys are kind of reaching. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, can we get to like Q&A? Because I have questions for both of you guys.
Yeah. Well, can I quickly? This one.
Unless you guys want to keep continuing your discussion.
Yeah, I think we've beaten this one to death, where we actually agree on the value things. We might disagree with what constitutes the value and whether people act in that in the real world.
Let's do this. Okay, I have an idea. Let's first, I wrote down 4 things that I don't like about the black pill, but I'll only bring up 2 of them because 2 of them are things that have not been covered. I think it won't take us long. And then let's open up the panel and you can stay out.
Oh, yeah. I'll stick around. Yeah, I enjoy talking to all of you, by the way. Like this has been a fun night so far.
Cool.
Yeah, I like talking to you too.
Alex, after you're done that, let me ask one question to Caduceus and one question to Erudite, because I think the fundamental disagreement you guys have is just the concept of like love. So Caduceus, yours is very utilitarian, and Erudite, I'll give you my thoughts on yours in a little bit. So I'll let Alice go first.
Yeah, just 2 criticisms I have that haven't really been addressed. That is different, and this is more with the community. So what I've noticed, which has been a pattern, which I find so like disgenuine and annoying, the black pill is the tendency to dismiss any evidence that goes against their beliefs as fake. So I notice this every time I debate a black pill, or specifically, he's like, "Oh, dude, come on! Well, there's no proof that you're, you've ever been with any girl." I'm like, "Okay, well, here's a photo of me with a girl." Oh, but it's in the living room. Okay, here's one in the bedroom. Oh, but she's probably a prostitute. Okay, well, here's some text screenshots afterwards. Oh, you probably paid her to do that. Okay, well, here's a layer report with all the Tinder interactions from start to finish. Oh, but that was probably also a prostitute. And just like this bad faith arguing that anything, basically it's kind of like a meme at this point. There's nothing you could, there's no amount of evidence you can show a black pillar that would get them to come around, because when they don't like the evidence, they just dismiss it as fake. And this is something I see time and time again.
Well, Alex, I'm going to start and say that I can't speak for others here. I know exactly what type of camp you're talking about, where they don't believe anything is true. They don't believe the idea. I think the place where I would disagree personally in an area, when you bring the reports, I would say that I don't think game is what made her sexually attracted to you, is what I'd say. I'd say maybe the chick was just into you. Those camps, I hear you. There are a lot of issues with that particular faction. I'm not going to mention who it is, but they were talking about QB pulling up all of his receipts and saying that they were all transgender women when they weren't. They were doing that sort of thing. They made a false claim that I was a virgin until I went on MD's stream. And then after being on that stream, I ascended through the wisdom on the panel, which is a load of crap. So you're talking about a community that's already a specific faction that's already lost its credibility, and you're asking me to answer for them.
It's not just the MD community. I see it like kind of in other communities, in just general bad faith behavior. Like, for example, in the last several days, just in the last several days alone, we had Hormaxer get his channel taken down, who's also a black pillar, which blows my mind.
Yeah,
because either the Chronic people or the other people decide to go there and play some porn on his live stream. That's like very bad faith behavior. Or like raiding my channel, right, for God knows what reason, since they were like, I think it seemed like they were agreeing with me on the John situation. I just see a lot of like really bad faith behavior. And it's just like
I can't speak for others, man. That's just what I'd say.
Like criticism and discussion, and like, like if you want to shit on me, that's fine. But it's just like when I see like this like crazy bad faith, which is why I don't want to go on like a lot of Black Belt channels. Like I don't want to go on MD's channel. I don't want to go on Chronic's channels, just because like I don't trust these guys to not be bad faith. Like I remember when me and Kevin were on MD's channel, this fucking blew my mind. Every single time we had one of them quartered, what they would do is they would bring on a random person in the audience and change the topic. And it's got to a point where it's just like, okay, we can't have a discussion anymore, because every time we have you quartered, you just bring on a random person from the audience. So I don't know. I just see a lot of this like very, very bad faith behavior that I just think is like kind of, I don't know, dilutes the message, if anything.
Yeah. Well, I'll highlight a few channels that I think actually are open to discussing, and we'll let people talk. I think First from Incel Medics does a pretty good job talking to guys. He hasn't posted up on his channel recently, but he used to do a lot of long live streams, take callers on his Discord. And another one that I think is good, where you'll be able to get a word in, Mystery School. He does Sunday night streams where he goes for a long time and just has people on the channel and just chats with them. So those are a couple people I think are good faith. I don't agree with every point with them, but they're willing to discuss it and explore why they disagree with you.
Okay. I mean, I think Wheat Waffles doesn't. I don't like his ideas, but I respect him as a person.
I respect him as a businessman. I don't agree. I don't agree with his objective view of if you're this level of looks, all women of this, what you perceive as this level of looks, are unavailable to you, because I think a girl might look at me as like a 2, and then another will look at me as like a 7, and another one might even like me even more. So like I think there's a bit of subjectivity due to niches.
Would Wheat Waffles not agree with that? That seems like something he would agree to.
I think at first when he was on my show, he said that a 7 could not get a 6 or whatever. It's just that I think he maybe like changed since then and acknowledged niches a bit more.
Yeah. I don't know. My whole thing is like, I'm all for having discussions if people are being good faith, like, like going into with good intention, which is why I generally like having you on my channel. Aside from the time you shamelessly try to plug your merch, I think you're pretty good faith.
Oh. That was a good time.
In his defense, you set the precedent to allow John to promote his shit all the time. I know you pushed back eventually, but
well, we would have, since we're on that topic, behind the scenes, we would always have arguments about that, because I'd be like, he's like, okay, Alex, I want to promote my shit like 10 times. Like, John, let's limit it to like 2 promotions. He's like 5. I'm like 2, 4. Dude, we can like do 3 maybe.
You're haggling over promotions.
That was like an argument we had the whole time, like literally behind the scenes. As a
I left.
Let me guess. How many times did he? How many times did he allow you to plug your product on his stream?
Well, I never did, because I just don't even like plug my shit that much. I think most people don't even know I have a product. I never really self-promote.
I mean, if it means anything, Caduceus, my whole chat was talking about how super kick a Chad when you plugged your merch on stream. So,
you watched that?
Liked it. Okay, no, I hadn't seen it, but my chat keeps talking about how it was super kick a Chad when you did that. So.
Cool. Yeah, I kind of balled Alex. I kind of blue balled Alex. He was ready to see what the Black Pill would do, and then
we thought we were gonna finally get to see some Black Pill game, and instead we got like a fucking sales pitch. Hey, buy my T-shirt. Oh, I got these new panties.
Like, she was this close to reading the line for my account, like reading the line that I would have clipped. Like I was about to make her do an outro clip too. That was this close.
Oh shit, we got some shit talking. Vital messages.
Hormaxer. Well, okay. Hormaxer. Here's my view on Hormaxer. He's gynocentric. I'm going to say gynocentric. You're a slave to your lust. And once any woman that says that she has any interest sexually, you fall for her, and then she owns you like a little bitch. Now, I like your content,
that's how I out-debate Hormaxer. Okay.
Now, Hormaxer. I think that you're a great guy with a lot of great content, but I think that your slave to your lust makes it so women can easily manipulate you.
You should masturbate less often. I heard that if you reabsorb your sperm, it gives you like superpowers. So give that a try, Hormaxer.
Start levitating.
You do start levitating. That's how Super Saiyan happened.
So that's my view of Hormaxer. If you think I haven't achieved the black pill, I think it's just that you set yourself up for a situation where if one chick says that she likes draining balls, that you fall head over heels for her.
That's so funny.
I do think.
All right, so
Alex,
did you have another black pill thing that you wanted to say? I have really important questions to ask about Caduceus and Erudite.
On the channel. I don't want to make it repetitive, so that's my piece.
Thanks, Alex, for asking that.
So I'll talk to Caduceus first, and then I'll go to Erudite. So again, I think the fundamental difference that you guys have is this idea of love, and I'll leave my thoughts out of it as much as I can. But anyway, I'll just ask you this question. So Caduceus, you say that love, you agreed a while ago when I said you think fundamentally love is utilitarian, right?
Not necessarily utilitarian. I think that they're often the investment component, which is utilitarian. I think that it's correlated. I don't think it's the same thing in a way.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. So Erudite brought up some situations a while ago where like, all right, well, somebody can do something that seems relatively irrational in the name of love, right? Couples do it all the time. And your sort of response to that was always like, oh, well, what, leverage is there, whatever. Would you have?
Yeah. Well, here's the difference though. Let love and sorry, I'll let you finish it. No.
Go ahead. That's fine. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that love is like some of the value that you gain in a relationship. It's not the relationship. That's what it is. So the relationship is the business deal you make. The love is what you have for another person, which will increase the value. So like if you both love each other, that means that you're both going to you're going to have benefit from the relationship. So it's like value that's being negotiated. It isn't the relationship.
But fundamentally, it's like, okay, well, if a woman stays with a man after, he becomes, like Erudite brought up a while ago, that story from her own life of like somebody became like a paraplegic and then the husband ended up staying with her because they love each other. With you, your sort of justification for that was that it was something else, right? I don't remember what your justification was.
Here's the thing. I said I didn't know the full context of there. There might have been finances or whatever, but if he like loves the person dearly and it'd be a betrayal to their own morals to cut them off and see them suffer, then yeah, they wouldn't leave.
Yeah, but fundamentally, mostly when it comes to relationships, there's some sort of reason. There's always some sort of rational reason behind staying with each other, right?
Well, some people might overvalue something when that's like really declining them, but usually there is a rational reason.
Okay. So would you apply the same logic to your family members?
Yeah.
Okay. So can't you agree that if you bring somebody, if you marry them, then the dynamic shifts to the point where it's not just a romantic relationship, they're part of your family now?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. So could you acknowledge that the dynamics of a relationship can change from like just romantic love or whatever to when you marry a girl, right? That girl becomes part of your family. So automatically, sometimes the dynamic of that can shift the dynamics and how you will actually be more accepting of certain behaviors where otherwise it might seem irrational because she's part of your family now.
The way you see it, I think of it, I don't see it the way you see it in that way, where like her just being a part of the family, that really changing thing. I don't really see that part of it changing much, but the unity of families coming together, that is a piece that might keep someone together because they're not just betraying, they're betraying the two families when they leave instead of just the woman.
Yeah. So I think that's sort of the counter argument to the entire idea that like maybe, dating relationships, especially relationships, is something that's fully like, oh, well, there needs to be this raw sexual desire. I mean, anybody who's been in a relationship for a long time understands that sort of desire comes in waves, right? It's not always like this. You'll have these times where you're like super hot and heavy for each other. Other times where it's not as much. I mean, you can actually observe this with relationships. And this is why relationships are actually very predictable in terms of how long they last when breakups tend to happen. Because a lot of times people don't ride through that part of the roller coaster. But I would argue, especially a long-term relationship, a committed one, the dynamics sort of shift from that like hot, heavy erotic stuff to something greater and grander, such as having a family. This is why it's important for couples to, in my opinion, if you're a couple long-term monogamous, I don't really see the point if you don't have kids, right? So I this is where I push back on the whole black pill idea of it has to be this raw desire. Okay, maybe at first, but the dynamics definitely shift over time to the point where that raw desire doesn't necessarily always need to be there anymore, because then they're part of your family.
I think I actually agree with that component, because you're talking a relationship. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of factors. It's not just, am I going to stick my dick in this pussy? It's, I'm building a family. I'm unifying families. I'm just saying that the type of girl that you want to consider for that, you probably would want to screen for someone that does have that raw desire for you, just because it's an area where you add value to the table. Now, of course, if it's like fleeting in a certain way, if it's fleeting up and down in a certain way, that's why you don't get greedy and negotiate when she's like super horny for you. Like you get to know her for a while before negotiating the terms. You get to identify who she is.
Guys, we're an hour and a half in. I do want to open up the Q&A. Do you have any like more last thoughts on this before we open it up?
But yeah, I think
one more question.
I think Kevin.
The chat was kind of going crazy a while ago.
Yeah, I just want to close up the thought. I think Kevin, you're bringing up
Caduceus needs the Wi-Fi max, bro.
You're given the complexity here. Am I lagging? Am I lagging?
I think you have a bit of a ping delay.
Okay.
But it's not the end of the world. It just causes sometimes us to talk over you or you to talk over us like a little bit, but it's okay.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah. I would say that Kevin just highlights the complexities of the relationship, which is why I would suggest to look for what you want to build in life and then tailor that relationship logistically. Because do you want to unite families with this person? Do you want to have kids with this person? Are they the type of person that has goals that align with yours? I think you're highlighting why you should treat it a bit more logistically, because sometimes that butterfly feeling, that might be lust that you're misidentifying as love at times.
All right.
Okay.
Shall we?
All right. So, Erudite, I have a question for you. So, a while ago when you were bringing up the idea of love, I couldn't help but think that it's a pretty, myself and the chat actually, we couldn't help but think that it was kind of like this blue pill idea, right? So somebody actually said like, oh, this is like Disney Fantasyland type stuff. So I'll give you sort of the red pill perspective of what they would sort of say.
Erudite for a local
blue pill love.
That's why we bring her on. She's our local blue pill correspondent.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not truly.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think she's blue.
Well, your room is blue.
Usually...
I mean, like, when the shoe fits.
Tell you what, I'll change the color and then you guys can call me red pill.
You got to make it red.
I'll turn on the seductress color. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Change it to black so we can call you black.
Anyway,
so the whole idea of it is that people will say that this sort of like how you characterize love. And again, I apologize. I can't put your exact words.
That's okay.
I can't exactly describe how you described it, but I couldn't help. Yeah, but basically, like the idea of a red pill would say, okay, well, that's like a socially constructed belief that Disney movies taught you from a young age, and that's something that's extremely destructive towards society as a whole. But more specifically, it benefits the feminine imperative, right? So it benefits women's mating strategy at the expense of other men, at the expense of men, in the sense that men will be like, oh, because it's love, because I feel these feelings, I'm not going to use my reason anymore. And, I'll marry her because I love her. I'll give, she's contractually obligated to half my shit. Oh, I love her. So therefore I'm going to be raising another man's kids, so I'm curious to know sort of your response to that.
It's going to be duplicitous. So is it a bit of the Disney Hollywood conception of love? Yes. But to dismiss some of our culture's core narratives, and just to be clear, Disney borrows mostly from ancient stories like Grimm Brothers, which in Grimm's aren't super ancient, but a lot of like these older stories. And the Grimm Brothers themselves also borrowed from like predating. And like this idea of like a rapturous Hollywood style love has been narratively construed through our like ideology forever. I mean, you can go back to like ancient Greeks and there's still stories of like this rapturous type of love. Sometimes it's between like a human and a god and stuff like this. But this idea of kind of like fantastic, what I'm calling magical love, it does exist because every single person, for example, who's like had their child born for their first time and has like held them and been like everything was different, like that's that moment of rapturous love. And most people experience this. I agree that Hollywood also encourages people to basically be fools about it and to say, because you've experienced that rapturous love, you should let go of all wisdom and you should just do everything. And particularly, I would agree to some extent, Hollywood has feminized it because we've got all the rom-coms. Men should just basically accept women being kind of emotionally manipulative and shitty and just pursue until truly the love that she's always had for you exists. Okay, these are really, really toxic for sure. But the idea of like true love, essentially like a deep, rich kind of like magical love that changes everything, seems to be really real. Humans experience it. And I really hate when it gets like deterministically explained by like oxytocin and serotonin and stuff. But don't be a fool in the midst of that feeling. But that feeling matters. That would be my response.
So basically, sort of your kind of way of viewing it is like, all right, well, you know, it's like it's not like a fully contrived thing that like, you know, Disney Corp contrived to control the masses. It's more so, all right, well, there's these fundamental truths that it's popular because it appeals to, I mean, if we put it in like a Jungian sense, I know you're a fan of Jung and Jordan Peterson. It's like, it appeals to certain archetypes of the collective unconscious, right? So it's almost like these Disney movies are universally loved because it's actually speaking to something fundamental that we all humans share. But at the same time, some people abuse that for their own, and that's the whole idea of the Matrix. Okay, I just wanted to understand the point. All right,
absolutely.
Yeah, let's move on. The chat is getting super duper bored. They're like putting the Z sign and stuff like that.
My chat loves it, and I don't know who's got more, but I feel like my chat trumps, doesn't it? What are you guys at?
Look at you, Miss. I got more clout than you. My name is.
I mean, you got 100K on YouTube, so definitely clout-wise, you have more clout than me. I'm just saying, I think I have more live viewers. So, your viewers does their vote matter?
Sure. I mean, if you guys really want, we can go back.
No, I'm good. We can move on. I was just saying. Yeah. I was just, you know, I gotta advocate for my peeps. You know, they just gave me like 30 subs just now.
Well, maybe they'll like what Q2 has to say even more. You know.
You know. Yeah. Speaking of my viewers, hi Q2.
What's goody?
It's a very great blue pill point. You know. Speaking of blue pillars, all right. So I'm thinking what we do, if you guys are all cool with this, we do something different. Typically, what I usually do is I just bring on people in mass, but I think it becomes a shit show. So why don't we bring on each person one at a time, but we give them like 5 minutes each, so we just like keep it moving that way.
Oh, if I got 5 minutes, I'm gonna run the show. Let's get it.
Hey, cool. It's cool. It's your show, man. I kind of like the shit show, but that's my preference on my show. That's different.
All right, let's get it. I got questions for y'all. So I guess answer one at a time about 3 sentences each, how you feel about the question I ask, and then after that, then just obviously, you know, talk amongst yourselves. Maybe it'll stay 5 minutes, maybe it won't, but just like an opening statement to this. So my first question would be, what is the best way for 18 to 25 single heterosexual men to increase their dating pool within a 1 to 2 year time span? We're gonna go with Alex first.
Okay, what's the best way for men 18 to 25 to increase their dating results?
Yeah, in a 1 to 2 year time span, not over 10 years.
Okay. Work on getting well, first of all, go to a high-end barbershop, get a really good fresh cut. Get clothes that fit you really well. I would recommend cutsclothing.com with Zara. Get shirts that sit well on your body. Do a really good photo shoot, ideally with a professional camera, and get some good lifestyle photos of photos of you doing shit. Put those photos on your Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge, and all the other dating apps. Come up with a good Tinder bio, or you can just copy some of the millions of Tinder bios that I put out there for free. And then start meeting up with girls from online. Generally speaking, if you're going to get a bigger bang for your buck, then invite them straight to your place. You're going to screen a little bit harder that way. Some will be down, some won't be. So yeah, that's a good start. Start going to the gym, start working out, put on muscle. In 3 to 6 months, that will start paying off. about a year in, you'll be starting to see really good dividends with that. In addition, if you combine that with every time you're out and about in your day, approaching cute girls that you see on the street, right? Again, that will slowly start to compound and you'll have some leads from that. Yeah, I would say those things.
Gotcha. Kevin, you're next.
Yeah, go to the gym, become as jacked as possible, get your body fat percentage to 15% or lower. You should be able to see your abs. That'll help bring out your facial features. Another thing too is that it tremendously increases your confidence. So when you go out, if you have like approach anxiety or you're like afraid a girl's going to reject you, basically what you're saying is unconsciously, oh, I'm not good enough for this girl. Some other guy is way better for her because I'm a loser, or there's like this mythical giga chat out there that's going to steal her, whatever. Right. Fundamentally, you're saying, you're not just saying I'm not good enough for her. You're saying somebody else is better for her than me. Right. So one thing that I wanted to bring up earlier in the stream, but we didn't talk about it, is like the idea of AMOGing and stuff. Dude, if you're like jacked, you're like really jacked, you're not going to get AMOGed at a club. You're just not. So that's actually something that's really important that can really give you a lot of confidence when you go out. Another thing, and one more thing too, when you go out at night, do not drink. Go out completely sober.
Cool. Erudite, you're next.
Okay. I would also say exercise with a trainer. I don't think you need to be 15% body fat. I just think you need to have good musculature. And I would stay below 30% for sure. Ideally below 25%. But I just think if you're working out in general, losing weight, have muscle on, girls love that shit. Approach a ton. Just approach. Get tons of experience just talking with women. Approach and give compliments without asking for anything more, so that you get more comfortable in like complimenting approaching women. And you don't get known as like the creep who's always hitting on women if you're like approaching people in your workspace. And get involved in co-ed spaces. Join gyms that have co-ed sports. Rock climbing is my favorite. Dancing. Seriously, fucking a good salsa dancer, man, is fucking sex on the dance floor. Running clubs have lots of women in them. If you're into more like artistic pursuits, because I'm listing sports, do like drama clubs, improv type classes. So things that women are going to generally congregate. Volunteer. There's just tons of women in every volunteer position on the planet. And talk to women a lot. And don't always expect sex from them. Talk to women without the goal of sex, and you're going to improve your social skills with women in general. And then do the approaching as well to work on some of the flirtation skills.
And when all else fails, jump on that free 30-minute call with John Anthony.
Hope in a 30-minute call, don't be a pussy.
Caduceus, you're up next.
All right. Well, thank you for your question, Q2. I'm just going to say I don't know what is wrong with this particular guy's situation. You got to – I'd say guys should figure out where they're inadequate using the world as their calibration, like thermometer based on their action. Of course, if they have no experience, that's the first step. Figure out where you stand, kind of get a baseline. What's wrong is what I would say. Figure out what's wrong. Perhaps you look really good, and you're in great shape, or good enough to a lot of women find you attractive, but you're working 70 hours a week and just want to sleep instead of getting that nut or meeting new women. That could be your issue. You might be unattractive to the point where you're overweight, where you're hiding a lot of your features. I don't think you need to get super jacked. I don't think that's a necessity. If you want to get super jacked, sure, but definitely get lean to show off those facial features. That might be good. Then you could figure out kind of where your looks are in your face, how it works. I would say diagnose the problem before asking for a solution. That's the general idea of it. But if you're going to talk about general ideas, looks maxing through getting lean, and also just improve your life because you're 18 to 25 and need to start building what you want to build in life.
All right, no doubt. And then I'll probably, the last question I'll leave off, then you guys do what you got to do. Basically, it seems like you guys have gym in common. You know, you guys have maybe approaching in common, but like what I'm not hearing is like, can you improve your charisma, or can you improve how you talk to women? And is that the most important factor to improving your success within that short period of time?
That's sort of like asking what's more important, an engine or tires when it comes to the performance of a car. They're both important. Can you improve charisma? Yes, you can improve it. Is it more important than leveling up your sexual market value? Really depends on what your baseline charisma is and what your baseline SMV is. If you're 300 pounds and you're like moderately charismatic, you're going to get a much bigger bang for your buck focusing on the physical. If you're, for example, like already in decent shape, but you just have no charisma, you probably will get better bang for your buck focusing on charisma. So it just really depends. There's not like a clear black and white answer on that.
In fairness, I did make recommendations for social skills specifically. That's why I said co-ed sports and approaching women.
Yeah.
I think it's a big one. I think a lot of guys.
I forgot to mention that. I just don't think you should do it through approaches. That's just my. Go ahead, Kevin, on this one.
Yeah. So at the end, I said you should go out sober for that very reason. Because if you go out sober at night, that's going to translate over to your real life and day-to-day interactions, as opposed to if you're only used to approaching girls and talking to them when you're drunk, that doesn't really help. So
I will 100% agree with that. I didn't really start getting better until I stopped having to use alcohol as a crutch for doing cold approach. Because when I was walking around during the day and I saw a cute girl, I felt like I couldn't really do it because I was sober. And then once I was able to train myself to approach sober, then that completely snapped out of it. And then also, if I did choose to drink, it was like a nice add-on, but it wasn't a requirement. Yeah.
Where's the next guy?
Thank you, Q2.
No doubt.
Erudite, answer this one, right? Oh, I was going to answer that. Oh.
What were you going to answer?
I was going to go.
Social skills one?
Well, I was going to answer his question about like charisma or whatever. I think the social skills are important. I don't think you should approach for it. I think the kind of key is just in social interactions, whether you get it through working a job, working retail, other areas, interacting with people in social clubs, like what maybe Erudite. I'm not talking about cold approach though. I think that's important because you learn how to figure out when people see value in you and want something from you, and you know how to adequately express that you want something from someone else. And then in terms of the charisma, we call it the halo effect, but I think it's highly skewed. The perception of the interactions could be highly skewed on whether she's into you or not. And then
And then charisma does a lot of heavy lifting.
Can I finish it? Can I finish my thought here? And the confidence that we talk about, it comes with success with women. Like that confidence that Kevin says with the gym, that's confident that you're bigger than a lot of guys, and people probably aren't going to pick fights with you because you have an intimidation factor. It's not going to be confidence that I can bag this chick if you haven't done it before.
Not really true, Caduceus. You're partially right, but there is a little bit of a carryover, bleed over effect, I call it. So, for example, I didn't start public speaking until 2017, 2018, right? By that point, I was already pretty good at a lot of things. And again, all the confidence I developed, like doing cold approach pickup, working my sales job, kind of bled over to public speaking. It's the same thing here. You get really good at the gym. Yeah, it's not direct. It's not like you're going to be really good with girls. There's going to be a little bit of that bleed over effect. Just when you get good at something, that makes you.
But Alex, here I'm refining. I refined the part of social interaction that you should get better at with women is being able to identify when someone sees value, and being able to express what you want from someone else. I think that's.
Can't you learn that through cold approach? So
I think it's inefficient. You just said that I think it's inefficient because you learn how to do that through work. Like Alex said, he got it from sales. But you learn it through social interaction.
Yeah, but
social skills and flirtation skills. Like I would say, so somebody who's super charismatic might still be really bad at establishing boundaries, right? Boundaries and confrontational social skills don't seem to bleed into each other.
Perhaps
so. I would also
finish with.
I would also say that when it comes to sexual flirtation and stuff, right? I've actually always been a highly charismatic person, and also terrible at flirting until I was 22. And I actively went out of my way to work on the skill. And so you can be charismatic, but still not have the skill. I would agree cold approaches are a rough place to start, but man, if you want to jump in the water deep, cold approaches are the ultimate dragon. So if you can do a cold approach, you're going to be pretty much confident in any other sphere. But lots of guys don't want to flood and jump into the deep end first. And so that's why I would say co-ed sports, establish a friendship, learn how to flirt a little bit more casually, go to some parties. And then at some point you should try cold approaching. But you don't have to. If you get a girlfriend before then, fuck it. You don't need to practice for cold approaches.
I would just add one more thing. My situation is quite unique. Most people don't work in very social jobs like sales. Most people work behind a computer. They work in an office. They work in a cubicle. So for most people, their jobs does not involve them doing a heavy amount of socializing. I just had a very unique path where I worked in sales, where literally my whole career was just talking to people. But I'm not the majority, I'm the minority in terms of that.
Yeah, which is why there's alternatives in any form of social interaction. You're going to learn that people want something, and you have to pick up on that, and then you also have to be able to express what you want from other people.
Yeah, but could
let me continue there. Let me continue from there. I think that it's not productive in other areas of your life, where if you could be spending that time getting more involved in your club, maybe going to outreach events where you are interacting with people, so spread the word about your club, where you have to talk to random people. There's got to be something more productive, in my opinion. It's an area of efficiency. I think it's inefficient.
No, that takes more time than if you're out at during the day,
Kevin, let me finish this.
2 minutes.
Let me finish here. You would be doing that anyway because you like doing that. You like the club. You want to see it grow. Now, if you're not just randomly cold approaching, because the only thing that you're getting is that quote unquote social skill that you're getting elsewhere. Let me also bring up that from my experience, attraction has been very polarized from what I've noticed. It's either been like let's get out of here now, or it's been kind of like dull, like get away from me. It's kind of been very polarized, and I don't find it that hard to identify when someone has attraction for me.
Wait, hold on. So there's more to bringing a girl back home than just her being attracted to you.
Well, you had to have logistics. That doesn't make her want to be attracted to you.
Not just logistics. She needs to know that you're not a serial killer too. And that she needs to have at least some level of comfort or rapport. Has that ever happened to you where you bring a girl? Go ahead, Alex.
No, I was just going to say there's many other things. There's comfort. Yeah, if the girl's really, really DTF, then it doesn't take much. You're right. If the girl's super down, all it takes is logistics and just basically escalation, right? But most girls, when you meet them, aren't super duper down. They're interested, but they're not sure yet. And those situations, you need comfort, you need sexual attention, you need all that other stuff that you will build through the course of interaction.
So you got to sweeten the pot. You got to sweeten the pot, and when you're paying.
What are you talking about paying? Paying for what?
Well, I mean, like just have her assess the money status or whatever else you have there, while also making her feel safe. Of course, like if you're
hang on, no, don't take what I'm saying incorrectly.
Well, yeah, I'll let you continue what you're saying, but
it's not what I said at all. I'm just talking about by being able to hold a good conversation, making the girl feel comfortable. I'm not talking about sweetening her deposit.
Yeah, but you could have a great conversation without them wanting to fuck you.
Right, but that's where the second thing I'm going to come in is building sexual tension, right? So you're making.
Yeah, but you're not going to build sexual tension when there's no spark to begin with, no attraction.
No, but again, no one's saying that. Every single person on this panel acknowledges the fact that looks are a prerequisite. But just having looks by itself, quite often, unless the girl is super DTF, isn't enough. Typically, yes, she's attracted to you, but you have to again build that sexual tension, right? Get her turned on, right? Deal with any concerns or objections that come up. There's also usually a lot more to it than just that, right? Typically, a girl will have at least one concern. Maybe she doesn't want to seem like a slut. Maybe she's not sure about going back to your place because she doesn't know you that well. Maybe she's worried that you're going to judge her, right? And you have to be able to deal with those confidently. Girls also give shit tests. I'm not having sex with you tonight, right? Now, when you hear that,
that's usually means yes, we're having sex tonight.
Exactly, you're 100% right about that, right? But you have to be able to pick up on that instead of just being like, oh, well, why not? I thought we were getting along really well. Damn.
But that didn't change. That's just her picking up that she's telling you that she finds you sexually attractive. That's
called a social skill.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's not building the attraction. I'm not saying that they aren't.
We already agreed that looks are a prerequisite. After that, you can blow.
I'd say the sexual tension's already there. You're just acting.
No, you can for sure fuck it up if you're like super hot. Like every girl's had this with this like hot guy approaches and she's like, "Oh my gosh, like hi," and then he's like, "Oh hi, hello," and he's like super awkward or he's weird about it, and you're like, "Fuck," like just not into it.
Sexual tension here, or you can take sexual tension here. Absolutely, 100%. It is could be largely manipulated and controlled. I've seen situations where guys much better looking than me had every advantage where the girl was interested, and they completely killed sexual tension to the point 10 minutes later where the girl's like, cool, well, it was nice to meet you. I've also seen situations where guys, including myself, where we had some attraction interest from the start, but we built so much sexual tension, the girl was like, fuck, I gotta fuck this guy tonight. Right? You can definitely build sexual tension or take away sexual tension. But I feel like we're getting into like another debate. So I think we should return back to Angry and let him ask his question.
Yo, I didn't think I'd get a chance to speak, but good evening.
What's up, dude?
Hello.
What's up? Yeah, so I have 3 questions, but I can only ask 1 or 2 if anyway.
Well, Angry, before you ask your question, since now we're an anti-John channel, can you tell that story how you insulted him?
Yeah, briefly. So I think I was debating him in the chat, and then I quickly just like entered the StreamYard and called him a faggot, and he got super triggered.
Okay, I can't have that on my stream, by the way. I'm on Twitch, so.
My apologies.
No worries.
You've been
he did say it in a weird way. He said like
I thought it was
just in general, no slurs. Yeah, just in general, no slurs.
I don't have
while I'm
much
on
of a
Twitch. No, it's okay. It's okay. You didn't know. I just want you to know.
But you can get in the hot tub.
But yeah, now Alex and we can bond on our hatred of John, right?
Well, I thought it was a dick move, but it is really funny. So
what I did, yeah, probably, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so anyway, yeah, the first thing is I guess we'll address Caduceus, what he said earlier. So I actually agree with Alex on this. He said like social status it could potentially like make a girl's genitals wet. So
you think that?
Something I've noticed is that I'm not sure if it's true, but I think I'm going to push back on what a lot of Blackpillers believe. I actually think looks might be the most important in the mid-20s because you're the most atomized. And since young women are so vulnerable, they generally they don't make the greatest decisions. I think they rely on the opinions of other women, which means that status can be super important. And a good example of this is pre-selection, for example. And I've talked about this a lot, and I kind of got this idea from First. When social hierarchies are more condensed and less fluid, like high school, college, I think you can compensate a lot for being unattractive if you excel at certain things, like if you're super athletic or if you're, a musician or something, or just if people know you in general. And I think it could potentially increase attraction level. So that's just for Caduceus.
That's for me?
Yeah.
Well, I have my stance on SMVs probably differs from people. My stance on SMV, the way I see it, it's solely physical attraction based because it's the sexual. It's the value of having sex with the person, which is going to be that physical attraction. Or let's say you find out later that they fuck really well, and that's going to increase them to you. But the way that I see it is that money and status along the ways are currency that you can pay when your looks has a disparity. So let's say that like if she sees let's say she sees you as like a 5 and you see her as an 8, when like that kind of thing, like money and status will like even it out in a way and give like an ulterior benefit besides just the inherent sexual attraction.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, but I don't think you can really equate money to status because like
I don't equate them.
Currency isn't really like ingrained in us evolutionarily, right? Whereas status is. So I don't know.
Well, I don't equate them here, and I also acknowledge that people value things differently. So
what do you think status is if it's not like what do you think the hierarchy is if like money has no play in it?
I think Caduceus for sure.
I know that.
Sorry.
No, I'm asking Angry because he said hierarchies are innate, but money has nothing to do with this. Hierarchical structures as far as reinforcement with serotonin is innate, but the actual hierarchy that we establish tends to be pretty sociocultural. Wouldn't you agree?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So while the reinforcement of a hierarchy and the establishment of a hierarchy is somewhat biological with serotonergic like pathways, the actual system by which we organize our hierarchy seems to be pretty socially constructed. Like in India, they've got a caste system.
Yeah, I would agree with that,
whereas in our society, in a capitalist society, a lot of your status is somewhat tied to your GDP value.
Correct. Yeah. I think I'm not sure if you're familiar with evolutionary psychologist Jeffrey Miller, but he just said like, you know him, Alex?
Yeah, he co-wrote that book with Tucker Max.
Yeah, I read it recently, and I also read part of his book. Fuck, I forgot what it was called. He wrote it in 2009.
But it was pretty well respected and like.
Yeah, but he even came up with the term tender defender, which I think is good. But something he said that really made sense to me was like consumerism is like basically money is just a way to like peacock your intelligence in the modern world. And it's like a slippery slope from like what is it, credentialism to careerism to consumerism, basically. And he said you can satisfy women's hypergamy without actually having expensive stuff if you are competent and stuff like that. So anyway, that was the first question. And then the second one was for Erudite about, again, a question about young women, because that's kind of the demographic I'm most interested in. So I was just wondering what you think about, long-term versus short-term mating and how women perceive muscles versus, pretty face versus, tattoos and, maybe the role of tattoos and jewelry and whether that's meant to signal that you're willing to have short-term relations and what the effectiveness of that is. And also intrasexual selection versus intersexual and how that's kind of changed since the advent of feminism. So,
well, I mean, there's a lot loaded in there.
Yeah.
I guess I would start by, in general, I would be really cautious of Evo Psych. It's a really interesting, there's definitely some like little granules of truth, but Evo Psych, like you can't put a lot of weight on Evo Psych if you like distrust vaccines or things like that, because like the science behind vaccines, for example, is like way more solid than Evo Psych. Evo Psych is definitely theoretically interesting. There's a lot of merit to it, but every single study is almost exclusively theoretically speculative or exclusively epidemiological, meaning it's correlative at best, and it's typically non-replicable because we can't like go back to Cronus Magnon and like see what got their kicks off back in the day. So just I would just caution you with that in general with Evo Psych. I think it's a problem with Red Pill in general is they like fucking love Evo Psych, but
Evo I like it a lot myself. But
yeah, it's a pretty mid science as far like if you're looking for science, that's not the one I would go for strongly. As far as like attractionism in like young women, I think a large part of attraction is going to be aesthetic. Aesthetic is both some basic stuff, like women have always broadly been attracted to the same body types, blah, 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 blah. But tattoos and piercings and all that stuff is going to be super cultural. Like if you're in a cult, like Zoomers fucking love this shit. Zoomers love tattoos.
Yeah,
it's because it's the fashion. It's just the way that things have like trended over time. It's probably a bit of a like Zoomers kind of hate millennials, so it's a bit of a rejection of millennials. Where millennials were big into like trench coats and UGG boots and kind of like the very classic like white girl look. Now you've got more like streetwear chic that's coming into style, where it's basically like, are you homeless or are you stylish? The line's pretty thin, and it's hard to know which side you fall upon. Right? Is that a $300 jacket or a $5 jacket? Hard to know sometimes. I think that's just cultural. I think it's just like aesthetic. So if you're looking for like when it comes to like guys aesthetic, when you're trying to pick what to look for yourself.
Yeah, I'm just trying to gesture max for young women.
What are they attracted to? And then dress that way.
Right. Okay.
It's as simple as that. Like if you really want to be like super, super basic logic, if you don't care about aesthetic, pick an aesthetic that you know that the girl you're attracted to will be attracted to.
Okay, and do you think women's like general preferences for like facial types evolve and stuff? Like, do they prefer more feminine faces when they're younger? In your view,
so when you look at mate selection preferencing, their science again is pretty shitty because typically what they do is they sit a bunch of women down and they give them a bunch of faces and tell them and they ask them, assume they're all the same, who do you like? But the issue is that women don't seem to actually select their partners that much that way, which is why like on OkCupid, you'll see that like most women prefer like the top, like the 9s and 10s of men. But then if you go into IRL and people who meet each other through like IRL ways, you'll see like the hottest chick with like the ugliest dude because women don't seem to select too much. It's a prerequisite.
Mating, though, and also that happens when you're in familiar environments and when propinquity comes into play.
Sure, but it's not hard to get into these things. Go do a co-ed sport, go do a co-ed activity, or go volunteer. Like, boom, done.
Correct, but I'm not really interested in long-term mating anyway. So
okay, well, if it's, I wonder how calling it mating works for you on the dating apps.
Long-term
I don't know if
dating,
I would call it mating in general.
Mating and dating, I kind of
generally like when you say like
just-
females genitals wet, you know,
Yeah.
mating, all these types of words, it's a bit of a flag for most women.
Yeah, so I'm kind of
girl and be like,
oh,
"Oh,
guys.
with you."
Yeah, that wouldn't be my pickup line of like, "Hey, girl, you want to mate sometime?" She's gonna be like, "No, you fucking weirdo."
All right.
Some might.
I don't know. I don't give advice.
Some have a breeder fetish.
For girls who have a
It
mating
works
fetish.
if you're Chad. Everything works if you're just be Chad, bro. Just be.
I do want to
6'5"
make
Chad,
sure
give
I
it
wouldn't
Chad,
do
bro.
it.
I
I wouldn't do it.
I do want to make sure we get to all the people, but Angry, actually, I have a
Yeah.
question for you.
Yeah, dude.
How's it going with you said you were gonna do the height increasing stuff? Have you?
I did it 4 weeks ago, and my end goal height is 6'1", so that's what
How
I'm
do you
aiming
feel?
for.
How do you feel right now?
Great, phenomenal. I was like in a doomer
How many
phase
days
for
into
a long
recovery?
time.
My bad.
Oh no, so I'm using crutches right now. The distraction phase is 80 days. Once the bone consolidates, I'll be able to walk. Go to the gym in about 6 months from now. So this is the best I've felt, honestly.
How tall were you before?
It was like almost 5'10". So I'll be 6'1".
And you got surgery to make yourself taller?
Yeah, I'm kind of like going like balls deep in this. Like,
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Well, he already did it.
Oh, this is Blackpill's fault. This is so unnecessary. That's insane. I'm so sorry.
Hey, I don't recommend that, like, because of other things. But hey, if he
a lot.
I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you, Caduceus.
I'm just saying, hey, if he weighed out the risks and rewards of it, and it was a good decision for him.
No, this
I'll
is the
commend you for
problem
him.
with Blackpill is you sell your viewers a fucking lie. You sell them a lie and you buy them in on a premise that isn't even fucking true. And then they do a brutal surgery to their body based on a lie. On a lie. You fuck
actually
people's
not
lives
that
over
Not
like
bit,
this.
is it really based
Oh
on a
my
lie?
god, that's insane.
Well,
Okay,
height
I'm
matters.
over it.
I do think like it might give him a very small advantage. I just don't think it's gonna be the advantage that he's hoping for. And
I'm gonna do other stuff too, though, so it compounds. But
what else do you like? What are you gonna play like professional basketball or?
Doesn't
No,
5'10" mean you're in like the top 25% of height already?
He's about average.
okay. So
No, he's not average. The average height for men is 5'6".
No,
it's like
are you talking
maybe
globally or
worldwide,
United States?
worldwide.
Yes, of course I'm talking globally.
Yeah, we're
Globally,
talking United States.
In the US, it's like 5'9".
5'9", 5'10",
Wait, Andrew,
5'9", 5'10".
Hold on.
What's the average height of women?
It's like 5'3", 5'4".
So you're taller than her. It doesn't matter. Girls don't actually care about the 6 foot height prerequisite. It's fucking copium.
No, they
Every
do.
girl,
It's not
first of all,
It's
for
not
yes,
cope.
it is. Every girl, I'll be like, look how cute this guy is, and she'll be like, he
Erudite,
must be
you're
6 feet.
coping.
No, I promise you, girls have no conception of 6 feet because first of all, when I've been touring around America and meeting all these people who are 5'10", every one of these motherfuckers are 5'7". I'm like, wow, you're the shortest 5'10" man I've ever met in my life. You happen to be the same fucking height as me. And also, girls don't care that much as long as you're taller. The 6 foot prerequisite is copium. And for the women who actually do care, fuck them. You don't want to be with them anyways.
I opened up a
Well,
can.
you're right about them
All right.
not having the correct gauge. It's just that the height thing does matter, though. If you have height over people, it does
To an
help you.
extent, but if the average height of females is 5'3" to 5'4" and you're 5'10", you're fucking fine. You don't need to be taller. And the people who sold you that lie lied to you. And I'm fucking sorry about it.
it's
Well,
not
I
that I
mean,
need to be
but
taller.
He already
I'm
did
a
it. There's no
perfectionist,
going
right?
back.
There is no going back, and it's tragic.
Okay. So,
So-
just to answer Alex's question, so what I plan to do, right? So I bought 2-centimeter gel sleeves that I'm gonna put in my socks as well, so that I look even taller when I'm not wearing shoes. I got shoe lifts, so I'm gonna get Nike Air Force Ones. That's for height, and then I'm gonna probably do SARMs in like 6 months from now. I'm gonna hire escorts and Photoshop with them on Instagram and buy followers. That's pretty much it so far. That's the extent of it, but maybe more stuff later, like fake tattoos and stuff,
Why fake tattoos?
like
This is the
ephemeral
black pill.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, hey,
I literally
hey,
can't.
If
with
you
this. I'm
come,
so sorry. This is so sad to me. Like,
Angry,
genuinely, I'm just sorry, angry. Like, I'm so sorry. You were enough.
Well,
Guys,
you are enough now. I promise you,
I'm
it's not the
happier than
height.
I've been in a while.
I'm glad. I'm so glad that you're happy, and I love that cognitive dissonance is doing that for you. But I am really sorry. It's super
wait,
fucking-
I'm on the other end here. I'm curious. He's willing to do all this. He's waited it all out. Like I want him to document his journey and let us know what's going on.
The whole chat is wondering, are you actually trolling? I don't think you're trolling.
No,
you're not.
No, he's not trolling.
Of course not.
Swear to God that you're not trolling if you believe in God.
No, I swear to God, dude.
If
You've got to post pictures. I fucking please tell me you're trolling. Hold on. Please, God, tell me you're trolling.
It's not like I came on here to advertise that I was doing all this.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. You didn't come on to get fucking grilled about your life choices.
Exactly. But
do what you want to do. I'm just really sorry. And in the future, if those things don't work for you, maybe Alex or somebody know, and they can definitely help you out.
I might document it for sure, because I think
you definitely should.
Yeah, I love to hear about it. Like, especially if more people start doing that. I want to know, like, whether their like muscles will accommodate well. Like, will stuff get stretched out?
About the long-term effects on. Like, my concern really is just purely pragmatic. I'm just concerned that he's not going to regain his function to walk or run as well.
No, that's not a concern. I'm very flexible. I have great knee flexion, and I'm very skinny, so I was a good candidate before the surgery. I did a lot of research. The technology is actually incredible.
Are you limited, like, if you're older, because then your tendons,
of course,
your tendons or whatever? Okay, I'm just curious about this medically.
Risk.
This is like me being like Dr. Frankenstein, just curious about this.
I will say this: the buying followers and the taking photos with escorts is not going to do jack shit. Like, I do think you increasing your height can have a somewhat of a effect,
and also gym maxing with SARMs too.
Yeah, well, that can help. Yes.
I mean, I would. I'm gonna sound like Whore Maxer, but I would just say start blasting if you're gonna do SARMs.
I will.
Like if you're
blasting. You mean?
I would actually agree with Caduceus on that. What I would recommend, actually, no, like both are fucking extreme methods. What I would actually recommend is getting on a reasonable dose of TRT and taking very, very
I was considering that too. It's hard to find.
Don't blast. Don't like fucking fuck up, but talk to a functional medicine doctor before you do anything.
Yeah, like I wouldn't recommend any of this to someone, but if he's like, if you're gonna do roids or whatever, or you're gonna do anabolics, like I would say just do the test.
But I would say like gym max first before you even do that. Like,
but what's your social skills like? If you were already 5'10", like what did you look like beforehand? I'm sorry, 5'10" isn't the reason you're struggling.
A lot of a test is underdosed though online, right? Like in underground labs. So.
No, if you get what do you mean?
Like, don't start running shit unless you're even like close to your natty limit. So you should be able to bench at least like I wouldn't even touch.
How is this the advice you guys are giving him? Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not giving.
You've listened to everything he said. He's already was 5'10". We don't know what he looks like, but seriously, the advice you're going to give him is get a little bit taller and get buff. Like something's going on.
No, I'm not.
Something's going on.
I'm not telling him.
Hang on, Erudite, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I am not in favor of the surgery. Angry in the past when you've been on my channel, I actively told you not to do it. I've said it many times.
Correct.
He's already done it, so it's too late for like you shouldn't have done it. I'm not going to scold the guy, and also he seems determined to do performance enhancing drugs. So if he is going to do PEDs, I'd rather have him do once they're safer.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. What he is determined is to find a partner. Is that what you're looking for? You're looking to match with women?
Absolutely not. No.
You don't want to match with women at all. Why are you getting taller?
No, I'm not neurotypical enough to have a genuine relationship. No.
Wait, so why are you getting taller and buff?
I think he just wants to get laid.
I just want to gesture max with young women. Exactly, biohack too. Yeah.
You just want to have sex?
Yeah, I want to try to fuck the hottest women I can for free. Because here's the thing, prostitution isn't really accessible.
I'm out.
Holy shit.
You get triggered.
I don't think Erudite's used to I think we're so used to these conversations.
Yeah, we're so used to
how weird it is.
She's having
for us, this is just like, oh, cool. Tell us more.
She's having like a normie reaction to something really absurd, but we're just so used to it. We're like, oh, well, actually, if you're gonna do,
I'm also medically curious about this.
You do a little bit of DECA first, and yeah.
I'm also just medically curious about this because this is like uncharted territory right here that you're going through.
It's not uncharted, but it's not.
It's the leg lengthening. Yeah,
I think I'm definitely more motivated than your average Blackpiller for sure.
I just think that you should take part of that.
Made her pour a glass of wine.
I do think you should take part of that energy that you're putting into looks maxing and focus on social skills and like going out and doing cold approach.
Well, I've watched your channel, so I know all the strategies, right?
But are you actually using them? That's the question.
Well, after I ascend, I plan to.
He just adopted a husky, so he's ready to go.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's good for society.
I'm gonna get a Malamute next,
dude. If I can encourage everyone on my channel to adopt a dog, I'd be very happy because that's something very good for the world. We have too many stray dogs.
But yeah, it's a very
Angry. Do you have autism? When you said you're not neurotypical.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's why I'm so sorry. People have lied to you and that you don't even think you can have a relationship because you're too autistic for it. That's not necessarily true. You've been lied to in such a deep way that the best you can console yourself with is, I hope I can fuck the hottest chick to be happy. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm genuinely, I'm so sad right now. And I don't know how people aren't seeing that this is like so fucking sad. That this autistic man thinks that his best shot is to just beg the hottest chick. Like, God, you're worth so much more than that, dude. But if that's what's going to make you happy, do what you want to do. It just makes me so sad for you because you're worth more than that. But
no, not really. No.
I think, Erudite, I think you should do like an experiment where you try to like coach him and shit, and like you can do like I don't know, like see if you can like kind of get him to change his black pill ways. What do you think about that?
I'm not here to save people, and like Angry's on his own journey. If like later in his life he finds his way where like he does want to have like a deeper, meaningful relationship, that's fucking based. But I don't want to save somebody. It just makes me sad because I think like part of why he's in this predicament, to be honest, is because a bunch of people who are black pill convinced him of bad ideas from the beginning. And that makes me sad.
Wait. What is the relationship the gold standard that like the finish line that you should go after? Like, I mean, I saying that you feel bad and sad for him is kind of an indirect way of saying that like what you have is better than what he's striving for.
Yes,
and like that has like a level of
100%. I will say that from my fucking chest. Absolutely, having a meaningful relationship where people see you, value you, see you as a complex being, and care about the fact that when you fuck up, they still love you is more meaningful than a hot lay. Yes, it fucking is. I will say that so proudly. Abso-fucking-lutely. No question.
I mean, like if he doesn't value that in his life, like it doesn't make you like what I don't like when people say they feel bad.
He said, I'm too neuroatypical to have a relationship. That doesn't mean he doesn't value it. It means he's already consigned himself that it's not a possibility. I wonder why the fuck that is.
I partially agree with you, Erudite. That's the only part I don't like is the fact that he feels like he's not worthy of it. But if he chooses, he's like, okay, I can get in a relationship or I can fuck around, and he chooses to fuck around. I don't see anything wrong with that. But yes, I partially agree with you. If the reason that he doesn't go down that path is because he doesn't think he's worthy of it, then that is an issue.
Yeah, well, it might just be a pet peeve of mine, but like I try to avoid doing this, like saying I feel bad for someone else, because usually that has an implication that if I had the exact same life, I would do something better. Which is the implication I'm better than you. I know you're not going for that.
That's not at all the implication. The implication is that you have been lied to and your life could have more meaning. Absolutely. It has nothing to do with me being better than him.
But don't feel bad for him for that.
Of course I have empathy for him. Of course I have empathy for him. He's been lied to by a bad idea. And now look, he's responsible for it too. Angry's a fucking adult, I'm assuming. And so it's still his fault that he chose this ideology, that he paid for the surgery. Like, he's still an adult and so fully responsible. But this is what I'm saying. This is Black Pill's responsibility as well. You're fucking men over by lying to them about the reality of the world. And that's bad. And so it's a little bit on the Black Pill as well. That's what I'm saying.
All right, Erudite, can I ask you a question quickly?
Yeah, but then we gotta move on. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I was just a can of worms, so go ahead.
Yeah, not a can of worms, but conscientiousness and low conscientiousness and disagreeability are generally, they're correlated with poor relationship outcomes. So not only am I neuroatypical, I'm also I just have a shitty personality, and people seem to not like me because I'm just.
I gotta stop you, dude. I've talked to you like at least 5 or 6 times, and I don't think you have a bad personality. I legitimately enjoy having conversations with you. Yeah, you're a little quirky, but I disagree with this idea that you have an unpleasant personality. There are people on YouTube, a lot of them, have unpleasant personalities who I do not enjoy engaging in, who are like every time they're in my panel, I'm like, oh my God, I gotta talk to this person. you're not one of them. Like, you are actually a pretty nice, decent, intelligent human being. And yeah, I think you're a little quirky, but like a lot of people are. So I disagree.
Can I ask you why you think the Photoshop thing with the escorts is a bad strategy, as well as buying followers?
Why would you just get models? Why
pragmatically?
Yeah, because it relies on the assumption. Well, I just almost ate shit. It relies on the assumption that social proof is like essential to meeting girls online. It's going to be, one, very obvious that these are escorts. Two, it's going to be obvious that the vibe is kind of fake, that it's staged. And I don't think it's going to get you any kind of positive results. In terms of the other thing you mentioned, buying Instagram followers, 6 years ago, that would have worked. Nowadays, it's super obvious when anyone does that. Everyone knows that you can buy followers, and they're going to see a massive discrepancy between the quality of your posts and followers, and they're just going to know that you bought followers. So I think buying followers is a bad idea. Instagram takes note of that and shadow bans you in a low-key way, so that when you actually do start making posts, you're not going to get as many organic likes. It's not a good idea for a variety of reasons, and everyone knows about it. It's super obvious. I wouldn't do it. I would focus on actually getting, like, if you want to build up your social capital, building like genuine high-quality posts, like traveling, doing cool shit. I would not overdo like taking photos with girls. I think that's not necessary. If you look at my Instagram, I literally have like one photo where I'm with girls, and it's just like my girlfriend and a porn star when I did a podcast. But like, yeah, like I think people overdo it, and I don't think it gets them the kind of results that they're hoping for.
Well, do you have like a life coach? Do you have a life coach? Do you have a life coach? Do you have a life coach? Like, if you're able to pay for these surgeries, hold on. I'm just wondering, do you pay for like a life coach?
Like a therapist? Or
no, not a therapist. So specifically like a life coach. Like, there's a lot of men that will be like, they kind of act like, it's basically like a paid mentor who like kind of help you like figure your shit out, help you figure your personality out a little bit. You've never paid for that?
No, I haven't.
Dude,
that might be like, if you're saying that basically like I haven't, like, honestly, I've been like mean to you comparatively. Like, Caduceus is mad at me on your behest, and you're still being like
thanks
pretty
for defending me.
And you're still being like but you're still being like super chill and nice to me. Like, I don't know if I buy that you're like not a nice person. I imagine you're quirky, you're atypical, you're neurodivergent, so you've probably been told that you're like weird your whole life because fucking kids are nasty and horrible to autistic people, right? So you've probably like not had a lot of social skills. But imagine if you just get a life coach, he teaches you how to like clean up your room a little bit and like increase a little bit on the conscientiousness, because you have a little bit of wiggle room. It's not just set. And then work a little bit on some of the social skills.
Dude, you don't even need to pay. You don't even need to pay for it. I'll help you for free. Just
read Jordan Peterson.
I'm just gonna get my 2 cents here. First, on the idea of like the paying escorts for social proof, I would say that that's an equivalence to like the guys that like have the cars and like the watches and the style when they're broke. Like, you could see right through it, and like actually like networking and whatever you're doing is more effective.
I'm sorry
which is like real status
into a conversation about me. By the way, I didn't
That's
want to
okay.
derail.
You're fascinating.
Yeah, and then a part of it, like the idea, the I don't like the idea of just bro advice that you haven't done this, so like that's why you're inadequate and on the course of action you have. Angry has pretty good insight. He's weighed out the pros and cons in his life. He might be wrong, but it sounds like he's put a lot more thought in it than what we will do on his behalf. So I can't judge him in his course of action.
Yeah, this wasn't an impulsive decision.
This isn't about judging him. This isn't about judging him. This isn't about judging him. This is about saying that, like, if you're genuinely looking for like validation, if you're actually autistic, that means you've probably struggled with social rejection your entire life. You've always been on the outside, and you're seeking some level, probably like most people, to be seen, valued, and loved by people. And I'm just telling you that the way that people are selling it to you right now of like just banging the hottest chick, once you do that, first of all, there's no hottest chick. There will never be an end to it. And every girl you progressively fuck, you're likely still going to be sitting there feeling empty and wondering why nobody loves you. And so I don't want to peddle a lie to you. And it makes me worried. Maybe I'm especially productive because like I have a lot of neurodivergent people. My dad is neurodivergent, and like one of my roommates are as well. So I really, really care about this. But like, God, man, like, you don't even seem dislikable. Like, you seem really likable, and you're trying so hard. You just like, yeah, you just need to be like bumped in the right direction.
I will literally do that. I will put you in the right direction, give you some feedback, a reasonable amount for free. All you have to do is just let me document this. And if we get
I'd love to document it, honestly.
Okay. Dude, shoot me an email. Just say this is angry in the subject, and dude, I'll give you my number. Like, I don't want to give it out live, but we'll be in touch, and I'll give you some guidance. I'd be happy to do that.
I think I even have your WhatsApp because I debated you in the past.
Okay,
Remember?
perfect. Just shoot me a text tonight, and then we'll get the process started. Yeah, for sure, man. Let's do it.
All right, fantastic. And yeah, sorry for triggering the fuck out of you. You're probably not.
You didn't trigger the fuck out of me. Black pill already triggers me into me seeing your life. I got so viscerally angry, like, to be honest, on your behalf, because I actually think you've been lied to. And
yeah, I think normies have this type of visceral reaction just because I see things so mechanically, right? And
but I get that. I grew up with an autistic father, so I actually really understand to some extent how you think about the world too. And I also know how neurotypical thinking
You're telling
and people
him how he feels
can
now.
take advantage of you. No, I'm not, Caduceus. I'm literally empathizing with the fact that I understand how neurodivergence works. You stupid fuck.
Do you know what it's like to be neurodivergent?
Of course not. But I have watched my dad. Shut the fuck up. You have no. Stop it. Stop it with this weird relativistic stuff. You're just trying to paint me as some sort of bad woman because I'm empathizing, and I'm not saying you're a bad woman. That's your words. The ideologies that you're like, I'm not even you. You're like the most hopeful black pill fuck I've ever met. But the normal black pill world is selling people, especially autistic men, a lie that is going to do damage to them. For example, spending almost $50K on height enhancing when he's 5'10". He was already tall enough. It was fine. He didn't need that. It's tragic.
Well, he came to that decision on his own accord.
And you don't understand neurodivergence. I don't know what else to tell you.
Hold on here. Neurodivergence right there. You're talking about being empathetic for it. You can't truly be empathetic for someone because you'd have to understand the millions and millions of dice rolls that have led them to where they are now.
You're right. Empathy is impossible. We solve the world. Don't worry. Empathy is impossible if you haven't literally explicitly lived their life.
Hold on. It sounds like you struggle with the concept because you're saying that
I really struggle with empathy. You're true.
Your life is so sad. I feel bad for you, which is the implication that if I would do so much better than you in your same shoes. That's the implication of that.
That is your stuff. I don't know why you would possibly hear empathy and think that I'm trying to basically flex.
You're not expressing empathy, is what I
am expressing empathy, and if you can't hear that, that's your stuff, not mine. And
look what you did, Angry. Look what you did, man.
You made us angry.
You definitely made Erudite angry. All right, Angry, thanks for coming on, dude. Shoot me a text and we'll get started. I'm looking forward to helping you. All right, buddy. All right, let's bring on the next person. Wow. Purple Jester.
What up, dude?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, so I got a question for my man Caduceus, or
Caduceus. I'm gonna use the restaurant to ask your question.
So
I heard your story. It's pretty inspiring, by the way. Recovering from burns is not easy and very painful. So I just want to let you know I heard that story, and props to you, buddy.
I appreciate that, bro. When I get down to it, I like how you brought up the value exchange, the topics of that. With that being said, I personally if you break down the genetics, strip away status, take us back to our basic animal instincts, right? 3 big things that I personally feel and that I've learned over the years is that women tend to strive for is they want someone that can provide, someone that can protect, and someone that can perform. All right. So when you're coming with a long-term relationship, I feel like a lot of times women will substitute out for looks. Looks might get you in the door a little bit quicker. They might make it a little bit easier for you, but it doesn't necessarily disqualify you from gaining that long-term relationship if you're able to provide the 3 foundations of which women strive for.
Yeah, and how would you like me to respond to that? I actually genuinely agree with that. It's just the one thing I noticed is that a lot of those things can be supplemented elsewhere. It's a woman often makes enough on her own to the point where she doesn't need the guy in that way. In the modern society, what were the 3? Provide, protect, and perform. Can you elaborate perform? Because protect, like we're in a relatively safe society, and like in terms of grand scale of history, to where like you have protection from the law and like it's not perfect, but that's and also like you're in a place where like often like men, when it's kind of an instinct, if they see like a woman in trouble, they'll be like, hey, asshole, stop that shit. And then perform, what do you mean? Do you mean sexually, or do you mean just kind of socially to kind of thrive? I'm kind of failing to grasp what the perform.
So with that being said, if we go back before money, before status, before these things were around, providing, like, we go back to caveman days, providing was food, shelter, basic necessities. Protection would be, of course, protection from potential harms or threats. And performing is, yes, 100% sexual. Okay. Now, as society has evolved, as we grew and developed as men, how you provide, how you protect, all that has kind of changed over the years. And what I've come to find out is a lot of times, even if you're lacking in one department, a lot of women will excuse the fact that you're lacking in one department if you're over excelling in other departments, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I guess the idea is that like one compensates for the other. We talked about, I think you kind of have the root potentially of where like there's looks, money, status could be more refined and go down to there, where a lot of but except we're in a state where the protect is seen a bit more inherent, because you're not, it's a lot safer to be, we're in a lot safer position than being a caveman, where there could be a rival tribe or a natural threat coming after you. And then provide, it's a lot easier to provide for yourself. On another front, it's a lot easier to provide for yourself in this thing. You don't have to start from the ground up, because we build communities that allow that. So I think the perform is where is really the only place where you can get true leverage. Like, of course, if you're like super rich, or you're like, you can like really protect her with like status on a communal sense. I really don't see. I think the performance is where we're focused now, because a lot of like the community social net covers the rest, and that's more of a testament of how effective the communities we built than about dynamics between men and women. I kind of haven't thought about this, and I think I appreciate you bringing it up, because it is thought provoking about like from the man of time, how men and women have interacted, as well as how we built our communities. So I don't have a solid answer for you, but that's kind of what I'm spitballing if I'm just thinking out loud.
I appreciate that. Electrodyte.
Electrodyte.
I'm sorry, I'm bad with pronouncing.
No, that's okay. I want to be Electrodyte.
That's a cool name, actually.
Yeah, I feel like a superpower.
Yeah, erudite. Someone actually called me.
I know when you were bringing up earlier in the topic about the magic love and the true instance, and I do believe in that spark. I do believe in that spiritual connection, that magical thing that occurs. But also, one thing that I have to kind of lean with the Blackpiller on this topic is you could be with a partner who you're absolutely in love with. You have this magical spark with them, this instant connection. And then you've noticed that some of their life choices, some of the things that they're doing in their life is pulling you in towards a negative direction. Like, say your partner has an issue with gambling. Next thing you know, all your life savings are being drained away. You're on the verge of being homeless. You know, sometimes you gotta make that choice, and I feel like that's where he uses the word leverage. I feel like he uses that term a little wrong, and I think it should be more so like value exchange. You know, because in every relationship, the ideal is to find a partner that you can build with and you can grow with and you can exchange value to each other, and where you're weaker in, they might have better strength in, and you can exchange that value amongst each other.
Sure. So what I would love to do is I would love to welcome you to something called the Omni Pill. It's the new form of the pill where it is both aware of both of these sides, and yet it, doesn't lead to nihilism. We don't overvalue any one single trait that a man or woman brings to the relationship. And so I would basically say I wholly agree with you. Nothing within my worldview actually disagrees with basically what I said to Kevin. I think Kevin asked this question really well, which is, well, what about wisdom, right? You don't want to like throw away everything in your life and be unwise just because of feelings, right? That's the way people ruin their lives all the time. And to that, I would just say, absolutely, right? Feelings matter, but so do wisdom. So do like some element of this like contractualism, I think is actually based. For example, like I think people should always have prenups. I think there is an element of negotiation that you need to establish at the beginning of your relationship. And to be honest, in most relationships, you're constantly renegotiating to some extent the terms of your relationship. I just want to make sure that we don't lean too hard in the transactionalism, because I actually think our society has leaned in that direction where it's highly transactional and also deeply selfish. So it's like, how much can I get from me out of a relationship? And I think that that's just a bad premise for a relationship. I don't want to say that, what did you get called? Caduceus, what was your superpower name?
Oh, Coctavius. That's what Solo TV called me.
Is that implying cuck though? Because I don't want to call you that.
No, not cuck. No, I actually think it's cool.
Coctavius. Okay, as there. Coctavius was saying, right? I think that there's some element of like structure and wisdom that you need to have. I just want to make sure that people don't lean too far into that. I don't think me and Caduceus actually disagree nearly as much. I think we kind of circled the drain and missed each other.
All right, let's. Okay, cool.
Well, that's all I have there, bro.
Awesome. Thanks, Purple Jester. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Y'all have a wonderful evening.
Take care, buddy.
Hey, good to see you, man.
That guy's got a crazy life story. All right, let's do like maybe two more people. Stefan.
Hey.
Oh, Alex, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, thank you so much. This is it's a picture of a JBW cell coping because Tails rated me higher than him. He rated me 6.75. Blackpillers eat it. But I just wanted to, my whole thing with Angry, because I was on a stream where he admitted the height maxing thing before. I was vehemently against him getting the leg lengthening surgery, not because of like I'm judging him or I care either way, but if you think 5'10", if you think going from 5'10" to 6'1" without addressing like whatever social deficiencies you had when you were 5'10", if you think that's going to change your dating life, you're just coping. Like my friends are literally 5'10", I'm 6'1". I don't mog them. Like when I stand next to them, you can tell I'm taller, but it's not like my 6'4" friends when they stand next to them. You see what I'm saying? Like going 3 inches higher than your original height is just cope. It's just, I mean, what are you going to do? Mog 5'7" guys now? Great. Congratulations. You spent $50,000 to mog 5'7" guys. So I just,
Stefan,
you're right.
As a person who is literally 6'1", I can tell you.
I mean, you're right.
Stefan, I have the same.
I am on record. Wait, let me just finish this and tell you. You're right, and I am on record trying to get out of that, like on the live stream. But it's just he's already done it. It's too late. There's nothing we can do. Like, there's no point, like kind of condemning him for it since it's already been done. But I agree with you. I think that his energy would have been better spent elsewhere. Honestly, the part that I'm most concerned about is actually the long-term effect on the joints. It's not the money, because money comes and goes. It's not the time. It's really the long-term effect. Like, what if he becomes a cripple from that? That fucking sucks, right? So that's my personal concern. But yeah, go ahead, Caduceus.
And to be clear, my criticism isn't at the people on the panel. It's more so the people at the chat and some of the black pillars that Erudite was speaking to when she was saying they were selling him a lie. Because I noticed a lot of these normie black pillars that have less experience than Wheat Waffles, they like to impose their beliefs on a lot of vulnerable guys who might be normies or actually unattractive guys, and they'll think, oh, this random black pill channel with 1,000 subs said once I get over 6 foot, I've hit the benchmark to now be like above average in dating, and that's just not the case. A guy like him, I like him being 6'1", standing next to me in a club, I wouldn't see him. He would be invisible. I'm just saying. I mean, a guy like that, you got to be kidding me. Scribe dates more women than Angry. Well, no, maybe not. Maybe not Scribe. But that's all I had to say. If you guys in the chat think 5'10" to 6'1" is going to change or stop the black pill from kicking your ass, you're coping. That's it.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say along the same lines where like the benefit that you get from a few inches is probably not like worth
it's small.
It's not nearly worth the potential long-term effects on your ability to function as a human being, like walking around or I mean, you could still live a life disabled, but you wouldn't choose a life disabled. If that's a possibility.
No,
I also was going to ask if Stefan had a question, considering this was a Q&A.
No, I think he just wanted to come on and say his piece.
Oh, I wanted to know if Kevin has any stipulations for our 1v1. He's supposed to do a cold approach competition with me next time he's in Philly.
Yeah.
Oh, the blowjob.
Well, just don't make it just when you lose.
No, that's Mr. Slave.
I just think it's hilarious, bro. Like at first I thought you were black, so you're not black pilled at all. And when are you?
Oh no, I'm black pill. I'm black pill aware. Yeah, I'm black pill aware. I'm a purple pillar actually. I'm
a good idea.
So you're an omni pill.
Like
based.
Exactly.
Is that gonna
like a keys to the VIP type thing? I think that would be. I think that'd be great because I agree. Like a lot of these dating coaches and stuff, like they just like claim whatever, but yet let's actually have competition and see who's actually like good at this stuff.
Yeah, you should bring self-made around, right?
When is this competition happening?
Well, I'm not going to be back in the U.S. for a while, but whenever I come back, I definitely will be in Philly. Actually, no, you know what? I'm going to be in Montana. I know it's very random, but I'm going to be running like a men's retreat there, like late next year. So it'll be sometime next year. I'm curious. So Stefan, like do you think that you have like what makes you think you would win? I'm not saying that in like being like a braggy way. I'm just curious, like what do you consider yourself to have like good game or what? Like what's your advantage?
My advantage over you would be game, but I don't think my game is above intermediate. I don't think but like overall, I think it's like on the speed date, I literally just got up and talked. I didn't even try the game. I don't even know why people reacted to that.
And you lost and you did terrible. That's why I'm asking you.
You should.
Well, I got a
the Virgin guy as Varun on Vital Messages show beat you, right?
No, you're thinking of someone else.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about
my show. He's talking about Alex's show.
Yeah, no, he actually.
I didn't know he ended up doing a speed date on your show. I didn't know that.
No, he did decent.
No.
Oh yeah, the Caduceus show. I don't. Ashley's like a sub. What is she, a 4? I don't care if I can meet attractive white women in real life through warm or lukewarm approach because I have a social life and I'm not
only white women though.
Well, actually, mostly talk to black, some Blasian women, but my point was because the contestant was a white woman, I just like to compare equally. It's not like I haven't met attractive white women in real life. So a 4 not choosing me doesn't matter. Like there are obese women of every race that think I'm ugly.
But
so why would their opinion matter over?
You could have won 40% of the pot though. It only was $10, but it was only $10, but
yeah, not to cut
$10.
You almost won $10 if you got picked.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could have bought more weed, so you're right about that.
It blows my mind that there's people who actually pick the money. Like, how much money do they think they're gonna win? And that, like,
oh man, I think it's also like the idea that they like screw over the chick is also kind of fun.
Oh yeah, maybe
they pick that.
Just Ashley wanted me to jester for her, and I'm not going to do that. She was pretty, like. I guess she had high hopes for me because of my name being Tyrone, and I was kind of lazy, and I'm not like talking about all these sex stories like the other contestants.
You also got to keep in mind Hormaxer won that night.
he's a goat. I'm not competing with Hormack.
I'm just letting you know, Hormaxer pulled the dub that night.
That is quite interesting, given the fact.
So real quickly, Stefan, as long as you let me film it, document it, we'll mic you up. We'll mic both of us up. I don't know if you definitely haven't.
That's cool.
Before, if you guys come to Miami,
we'll cover all that stuff.
If you guys come to Miami, I'll happily videotape the whole thing and document it.
Let's do it.
That
might even be better than Philly.
I'll take care of all the videotaping.
It's actually not a bad place to game. Just don't bitch out, man. By the way, so Avery accepted your challenge, as far as I know. So when's that happening?
I gotta see when the next time I'll be in Miami. I'm thinking now maybe like January or something.
Is there a way I could just like get?
I'm just warning you, man. You're gonna get crushed. It's gonna be really funny.
Hilarious.
because it has to be a weekend where I can like meet up with my friends and stuff. I don't want to just go to Miami and for a weekend and But you're trying to
you're the one that issued the challenge, man.
You get to hang out with me and my dog.
You can just hang out with Alex and everybody else. It'll be a good time.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't want to go up against the dog pill. Dog pill's undefeated.
Yeah, the dog pill
I'm good on that.
Rhaegar is very fierce.
Like, do you genuinely think that you'll do better than Avery? I'm just curious where that's coming from, because don't take this the wrong way, man. But you're just not.
Okay, I'll give one example of what I think of Avery that highlights it. When he did this infield, right, on a college campus.
Can you turn your camera on, by the way, so people know who you look like?
No,
you've done it before,
I do want to move on to the next person.
Oh, this is my last thing. When
tell us what you want to have about Coach Coomshot.
And Avery can teach concepts. He can teach game. That's fine and dandy. When he did an infield and a girl said, "Oh, I have a boyfriend," he made up some like technical mumbo jumbo for like why he could sense she had a boyfriend before she said it. And he was like, "Oh, see her doing this behavior. I knew she was going to say that." And I'm thinking in my head, that epitomizes the problem with a lot of these average PUAs. And I'm not talking about the exceptions. Most PUAs, they overthink things like that, and they come up with a technical term for something that's second nature for a natural, and they think they reinvented the wheel. So AG Hayden, yes, I literally.
How?
If you naturally, if I can naturally break down at the age of 18, I could naturally break down game and analyze it better than you. And that.
All right, we got to move on. I want to do one more person. I want to wrap up before the 3-hour mark. All right, Stefan, let me know how the competition.
Stefan, the first thing that comes to mind when Stefan talks is
or
that
like
dripping
by
and
second nature,
oozing with charisma. So yes, I totally believe you.
Stefan's got a little charisma, but okay, dude, just hit me up if you decide to do Miami, and I'll set up logistics.
Oh yeah, of course. But again, naturals over PUAs. Formal game is a cope. Just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
You're not a natural or a PUA, so you're neither one of them. So.
And you still have less game.
All right, we're not getting into any more arguing. Okay,
Spurg him out. Let's go.
Spurging. Okay, last person, JT. What do you got for us?
Yo, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hey, so yeah, kind of want to go back to the topic about height. And I'm not Blackpiller by any means. I don't think I think getting height increasing surgery or whatever is pretty dumb, but pretty unnecessary. But I do think that Erudite is kind of underplaying height a little bit, how important it is. So I'm wondering for her. I got a question for you. So what percentage of women do you think are going to reject a guy because he's under 6 feet?
Here's a question. How quickly does this conversation need to go before you try to cite me OkCupid stats? Because I'd rather just jump to the OkCupid.
I'm not going there. I got a different statistic for you.
Okay. What percentage of women are going to reject men on a dating app specifically?
I mean, I don't think it really matters if it's on a dating app.
Oh, it matters. For these studies, it matters.
So why would it matter? Why would it matter?
Because dating apps are not real life, and dating apps, women are antisocial on these fucking dating apps, man. Have you seen a girl on fucking Tinder? She goes at like 800 miles an hour. I know this because I've been on dating apps, and you're just like swipe, 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 swipe. You look at maybe 2 pictures, maybe 2 pictures, and they're just fucking going. And I have probably 44 matches at one time, and I don't respond to half of them. Women are anti-fucking social on dating apps. So they're not the best match for like IRL relationships, because typically when you walk up to a woman and you're like, "Hey," she's not going to be like, and then just walk the other way. That's typically not the response that you get. So this is why dating apps don't map on super well. But I will be clear, dating apps are fucking nightmare mode for men. So if you're going to be like, it's really hard for men if you're not over 6 feet on dating apps. Absolutely. That's why every guy lies and just says his height is like 3 inches taller than it is on dating apps.
So
because first of all, women don't actually care that much. And second of all, every woman says that she cares about it. Absolutely.
So, okay. So in your opinion, do you think it's okay for a guy to do that? So if a guy is to give himself competitive edge, do you think that that's okay to put that you're 2-3 inches taller than you actually are?
I think it's necessary at this point because so many women cope about being 6 foot's like my bare minimum. And it's like, bitch, that's like less than 10% of men. And also that guy you dated last week, he was like 5'8". And she's like, no, he was 6 foot. No, he fucking wasn't. He was like 5'9" max.
Well,
okay. Yeah, I agree.
I have no problem. I totally understand why guys lie on dating apps about being 6 foot. It is what it is. I wish they didn't have to, but.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was interesting. They came out with, I don't know if you guys have seen the statistic. They have a Bumble statistic that they showed that 70% of women aren't even interested in matching with guys under. They don't even want to see the profile of guys under 6 feet. So if you have your height listed, your actual height, like let's say you're 5'10", I'm 5'10". So if I put my actual height, that means my profile isn't even being shown to 70% of women. I mean, that's in a pretty absurd amount of, discounting you right there just on the basis of height.
It's manifesting. Women just manifest
that's unbelievable.
Shit. But this is the issue is it's not true, because if you meet a woman in real life and you're not over 6 foot, but you're charming, she's attracted to you, you guys jive super well, she won't actually care. And I will be clear, there are a couple of women who are like 6 foot Andes and that's all they date. Typically, those are not the women that you should be pursuing anyways. Bumble's the one as well where women have to select first, right?
They got to chat first.
They have to message.
Yeah. So Bumble's like 3 layers of selection bias going on. Bumble's like the worst dating app conception I've ever heard of. It's good an idea, and it plays out horribly. I've never heard anything good about Bumble.
Bumble's pretty awesome when you.
Do you mind if I jump? Do you mind if I jump in on this?
Kevin loves Bumble. Okay.
I love Bumble too. Yeah, go ahead, Caduceus, and I'll jump in after you.
Do you mind if I jump in on this? I do think that the dating apps, like, it's practically like a 6 foot cutoff. And the way I see it, though, like, it's your advertisement for you. And if you aren't that, why put the height in the profile in that area if it's not an advantageous selling feature of yourself? Because it's a meat market where you're practically selling yourselves to each other and then saying, I like that, she likes that, and move on forward. But I do think the height matters a lot, though, in person. I don't think they have a gauge of, oh, this guy is below 6 feet. I don't think she's like has a mental I don't think she has a mental measuring tape to be able to tell if someone's over 6 feet or not. That's ridiculous.
Most girls can tell. I mean, most people can tell. You can look at someone though and tell their height within like an inch or two. It's really not that tough.
No, it's crazy.
Most people struggle with it. I think the people that really could tell, people that compete in martial arts or combat sports, could usually tell pretty well. Those are the people that I think are the best gauges for it, because they deal with a lot of heights and weights and they size each other up for a match. But I think the average person's very poor at determining it, but they will go like, oh man, that guy's really tall, or oh, that guy's short.
Yeah, girls can tell if you're taller than her for sure. But if you see a 5'4" girl and she's dating some dude who's taller than her, and you ask her what his height is, she's always gonna say 6 feet. And you're gonna look at the motherfucker and you're like, bro's no taller than 5'8". No shot he's taller than that, right?
Yeah, but let's just say you're in a place where there's multiple men in there, and like you're like the tower of the group. Like that's gonna be a big advantage.
For sure. Oh yeah, tall guys have it easy, right? Like tall guys. This is why, like, when I talk to girls, I'm like, I don't even know why we don't go for tall guys. They got no game. They're technically not very good kissers in general. Like I always prefer like men that are like my height, like on the shorter side, because they tend to have way better game. They're way more charismatic because they've had to like learn other skills to make up for not being tall. I just think it's a girl's manifesting, and I think it's dumb. Like I just think it's a bad idea. But yeah, it is like an actual bias that exists.
Could I weigh in real quick? Just more like a big picture type of thing. So JT, what you're saying has elements of truth to it. Yes. Dating apps like Tinder, for example, is like 75-80% dudes, right? 20% girls. Bumble, I think, is not as bad, but still skewed towards male. A lot of the girls on the dating apps are not actually interested in meeting up with anyone, right? They're just there for like to window shop. You are right about all of that, but there's the other side of the coin, and that's the fact that one, most guys have really, really bad profiles, really bad. They just have no idea what they're doing, and two, most guys also have no idea how to message a girl, no idea how to text a girl. So if you're the guy who has a really solid profile, profile, you've done some looks maxing, but you have a really soft profile with good pictures and you have good text game, you're part of a 1% of guys. So yes, a lot of girls are like actively checked out, but you still can get more than enough girls based on that 30% of girls who's still looking to date, because again, you're going to stand out because 99% of guys have no idea what they're talking about. And every single time I've done an experiment where I create a profile as a girl to see if guys are getting better, they never are. In fact, it seems like guys are just getting worse and worse on these dating apps, right? Even guys who watch Playing with Fire, they will quite often email me like their photos. Wait, hang on, I have to mute you because there's feedback.
Yeah, I just muted him. Sorry.
Okay. But like even Playing with Fire fans, like I'll do these like Tinder profile review breakdowns. You guys have been there for them, Kevin and Erudite. And like the vast majority of the profiles are terrible. And these are people who watch my channel. They have all the tips to get good photos for free, and they still don't do them, right? I'm not trying to like say that to like, you know, like throw shade at the PWF audience or anything like that. I'm just saying that most guys on dating apps have no idea what they're doing. So if you have a good profile, good text game, you are going to stand out, especially if you live in an area that's not as competitive, like not a first-tier city, but second-tier city. Like you can do really, really well on dating apps if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's all super important. You know, obviously your game, everything else, it's not just height, but I guess my point is that it's kind of a major factor. If a girl is doesn't even want to be showing your profile because of your height, it's fair to say that that's a huge factor, right? It's like if there was a statistic for weight and I was able to click a button and I could say, I don't want to match with girls over 180 pounds. I wish they had something like that. I don't know why they don't do that. Because then all the guys
so that's more a problem.
Because all their investors, all their advertisers would pull out if they did that. That's
yeah,
why.
but hang on, Kevin. Let me finish my point real quick. So clearly that's a major factor, right? So I mean, to act like that's not one of the primary factors is kind of ridiculous.
No,
I do. Height is clearly, if they're discounting you immediately on height. If I discounted girls on the basis of weight and I said I don't want to even see the profiles of girls over 180 pounds, it's fair to say that I'm not interested in dating a girl that's over 180 pounds.
Sure. How often do you think that girls are not very good at giving men advice and don't really seem to know what they want?
Yeah, I mean that's fair to say.
Yeah. So like when it comes to this is why like absolutely I believe you that girls are setting these like ridiculous things because girls manifest. They're like, I want a guy that's over 6 feet. And it's like, no, you don't. You don't want that. This is like the issue that I like will always come against with women is being like, if they don't have matching shoes and belt, that's not a good reason to say no to him. And they're like, well, it would be for me. And I'm like, that's stupid. Like you could do that.
So are you claiming that women are incompetent then? Because that's kind of what
I think when it comes to dating selection, women manifest a lot. They basically they LARP and cope about what they want, when in the reality is it's oftentimes not what actually they want. Probably in part because of social pressure. I think in a lot of ways women are like pressured to say certain things are their values when they're not. But when you get into like IRL dating, a lot of these things that women say matter most. This is why, for example, the classic nice guy always gets fucked over because girls like, I want a guy who's emotionally sensitive and caring. And then it's like, no, you don't. You want a fuck boy, right? That's who you keep going for. 6 foot is similar. I will say if you are shorter than her, you're basically fucked. And if you're shorter than most women on average, that is rough. Like height definitely matters. I just think that girls cope about how much it matters. And this is why I think Bumble is a terrible website because you shouldn't be able to set, no, I don't want to see even profiles if they're under 6 feet. That's insane to me. It's just like, you can do that, but good luck finding a partner.
And then women are clicking that option. If it wasn't that important to them, like you're saying, I don't think they would instantly discount you on the basis of your height. If it really wasn't that big of a factor, they wouldn't check that filter to begin with.
I think it's more so just because the app has that option. So for example, if you say, okay, well, if there's an option for guys to say like, oh, double D's only, a lot of guys will click that. They're still open to dating women that don't have double D's, but because the option's there is like, hey, do you want to see double D only women? Yes. I think it's
clearly that's a big factor.
It's more a problem with that.
You wouldn't click that option though. We wouldn't want to discount all the other girls that aren't double D's. Just like a girl who's interested in dating a guy that's under 6 feet, if she truly was interested in that, she wouldn't automatically discount that and click that filter.
I hear you, but
I also have like kind of a counter from earlier what you mentioned. You say like, oh, you don't want guys that are over 6 feet, yet if a guy is like, he doesn't need to do as much to have her be with him. Like if it isn't something that she really wants, then why is it like actually like why are they willing to accept less in other departments if the guy's tall?
Yeah, why is that?
If they don't want the height,
exactly.
So there are some women who actually genuinely do want the height, and then the rest of them are manifesting. This is what I'm saying. This is why dating apps are nightmare mode, because it's actually putting women in a position to be selecting partners on something women don't normally actually select that much on, which is exclusively physical attractiveness. In general, this is why at your high school, the guy who like ended up like having that, I'm including that in this. This is why I'm saying that they're manifesting. This is why I'm saying dating apps are not.
You're saying the physical attraction is what they're manifesting, is what they want.
Yes, I'm saying dating apps put women in a position to select partners based on visual appearance, which is strange because in general, historically, women don't select on physical appearance alone. There tends to be a prerequisite for appearance in general. And then beyond that, it seems to be a lot of other things like charisma, social skill, level of like comfort and leading that you offer. Like girls love like a guy who like leads a lot more than she loves a guy who's like super, super tall, unless she's like a niche woman who's super into tall men, which they do exist. Just like there's women who are super into bodybuilders and there's women who are super into exclusively black men, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Not a prerequisite on your list though. It's like, is it not a prerequisite for a lot of women?
Yes,
height?
but the prerequisite is that you're taller than her. It's not actually 6
No, I know, but for what percentage of women? Because according to the Bumble
I guarantee you, I don't care about what Bumble says. I already told you that it doesn't map onto real life. This is why I tell men to get off dating apps and go into co-ed spaces, because the moment you get out into co-ed spaces, you will do it infinitely better with women, because you're no longer having women selecting partners based on an arbitrary thing that they actually don't care that much about, which is looks.
I mean, if she's on the app, like she has the app, she has it there, whether you're in person with her or not. So she's
of course she has the app. It's easy. Girls think that they're gonna, but then girls get dissatisfied and hate the apps and eventually get off the apps. Like,
I don't think you have to pick one or the other. I would say do both. Get on.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
In real life,
all I'm saying is don't take dating app metrics as a good map on to understand the descriptive reality of how women select their partners. The stats from dating apps just don't map on well to like co-ed interactions. That's it.
No, I do agree with that, but I don't know. There's a lot of other filters.
But yeah, it's not a perfect match. I would probably agree with that mostly.
But it's a pretty good match for men, because men tend to select more dominantly on visual appearance exclusively. So if dating apps for men actually make sense, the problem is there's no fucking women on there.
Well, no, there are definitely women on there. You just, there's less of them than men. So
I'm saying dating apps, the actual like mate selection that it gives you, which is looks, makes more sense for men than it does for women. It like caters to what they're looking for more.
I don't think so. I think you're.
I want to make sure we're not telling the guys that there's like no hope on dating apps, because you can absolutely meet a great girl on dating apps.
It's nightmare mode.
Very versatile, and you can.
For sure.
I wouldn't even say it's nightmare mode if you know what you're doing. They can actually be even easier than cold approach, from what I've seen.
You for sure can. Your options are just way limited. You're under a certain height, but.
I do think height plays a role. I do think it's a prerequisite. But again, like you can slightly exaggerate. So if you're like 5'8", or let's not say 5'8", you're 5'10". If you can say you're 6 feet, you can wear elevator shoes so you actually look 6 feet. So there are things you can do. But yeah, if you're like 5'2", that's gonna be fucking tough. Like there's no.
Well, obviously. But dude, my point is that.
Most guys are like 5'7", 5'8".
The issue is we trust women for their mates, what they say that they want in men for some things, but then not other things. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
I know, but you're discounting though, because guys, there's a lot of other filters too on Bumble. So on Bumble, they have a filter for how much money you make. They have a filter for your race, your ethnicity. Girls aren't clicking the other filters. They're only clicking the filter for height.
Those are only premium features, and very few girls have premium Bumble.
That's true. Okay, you're right on that. But there's still other free features that the only one filter that women seem to be checking is the one regarding height. So I don't know. I think it's.
I guess I would have to check the data. I would be dubious
it's on there.
about
you can
that
pull
in
it
general.
up for everyone to see. Google Bumble statistic, and you can pull it up right now. You can pull up the chart for everybody to see.
Is the height one of the only free options for vetting? I don't know much about Bumble.
I believe so. I think there's like 2 or 3 other ones. I'm not sure what they are, but girls aren't clicking the other filters. So it's not like they're being super selective on everything. It's just they're super selective on height. So that tells me
Yes.
that
a part the way I see it though is that I see it as more of like, I don't think it's just being taller than the woman. I think it's how you compare to other men in height and option wise. It's more of that than how tall are you compared to the woman.
It's both.
But of course, like I think it's a little bit of both, but more along the lines of how you stack up compared to others. Now, whether that's 6 foot or not is up to debate. I think that people can't really gauge what 6 foot is, but they can gauge who's taller than other people when in person. But coincidentally, 6 foot is about one standard deviation away from average on the height. So that's just one area. We're having a little bit of feedback.
In America, it's
my bad.
In America, in America, if you're in the Netherlands, it's average.
But okay, but I would say, okay, so if you are a guy who's like taller than 6 feet, then you have nothing to worry about. If you're a guy who's 5'9" to 5'11", then, you know, through exaggeration, wearing elevator shoes, you can still map onto most girls' ranges. If you're a guy who's like really short, then maybe don't use Bumble, use Tinder and Hinge, use apps that don't allow you to filter. But, you know, I think there are solutions. It's just like, okay, how tall are you? What can you get away with saying? You know, what's realistic? I don't think if you're 5'6", you should say you're like 5'11", obviously. But, you know, rounding up by an inch or two, I think is fine, especially if you wear like boots. But yeah, I think like, you know, if you are like 5'4", maybe you should not use Bumble. Maybe you should just use Hinge and Tinder, right? Absolutely.
I think it's also important to back up a bit and be like, okay, why is height attractive to women in the first place? This is all theoretical, so this isn't like an actual thing. But my fear, and I think a lot of people's theories, I have to mute you, JT. There's too much feedback. I'll unmute you. You can unmute yourself if you want to say something. Is that it shows that it's some level of protection, dominance, right? So another way that you can kind of help to create that illusion is to be jacked. Now, is that like, is the tall jacked guy going to beat the short jacked guy in a looks whatever competition?
That's a good question.
Is such thing? Yes, yes, of course. But
sometimes
I say more so.
I got
hold on.
So
Guys, hold on. Yeah. So if you have, let's say, an average height guy that's like in really good shape, like muscular and everything, and then you have a tall guy that just looks like a beanpole, doesn't even lift, I'd reckon to say that just off of looks alone, that women would probably select the average height, you know, guy that's built over the tall guy that doesn't even look like he lifts.
Okay,
I would pay money to see a statistic on that.
I got a counter on that.
It's impossible to make a statistic on that. That's
it's impossible, but I do have a counter for it. But go for it, Alex.
I agree with you in theory. You are right. If you put on muscle, you will look like you can protect the girl more. I think, though, the point JT was making is that you will just like, because of the settings on Bumble, you won't even show up on her radar, right? And like maxing out your fitness won't really help you showing up or not. But then again, like if you are really short, then you take yourself off Bumble and go to other apps that don't allow you to filter by height, right? I think that's a solution.
No, if his entire thing is just,
I mean, just because you're on a different app isn't going to change anything. It's still all the same girls. It's not like their opinions change. The girls on Tinder, they completely different than the girls on Bumble.
So he's using like Erudite brought up a while ago. He's using dating app statistics as a proxy for like what real life represents. So, because women only select for 6 foot and taller guys on dating apps, therefore it's like that in real life. And Erudite and myself definitely do not agree with that. I think, Alex, you don't fully agree with that either. There's some truth to it, of course. Height is attractive to women. It's not like the end all be all.
Is Tinder and Hinge don't allow the height filter. So on those apps, if you're a shorter guy, you will probably be much better off than Bumble. Like that's just like the logic follows.
It probably also depends on what she's looking for. I'm going to be honest. A lot of women looking for more longer-term relationships are going to increasingly devalue height because they realize it's a pretty stupid thing to care about. For example, lots of my friends are increasingly like starting to date and marry guys who are not that much taller than them. My husband's a little bit shorter than me. And I had options of men who were taller and more buff than him. But he went out because he had way more charisma and a lot of like values that like were similar. So like you might be like, well, you're the exception, maybe, but how many exceptions does it make to like? There's some established.
You're right about that. Like my girlfriend, for example, every girlfriend I've ever had in the past, she's dated guys who are taller, more jacked than me. Like I don't know any girl for whom I'm the tallest, most jacked guy.
Well, I'm going to go talk about Kevin's thing about strength and dominance there. It doesn't take, let's be real, it doesn't take very much strength to be dominant in that way to a woman's eyes, at least.
You need to look dominant.
It doesn't take much strength to be able to pull that off, is what I'm arguing. Like you don't have to like
what's much strength.
I'm saying like once you become strong, which isn't that high for the eyes of most women, like they don't care like if you're putting up 2 plates or 3 plates, they just see you as strong. And then from there on out, it becomes a matter of personal preference and physique. Because some girls like then it's just like, what niche do you want to fill? If you're gonna get all huge and bulky, you might attract some women that are into being huge and bulky. If you're lean but strong, you're going to have that sort of pool.
You're going to attract like 60% of women. Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily like be the most dominant, because like in a lot of scenarios, you just are like hyper dominant compared to her if you have any semblance of strength based on like just sexual dimorphisms.
No, it's more so compared to the rest of, like, if you look at the dating marketplace as a marketplace, right? Supply and demand, you increase your percentile in terms of value. Right?
I just don't see that being.
You need to appear dominant relative to other men. For example, like having high combat experience is a proxy for physical strength. Being like very cut and lean, like I don't know what your body percentage is, Kevin, but it's probably lower than 15%. That's going to cue as well some proxy of relative physical strength, because women aren't looking at a guy and being like, oh, he looks like he could bench 365. They're looking, does this guy look like he's strong enough and capable to protect them, right? So my husband, like I said, he's 5'6.5", but he has got an insanely gross ape index. He's got some training in boxing and he's pretty jacked, right? So he's actually shorter than me. But in many ways, I feel highly protected because of how he carries himself, and also the fact that like he's quite muscular and also like exudes, I don't know, guys who have combat training, they just exude a certain energy of like, I could fucking kill 90% of the planet with my bare hands, which is just an energy that women tend to be attracted to as well.
For sure. So, okay, so what percentage of women do you think would prefer the 5'8" guy who's jacked with a good body over the 6'2" guy who is just skinny fat or whatever? What percentage of women would prefer
for a fuck or a long-term relationship? Because that's going to change my answer.
So why would that matter though?
I
mean, because they absolutely select differently, whether it's casual sex or not. If it's a girl going for casual sex, of course you want the hottest guy. Why the fuck not? You have no other investment other than his body.
Okay, so let's go for that. Let's go for that then.
So for a casual relationship, probably the 6'2" guy, unless he's like pretty unfit, and the shorter guy is very fit.
Okay. Well, okay, that just proves how important height is.
It doesn't necessarily prove height, because you just said in casual relationships, a lot of women are actually looking for some level of like seriousness. Most women settle for casual relationships with the hope that their pussy's good enough that you'll commit to them.
Okay, so you think though most girls will pick the 6'2" guy who is skinny fat over the guy who's 5'8" and jacked, or let's say 5'9"?
Genuinely just looking just for sex, but most women are not just looking for sex. Most women would select a highly charismatic 5'8" guy if he gives her all the chills and thrills and makes her feel safe and protected, for like a guy that she's trying to more or less have some level of established longer term relationship with. Even if that's just friends with benefits.
There's another part of this that we're ignoring. Like, has the guy assessed that he wants the long-term relationship with the girl? Like,
that's not part of the hypothetical.
Exactly.
He can put
part of the hypothetical.
But here's the thing.
Okay, we could just change the hypothetical and be like, well, now how does the men's feelings matter? We're not talking about that. You're talking about the hypothetical of whether women prefer. Okay.
I'm talking about real life, like how this would work, like what you're looking for in long-term. A guy that's 6'2" or whatever is capable of achieving those things that the 5'8" guy has, and he put in that work for someone that he wants to be in a relationship with, like all those like charisma or whatever. He would work on that for her.
Yeah, Erudite, it sounds like you're making the assumption that she already knows that he's interested in a relationship yet. They don't know that. So when
I was engaging in a hypothetical, and then you guys just now are wanting to change. I don't know, Alex, at this point, we need a brochure about how hypotheticals work, how to engage with them, and we'll just hand them out to people so that in the future, people don't fucking cope with me when we move outside of the hypothetical and they get butt mad that the hypothetical doesn't include the new factors that they want to include. It's so fucking annoying. I hate having to explain hypotheticals. Everyone, if you're guests to come on, I blame you, Alex. I blame you. This is your fault.
What's the point of making a hypothetical if it doesn't apply to the real world?
Because hypotheticals are for testing the idea. So typically, you'll give an idea, you give it a hypothetical to test the extent of the idea, and then afterwards, you can change the hypothetical to match better onto reality if you would like.
Well,
that's the point of hypothetical.
Yeah, Eric, I feel you, but you gotta keep in mind you're like an experienced debater. Like these guys.
I'm not.
I'm an experienced debater.
I'm not a fan of hypotheticals for that reason.
No, I haven't. I've only been in the space for 10 months. That's that's the first time I ever started debating.
Well, you
if you consider like fighting with my uncles and stuff.
Hypothetical again that you originally stated.
We're so far past it. I can't remember the hypothetical. But you guys, hypothetical was engaged with, and then you guys said, okay, but like the answer to the hypothetical doesn't work now because of all of these other factors. And it's like, well, we can talk about those too, but we have to like answer the hypothetical and then move on, which I gave you the hypothetical. You gave me the hypothetical, the 6'2" guy versus the 5'8" guy. And then you said, yeah, but what about his feelings? And it's like, we weren't talking about his feelings. What the fuck do you mean?
My new argument here is that your hypothetical does not apply to the real world. So
it was your hypothetical, motherfucker. It was yours.
It was JT's. It was JT's right there. It wasn't mine.
Okay.
Regardless, you said it was my hypothetical. It wasn't my. You guys are both against me right now. What the fuck?
Well, I'm just thinking, is it practical in the real world? Maybe we.
That's fine, but I engaged with your hypothetical, and then you guys responded by basically coping and being like, "Well, what about these other factors that I didn't include in the hypothetical?"
Okay, the hypothetical is changed. Answer it now.
What is the hypothetical now? Give it to me again.
All right, JT, what do you got?
I honestly forgot. I forgot.
Can someone explain to me what a disagreement is? I really have no idea.
Oh my god!
I'm just explaining why hypotheticals are dumb in most cases.
Okay.
I totally disagree.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to.
So actually, Alex, we this is an example of a hypothetical that doesn't necessarily happen directly in reality, but overall serves a grander point to,
you guys
to
are
help
bring
you
up the
sort
twins.
of better explain it. So Alex, remember we brought this up against the whole MD crew before of the twin thing. Like imagine there's an alternate universe where there's two twins, right? They look exactly the same. Hold on. No, this works perfectly, right? So there's two twins that are exactly the same. One gets laid a lot, the other one doesn't. How do you explain the difference if they look exactly the same?
I don't know every factor of the
it's an alternate universe, but it definitely happens in real life.
All right, hypothetically speaking, I give a Playing with Fire channel to Kevin to piss everyone off. And hypothetically speaking, I decide to become a blue pill simp and marry Natty. No, I don't know.
Then we would wish you the best.
No.
Of life.
So what? Hold on. Caduceus, how does that not? Because the entire point of what we're saying there is if we agree that is possible, that means that there's some factor that isn't just looks or height because they're exactly the same between the two. So there's something different about one of them that makes them more attractive to women. And
it could just be timing. It could just be one guy gets the right place, right time.
I will answer that question.
Alex has actually talked about a real story. I think you told me before, right? You knew these like two twins.
I will answer the question.
One didn't, right? Yeah. So
I will answer. That's
a hypothetical right there. Go ahead.
Okay, there's multiple levels to it. Like, what are the logistics for one guy being able to like go out and sleep with girls? Does he have higher standards than the other guy? Are they? There's not identical circumstances, even if they look the same. So like there are certain things where the guy could be getting the attraction, but still not banging as many girls.
Caduceus, I'll quickly repeat the hypothetical. This is actually all 100% true. So I know these two identical twin brothers. Let's call them one S and the other one K, right? So S was the guy that I was really close friends with, and he had an insane game. Like he was really fucking good. I watched that guy pull chicks like there was no other. His identical twin was very average, like very, very average in terms of his social skills. He didn't suck. He wasn't socially awkward or artistic. He just didn't have a really, really good game. And I watched when I would go out with them that, you know, the guy with a really good game would pull chicks all the time, and the guy with the average game would pull once in a blue moon, right? So that's kind of what I observed, and I'm like, okay, well, there's these guys are literally identical twins. They're both into the same type of girl. They both like kind of like the slender model-looking girl, but one of them is just consistently getting laid and pulling chicks. The other one is kind of struggling a little bit. What's the difference, right? Well, game.
But the answer here is I don't know the difference because there's a lot of circumstances underlying in the area, and like the guy might have a different sexual appetite. He might not care as much. There's so many
you're
different things.
Presupposing the idea.
Oh my God.
Your bias is showing. You're presupposing game doesn't exist. Therefore,
no. Pause.
Can you acknowledge that game might exist?
Pause. Truly pause.
I say game exists, but doesn't contribute to sexual attraction.
So
I was just going to say, if you're watching this and you enjoy hypotheticals just like this whole panel, make sure you subscribe to Alex. Throw him some memberships, subscribe to me, throw us your money in cash, super chats, tell us how much you just fucking love hypotheticals just like
this. And Alex said this was a real
I don't want your money.
Alex also said this was a real example. So we need more information because it's a real example.
Kind of information
would you like? Say that it wasn't. It would still be relevant. The fact that it can possibly exist. So, let's just put aside that
you're trying to put me in a box saying that manipulation can't lead to get laid. When I'm saying it doesn't contribute to sexual attraction.
Caduceus, let me talk. All right. Just imagine that we had this hypothetical and we didn't have Alex's story. Well, the entire idea behind the hypothetical is that it is. Oh, what? Where did that come from? All right. Anyway,
came out of the closet.
Just imagine that we have the hypothetical and we don't actually have Alex's real life anecdote. Well, we know for a fact that this probably can happen, and we just have an example right here that does happen. So a lot of times when you bring up a hypothetical, although you can't actually refer to an actual anecdote, we can use our reason to deduce that this is an actual realistic scenario that might happen. Right. So this hypothetical isn't only relevant because Alex has a direct anecdote that we can reference.
Okay. Then what is the game here? What is the game?
I mean, again, I think we're entering the same debate.
It's like, what's your metric? Like, if you bang a chick, there's so many ways. If I pay a hooker, I bang her.
You're being bad faith right now.
You're being deliberately obtuse here. Come on,
yeah,
Kevin.
You're better than
Kevin.
You're just anti-game. That's the issue.
I'm telling you that I don't know the context here.
For the sake of
in your hypothetical, I'll say I don't know what the root cause is because you haven't isolated anything.
Okay, well, if you're twins, hold on. So, Alex, did these twins grow up together?
You haven't isolated or defined anything.
Okay, so they have the same upbringing, the same genetics, and yet one does way better than the other, right?
And where?
In terms of getting women, in terms of being attracted to women, success in their dating lives.
All right. The answer is run the experiment and then record it.
We already have one gets laid a lot, the other one doesn't. How do you explain it?
What do you want me to record?
Looks and height are accounted for already.
So you've designed an experiment, and I have to go through your methodology and then come up with the conclusion with the
methodology is one gets a lot of
so we're doing so you're pretty much saying we're doing an IMRAD and you're telling me to do the analysis portion.
First of all, I didn't design
You're trolling us. He's got to be trolling us.
These are two people I know in real life. I'm not like experimenting.
Well, I also don't know your definition of game, so I can't tell you if that's.
You've got to be trolling us. Come on, he's trolling us.
He's not trolling, I promise.
Find the game first.
So is anxiety part of the game? Because one of the reasons
define it.
He's letting his ideology control him at the expense of reason.
Okay, what way is not paying for it?
This is the black pill ideology that is clouding your reason. Logically, this makes no sense, and you know it.
No, it's just saying I don't know the factors.
You're presupposing the black pill is the truth. Therefore, there's nothing that can convince you otherwise.
No, what is your metric? Like I've already said you can't make a metric for sexual raw attraction. So this experiment doesn't even fucking apply.
Okay, you keep
wait, hold on, no. You said that sexual raw attraction, like raw attraction,
the
leads
desire,
to more sex, right?
I'm saying it leads to more sex, but
this is you telling on yourself.
So if there's a trolley, and there's two pathways on the trolley, and you can pull a lever to decide which person you run over. Do you know what this?
Well, I know the trolley problem. I know the
okay, so that's a hypothetical, but it's so weird, right? What trolley in what city? Like which people are on the trolleys? What's the name of the person that's tied up on the cart? Is the lever functional or has it been greased recently? Right. Also, I'm just wondering about the velocity of the trolley and the mass of the trolley. This is what you're doing with hypothetical right now. This is unironically, because this is what hypotheticals are for. And you're basically being like, can you tell me the make and model of the trolley before I answer this ethical question?
Okay, you want the direct answer? One guy has an advantage over the other. I'm not saying that it's game, though.
What do you think it could be?
I don't know, because we don't have details.
We don't know the make and model of the trolley, Alex. Shut the fuck up. There's no way we could know the answer.
Well,
I need more details.
No, he's making a fair point there.
We need to know the name. Is Larry a nice guy?
You've only proved advantage.
Okay, what information do you need to know to figure out what it is? What information would you like to know?
I told you some examples of what's the guy's like, is it, and like, here's the one thing, we're also measuring the amount of women the guy we're using lay count as a metric for the amount of like sexual desire that he gets. Like, what are we isolating? Or what about logistics? Does a guy have a place to bring girls back to? Does a guy really care?
Wait, I know the real question. What is the airspeed velocity of an on-lot and swallow? I think that'll solve all of our problems here.
Well, I'm just bringing up things to bring it in the real world, which is why I don't like the only thing. Okay, I'm just gonna stop right here. My only answer is one guy has advantage over the other. I don't know what it is.
But what do you?
And so that advantage isn't raw sexual desire. Because hold on, you say raw sexual desire is based off of looks only, right? These guys look exactly the same.
Yes,
you're
so
what's the other factor? So
there's other factors other than raw sexual desire. Hold on, there's a thing called saying I don't know.
Hold on.
Hang on.
There's other factors other than raw sexual desire based on your worldview that can lead one guy to have a more successful dating life than the other. That's what we're saying. So that would automatically debunk the black pill in the sense that looks is all that matters. That's what we're trying to say.
When was it looks that always matter? Have you listened to the whole debate?
Okay, producer. They both have good logistics. They both live in California. What other information do you need to know in order to determine what is the source or the advantage?
I need to know whether it's a European or African swallow. There's no way I can answer this otherwise.
Well, I don't know if this is really true. Like, I need to run the experiment, isolate a lot of variables. That's all I say. There's advantage on one end. That's all I can conclude.
What that means. These are two human beings. Like, what kind of experiment do you want me to run?
I'm saying that's why the hypothetical is dumb.
This is not hypothetical. This is a real life situation.
Well, do you know every little moving part in their lives? Like,
I know a lot about them.
You can come to the conclusion.
You can't say anything unless you know literally everything, which means we're all stuck in existential paralysis.
I'm really good friends with them. I've hung out with them countless times.
Yeah, but do you know their deepest secret? Do you know how many times they pooped their diaper? You can't really answer this question without knowing these things.
Here's my answer to your
question. What color are their pubes? And if you don't know, I can't answer.
Everyone here, I gave you the answer to my question. One has advantage, and you need to accept that. And I'm not going to come up with a hypothesis for the answer when I don't know the answer. Can you accept that and move on?
Well, no, I'm just curious.
No, obviously not. That's not how you do these things.
I'm just curious what you think the theories are for that advantage, and I can answer any questions because I know these guys really well.
I'm just saying I don't know the answer. I'm not going to pretend like I know an answer to something I don't.
One thing we know for sure
you can't
is that this guy having more success, because the black players talk about this all the time. The reason that Chad has more success than Normie Billy or whatever. Hold on.
There's millions of possibilities.
Let me finish and I'll let you talk, okay?
Kevin, so you ask one question, I will answer the question, and then you'll go on a monologue. Just ask a question if you have a question.
I like how it's okay when you go on a monologue, but it's not okay when I go on a monologue. All right.
But I don't know what to respond to if you ask
when multiple. It comes to hold on. With the black pill, right? The implication is Chad, because he's better looking, gets more pussy than Normie, whatever. In this scenario, that's already controlled for, because both look exactly the same, have the exact same height, yet one has a lot more success in their dating life. So what we're saying is we can discount saying, oh, the variable that gives them an advantage is looks or height. It's something else. So what is that something else?
I tell you, I don't know the answer.
It directly contradicts the black pill worldview, which is why you're squirming around on it.
Why are you
saying like, oh, it depends on whatever.
Why are you putting me in a box?
Because you're black-pilled and you put yourself in a box.
Watch the rest of the debate. You put yourself in a box.
I did watch the debate.
Watch the rest of the debate.
You always say, oh, it has to be the raw sexual desire.
I said raw sexual desire is not necessarily needed to have sex with someone. I said that it's a big piece of value that's intrinsic to you.
Guys, I think we figured it out.
No, you directly said a while ago, raw sexual desire is important.
It could be. It could be. A demon entered one of their bodies and is now a seductive temptress who uses wicked magic to lure in all the women.
Raw sexual desire.
That is possible.
No, I said raw. No, pause. I said raw sexual desire is something I screen for because it's intrinsic and it's something I look for in every relationship. And you can't game it.
Holy shit.
But you acknowledge you can have sex without raw sexual desire?
Yes, it could be a chore for someone if there's ulterior
Rewind the tape. You rewind the tape. You just debunked yourself at the beginning because you're just trying to win the argument right now. Congratulations, Caduceus.
No, you
just showed off your ideology. Good job.
No, you misheard me, sir. You misheard me, sir. You misheard me.
Did not mishear you. Rewind it.
Oh, I don't.
Well, if you can find
did you even listen to the debate? Did you even listen to yourself talk at the beginning?
Make a clip.
Oh, I would love to. I'm so excited for the intro. I'm so excited for the intro. I don't know.
A clip of you saying that there needs to be that raw sexual desire for sex to happen.
Well, bring the content. I never said that. I never said that.
There's just things you can't know.
Sexual desire.
Kevin.
This is a black pill talking point you guys always talk about.
I say that it's worth screening for because then she's having sex with you for another reason.
It's a mystery. It's Schrodinger's black pill. Okay, we'll never truly know.
Then you're paying. Then you're practically paying for sex in another way if you don't have the raw sexual desire.
That's true. Meals are basically the main thing that get me to sleep with men. So you didn't consider that factor either, Kevin.
That's the point I'm making.
Take your L and walk away. I don't know which way this should be.
I would say like the last thing
what other factors other than raw sexual desire would lead the one twin to have more success than the other just because he's paying for it? Is
God's tears.
Just being more shy.
There can't be another factor potentially.
JT went silent because JT knows. JT's like, motherfucker, I'm not on his side. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, like and the other one, yeah, you got to be able to talk to people and have like, I guess if you want to call that game.
Thank you, JT. God bless you.
We talked about social skills earlier. You got to be able to communicate what you want and what someone wants from you. And if you want to call that game, fine, but you're not changing that raw sexual desire. So that's what we talked about earlier, Kevin. So we're not covering any ground with this hypothetical.
I will just say one last thing on this, and then we can move on. I think generally you're a good guy, but I do think it's bad faith.
How is this bad faith?
This is terrible.
What a hypothetical.
Terrible. No, bro.
How is this bad faith?
I love how he says, how is this bad faith? What?
How is this bad faith? I'm curious. Tell me.
It's not bad faith. It's really painful that you just can't engage with a hypothetical and you're basically falling into like, it's a mystery. Truly the world is unknown. It could truly theoretically be anything.
I gave two possibilities. I gave social skills.
You were huffing the most solid dose of copium I've ever seen.
Erudite. I gave two variables that matter. I gave social skills and I also gave logistics. There's several others around there. It's a value exchange. We established this earlier.
No, you're just ideologically biased, Caduceus. So let me ask you this question: if there's a guy who's 6'2",
I literally just started making a point, and then Caduceus
I didn't hear it. Sorry.
And I got totally derailed. Let me just finish this point.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the reason I think it's bad faith is given what I outlined, the only logical conclusion is to be like, Alex, assuming that everything you said is true, which I'm not convinced about, but assuming everything you said is true, then clearly one of those guys has an advantage. And since they're identical twins and they both have good logistics, the only possible thing that it could be is one of them has significantly better social skills than the other one, or one of them has significantly better game than the other one. Every single other kind of...
I don't think you've isolated for social skills.
What do you mean?
I don't think you've isolated for social skills.
That's why I asked you. What other questions do you have?
Well, what do you define as logistics? Is that just having a place, or what is logistics encompass?
They both have really nice places in a very nice part of town.
So they live
assume
they live the
everything
exact
is
same
identical.
life. Well, yeah, it'd be social skills, but again, you're not changing the.
That's it. Full stop. It would just be social skills.
They
And now
actually
what you can do.
because
let me just give you a pro tip
What's
because
the difference
apparently you guys
between
thought I've been
social
debating
skills
for
and
2
games?
years.
You
So
guys
let me
keep
give you
going
a
in
pro tip
circles
for
here.
debating.
Hold on.
You guys keep
Respond
going
to
in
the
circles.
hypothetical. Say
Hold on,
it's probably social
hold on,
skills.
hold
But
on.
this is where I think your hypothetical falls apart.
Can you
And then
pause me?
present a counter hypothetical. That is the way that you respond to this. I don't know why it's taken us literally.
Erudite. Now that he's clarified these isolated for everything except for social skills, then yeah, it'd be social skills.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. I want to ask a question. This is important. Okay.
Because I interpreted
So,
logistics as just having a
6'2"
place to bang the night.
Hold on. All right. Look. 6'2" Chad. Or let's say 6'5" Chad, who's jacked.
No more
has a body count
hypotheticals,
of
you
500.
fuck.
Hold on. 6'5" Chad, who's jacked, has a body count of 500. 5'1" normal looking guy has a body count of 1. What's the difference? Why does Chad have more of a body count than the guy that has 1?
It could be multiple things. Can you repeat the factors? Can you repeat the descriptors?
6'5" jacked Chad has a body count of 500.
I gotta write this.
5'1"
jacked Chad
has a body count of 500.
500.
5'1" little overweight dude has a body count of 1. Why does 6'5" Chad have a higher body count?
Okay, 6'5" Chad. Well, for one, you haven't isolated a variable here, but you've added a lot of things that we commonly accept as examples for the Chad, with the face, the looks being good with the face. He's jacked for another one, and he's 6'5", and the other guy's 5'1". So you've kind of gone with I think you're trying to show that I can follow this and say that these factors play a big role and are likely considering it. But if you want me to isolate one factor, I can't in this hypothetical. I can't isolate one in this hypothetical from an objective standpoint, but when I pull in outside information here, my bias will bring in the height. It will bring in that he's got better looks, and it will bring in my life experience there. So this hypothetical, I wouldn't be able to tell you what exactly it is, but my life experience will suggest that it is what I say it is.
Yeah.
So I get the idea. So I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to illustrate why this is a bad hypothetical because something isn't isolated, even though our real life experience has shown that it's pretty clear where the advantages are.
All I'm saying is it's easy for you to acknowledge that it's probably the height and the looks that give him the advantage. But then when we do another hypothetical that's antithetical to your black pill world.
No, I told you that was a bad hypothetical that you just gave, though. That was a bad hypothetical because you didn't isolate.
I think this is an interesting question. Caduceus, what do you rate yourself?
I don't rate myself.
If you had to, I rate myself like a 6.5.
I don't know. I'd say above, slightly above average. That's what I'd say.
Fair enough. Let's move on. JT, thanks for coming on, bro.
Hey, can I bring up one more?
No,
topic,
if you make us fucking loop for 30 minutes,
isolate variables, please.
If it's a really
good one. It's a really good one.
Bring up a scenario with triplets.
No, so I'm wondering, Erudite, when you spoke I saw that debate that you had with Allende, and I thought it was pretty good. You guys had a huge disagreement on how important you think casual sex is for a guy's, I guess building experience or whatever. You were saying that you don't think that that's necessary, right? So you don't think that a guy needs to kind of play the field in order to get experience. So I'm curious why you think that, and how you think a guy is supposed to gain confidence without doing that.
Well, it seems like it's not about gaining experience. It's about basically being successful in relationships. I do not think that we've ever done that. For example, we used to marry off 15-year-olds all the time, and they had marriages for 60 years, and it seemed to work decently well. Even in polygamous societies, almost all relationships were monogamous. Only typically the highest ranked in the hierarchy male had any level of polygamy, and it was usually only 2 to 3 women max. So this idea that polygamy is really essential for men and they just got to get their dick super wet to gain experience, it's you don't need that to be able to settle into a good relationship, because Allende was basically saying men need that to be able to settle into a serious and longer term relationship. And that's not true.
I
You
think
can
most
settle
guys
into a
agree
longer
with
term.
that, though. I think Alex agrees too. I think I agree. I think Kevin agrees to some level that you need, because there's no way you can get experience dating hot girls unless you do it enough times.
You don't need
just jump
experience
in one
dating hot
day.
girls. You need to be successful at managing a relationship. And I don't think dating hot girls gets you to do that. If you want experience at having sex with lots of partners, yeah, you should probably have sex with lots of partners. But the idea that young men need this window of like being super like casual sex is like not true. Just like blue balls isn't really true either, by the way.
Yeah, I think dating a girl who's like average versus dating a hot girl is a completely different experience. Like it takes a lot more. You got to have a lot better social skills and a lot better, I guess you could say, personality to be able to retain the hotter girl. So it's fair to say that you need experience to get there, right?
Definitely not.
I think
No.
I think the early stages might be tougher, but the actual dating, I think, is no different. Dating a hot girl versus dating an average girl, it's all the same skills that are required.
Yeah, there's just like there's never been any point in history when men have needed to be like engaging in lots of casual sex to be successful. That's just never been a thing, and I don't know why suddenly we decided that like men need it. It's just not true. If you want it, that's a different conversation. Men want it, fine, but you don't need it.
See, I would in part agree with you, JT. I actually do think there's some tangible advantages to having sex with a lot of women, especially when you're younger in your life. But I disagree with this idea that hot girls are somehow like different in terms of relationships than like average girls. I haven't seen any.
Okay, fair enough. But the point is, though, is that you still need to get the experience, and the only way that you get there is by going through that phase in your life. Like you can't be a super successful, dating coach or whatever your goals are with girls, unless you've done it enough times. Just like you can't be a pro athlete, you can't be really good at basketball or baseball unless you played it.
We already have way too many dating coaches. We need less dating coaches, not more.
The issue is this isn't really true. For example, typically, oh gosh, the feedback is really bad. Sorry, JT.
I'll mute it.
Thanks, buddy. Sorry. Like if you look at stats, for example, typically relationships that start really young tend to actually have a little bit better, like long lasting relationship. This idea that like you just need to be like sleeping around to like gain experience with relationships. Like there's an element of truth in that. Like, yeah, it's probably good to like just date around in general, but that doesn't mean casual sex. I don't think you learn anything about dating long term and maintaining like a girlfriend or a serious relationship by just fucking around.
You learn about building attraction, what kind of girls you like.
You could probably do that just fine by going on dates and like interacting and flirting with women. You don't need to be fucking them all. If you want to fuck them, go for it. And if they consent, but the idea that you need to be fucking them for that experience isn't really true.
Well, you need to get good at sex too. And you can't get good at sex unless you have multiple experience with different girls.
That's also not true. Most people's best sexual experiences is typically with their early like partner. So like a lot of like high school sweethearts, for example, have extremely good sex lives because they tend to like grow and learn together. So this idea that absolutely. Okay. Yeah. And this idea that like you just need to like have a high amount of body count to have high level of sexual experience to like please a woman isn't totally true, especially if you're both starting out decently naive in your sexuality. So this idea that you like need to be super giga chad. Here's another thing. Just because you've had sex with 7 girls doesn't mean you're actually better at sex in any way.
I would disagree. I think you do. You get better every new girl.
Absolutely not.
You learn something different up to a certain point. I don't think you like 1,400 lay count or whatever. I think that's
no shot, because the amount of women reporting that they never have orgasms with both casual and like intimate sex suggests to me that like men are not getting better by just fucking around a ton. That's not true. You get better at sex by being actively studying practices of sex. You want to get good at sex with women? Learn some massage techniques. Learn how to like actually like do some really good foreplay, stuff like that. That's going to get you good at sex. You don't necessarily need to be having sex with women to do that. You need to have sex at some point.
I'll give you that. I think that's a fair point to make.
Really comes down to hours spent in the field. So whether you have sex with 100 girls once or with one girl 100 times, you're going to get about the same experience, right? But typically when you're in a relationship, you're going to have a lot more sex, right, than when you're single. So I'm trying to see everybody's point about like you get a lot more practice when you have a girl.
Dude, it's not.
But I do think that variety can help. So I don't think we're going to follow girls, but having a few girls you experience with, because from each girl you can learn something. You know, this chick is like, I like this, I like that. You know, I think there's some credence to that, but I don't think you have to like fuck a lot of girls to get good at sex.
Okay, so how many girls do you think you need?
And this is
not all practice is equal.
JT,
Like-
this is an area where Alex and I like agree. I think it's like hours spent, and then you get to a point where it's like, how do you like sex, and like what kind of things you like to do, and then you kind of, if someone else likes the sort of things you like to do, of course, it's better like if both people get off, in my opinion. Getting
feedback from one woman repeatedly about your sexual skills is going to be way better than just having like me. No, this idea that just because you're experiencing it's getting better. It's like, well, sex, if you're comparing it to like a skill, just playing baseball doesn't make you better. Having elite league trainers, having coaches teaching you form, teaching you the proper way, right? You're not going to be good at baseball if you never learn that you've got to swing with your hips, right?
You need to play against
people. I mean, it's like not super crazy. Like it's not like the amount of technique that you have to really gain from like rubbing a clit or like stimulating elsewhere. Like that's not really like that hard to learn.
Exactly. That's why you don't need multiple partners to learn this.
Most guys are absolutely atrocious at it.
Get feedback.
So do you think?
Well, I mean, like, is it the feedback you get when you have sex and like she starts like?
Girls fake it a lot though, so that's not.
There's some stuff that's like hard to fake though. Let's just say that
we lost JT. All right, guys, listen. Let's, if you don't mind, do one last person. He's been waiting backstage for like half an hour. Let's just give him 5 minutes.
That guy's a G.
And then let's wrap up.
So we know though, I did look up the stats for both men and women. Having fewer sexual partners before your current relationship predicts relationship happiness. Just so we're clear. So.
Yeah, I know which study. It's from the Family Institute or whatever, right?
There's been a couple of follow-ups.
That probably does line up actually.
Yeah, well, that primarily focuses on women and like their likelihood of divorcing you based on the number of sexual partners. That study is very interesting because you see that. Well, actually, I don't want to open up a can of worms. So let me just add Antiphin. All right, what up, buddy? Yo,
what up? He's been waiting so long. Man.
He fell asleep. We're gonna hear snoring.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
What's up, dude?
Okay. He woke up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I have the feedback that's a little delayed, but I'll put the stream on mute. So you said I only had like 5 minutes. Oh crap! Actually, how do I actually hear you guys talk back without hearing myself with the feedback?
We can hear you just fine. So there's an audio issue on your end. Are you wearing headphones?
Turn off YouTube.
Turn off your stream.
On StreamYard.
Yeah,
it's your stream.
It's a good start.
Someone just donated. Nice.
Yeah. Make sure you exit.
Yeah, turn off YouTube, but can I still hear you through the
through
somewhere
else? Check.
StreamYard.
Just make sure you have Pornhub turned off.
Oh, turn that up.
Yeah, you can get back to the stepsister MILF porn after the stream. He's like, fuck. God damn it, how do you know?
Hey, Alex has got ties with the NSA. He knows.
Man, you know. Not the NSA, the KGB. I got that Russian.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Agency.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So now it's constant and I can't hear myself, which is great. So you said I only had like 5 minutes. I had a few different topics that I actually wanted to go through. A lot of this is just like thought provoking or just like conceptual stuff that I feel like doesn't get talked about a lot. I'm just going to try and start off with this one that I think needs to be addressed. So there's this concept, this saying that I've heard, I think started with Jordan Peterson. He did like a really good job of doing this, where basically like being rejected by a girl is catastrophic for guys, namely because it's basically like a rejection outright of your entire like genetic sequence and everything. It's like everything that sort of like brings you value, and from like an evo psych standpoint, is being rejected outright, right? I do not want to reproduce with you. Kevin, I think that you said you kind of emulated this a little bit in, I think, one of your videos, where you say, like, yeah, if you are getting rejected by women, then that's ultimately a reflection on you. That means that's something that you need to work on. It must mean something about you. Would you say that that's an accurate description of how you look at that?
It's not always necessarily the case. It just depends on not one individual woman. So if one individual woman rejects you, you can't just be like, oh my God, it's because of all these things wrong with me. That actually ends up, but on a macro level, I think that might be a good proxy. I do look at women as a mirror back to you about how you're doing in your own life. Right. But obviously there's other factors that aren't in your control. Right. So if the girl's just like super attracted to tall guys and you're just super tall and then that just happens to be her type, that might not be a reflection of your character at all, right? It's just something that you were born with. So I think in general, it's sort of a good proxy. It could be a good proxy. More specifically, I'd say high quality women in terms of like relationship, like wifey type girls. If the wifey type girls, the ones that you want to shack up with and have a serious relationship with, are responding well to you, then that's good. Right.
It
might be a little bit different if it's just like a bunch of hoes.
Kevin, I think we actually just found the second topic that we disagree on besides the abortion thing. And we don't have to get into it right now, but I would say that it actually doesn't really mean shit because the girl's not rejecting you. She's rejecting her idea of you. And since you've been
There's a lot of talk on perception and how that factors into it, particularly, especially I think NotsoErudite talked a lot about how, like, I don't know how much this factors into like how accurate the assessments that the girls are giving are, but you know, like they'll say like the women don't actually know what they want. They'll say shit, but like, and I think this kind of harkens to like red pill ideology where you actually judge like the woman by her actions, not by her words. And I think that that's a little backed up by how. Well, a lot of what you guys were talking about before.
Let me just finish this point real quick.
Sure.
So I think that a few things. One, she's rejecting her idea of you. She's not really rejecting you because you've been talking to her for what, 30 seconds, a minute? How well does she know you really? She might have an idea of you that's totally different than who you are. So I think it's like beyond insane to let that kind of rejection affect your worth or self-esteem, right? Again, she's not rejecting you, she's rejecting her idea of you. Two, most of your cold approach interactions will be rejections. I don't care if you're the best looking guy who has the best game. Most girls will not be interested because they have a boyfriend, they're in a bad mood that day, they just got fucked the night before and they're now looking to meet guys, any number of things. They're lesbian, they're whatever, they're taking some time off. You're not her type. She's into this type of guy or that type of guy. So if you let that affect you and you're like, oh, fuck, you know, like 3 girls rejected me, I guess that means I'm this type of guy. You're not going to make it long in the cold approach or whatever game. I think you should have a massive shield and you should not let it affect you at all, your perception of who you are. Now, of course, you should be open to critique and analysis. So, you know, if you're like, you know, if you have someone who's better with you girls, it's like, hey, I noticed you could improve on this and this, you should be open to that. But again, I don't think you should let your self-esteem take any kind of a hit, good in the positive or negative direction. Meaning, like, if a girl hooks up with you, that doesn't mean you're like this badass alpha guy. If a girl rejects you, it doesn't mean you're this failure loser. It has no effect on who you are at all.
I think it would have some effect. It's just a certain level of feedback, and then you aggregate that over time, right? I think that's a fair way, and you can do that. And it's not necessarily just with dating.
I
just
see it as yeah. I like the way you think of it as like data. It's feedback for your input, and whenever you get rejected, it's not going to feel good, but like you could just calibrate from it. It's not going to end your, it's not going to end what you're building towards because it's just she's just not that into you, and then you just move on.
Yeah, there could be a ton of different factors that go into it.
I agree with that, Caduceus, and I agree with you with data. It's just like the problem is if your self-esteem or your ego takes a hit every time you get rejected, you're not going to last long. After 3, 4, you're going to be like, okay, I'm done. I'm tired.
So it's a question of like degree, Alex, not necessarily kind. And
Alex.
Normally you have to have like a really high degree. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why I made a stipulation, Alex, that I think that's a good proxy for maybe like relationships, like high quality girls you want to be in a relationship with, not necessarily like in a cold approach or pickup situation. Because you're right, a girl can't tell what your character is within the first 30 seconds. But if you're dating a girl and want to become more serious with her, and committing to a guy is a huge deal for a girl, you know, she's not going to commit to a guy if he's just low quality trash, right? So again, I don't. I think
that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand. I misunderstood your initial point. I think yes, there has some credence, because if girls you're trying to date are telling you the same thing over and over and over again, I can tell you, me personally, every girl I've ever dated has told me something very similar, and that's, I'll just be personal, is that I have a hard time opening up. Right, that's just like a thing about me, right? I just have a hard time making myself emotionally vulnerable. Every single girl I've ever dated has told me that, so it's probably true, right? So yeah, I do think you can use it as data. I just don't think you should let your self-esteem go up or down, because that you won't last long. And I learned this doing sales, because when you're doing sales, you're like knocking on people's doors, talking to people all the time. Vast majority of people don't want to buy your shit, right? And the people who let it emotionally affect them, they dropped out after a week. They didn't last long. You need to have like this really tough skin where it just doesn't affect you. You almost find it like amusing. It's like, psh.
Yeah, no, I think sales is actually the perfect analogy. And, you know, sales being you're going to try and sell a product, and this product is you in some like capacity, right? But I think that at least thinking about this entire thing, like in terms of this sales framework, I think philosophically, like there's a bit more nuance to it in the messaging that comes across. Like I was saying before, like how, or just even in this framework, like you're trying to sell the product, and the product being you. Part of a lot of like this, you know, dating advice in the Manosphere and everywhere else is that you're trying to, you know, it's not necessarily like, or it's, I guess, in Rollo Tomasi's a breakdown, it's what muscle, money, and game, right? And I think that the game thing kind of becomes like really vague. It's hard to break down exactly what that means. But at least the muscle and money are pretty easy to quantify. But basically, it's just, I think that there could be room for nuances to what particular aspects of game could be like what those deficits look like when you get down to specifics for like certain people. I think we, like you talked, I guess there's like logistics, there's picking up on social cues, there's lots of different things, but I don't know, it seems like that nuance never gets really talked about when let's say a particular type of guy just focuses on self-improvement, but he never actually tries to sell the product that he's trying to improve.
I think I understand where you're going with this, because I agree. Like the whole entire thing of games, like how do you determine? That's why it was interesting when Stefano goes like, "Oh, I have more game than you." I'm like, well, how do you know? Like, how do you even quantify that? So I think practically this is more the coach side coming out of me. It's like, okay, well, how do I actually see what should you actually focus on? So I made a video a while back of breaking down basically game as an acronym. G being good looking, A equals assertive, M equals masculine, E equals entertaining. If you are struggling in your dating life, then you're probably struggling with one of those things, right? So let's say that you're a good looking guy who's very masculine and entertaining. Well, but you're still not having success in your dating life. Well, it's probably because you're not sexualizing enough. The girl doesn't know that you're interested in her. You're being very entertaining, charismatic, but you don't know how to escalate, right? So you have to increase the assertiveness side. Let's say you have all of those things, but you know, you're very assertive, you're a masculine dude, you're funny, you know how to escalate, but you're still struggling. Well, you know, if you're super overweight and you don't look that great and you have a super receding hairline, whatever, well, the thing that's limiting you is your looks, right? So you should try to looks max as much as possible.
Kevin, okay,
so that's sort of my solution to it.
I agree with you that you should be able to take that kind of feedback from the outside world, as long as you don't let that feedback, while you're improving on all those things, move your self-esteem needle up or down, or your ego needle, right? There should be you should be able to at the same time take feedback from the outside world without letting it affect your ego or your self-esteem. And this is what I see, guys, when I worked in sales. The people who burned out was when they got rejected by customer. That affected their self-esteem or ego. In pickup, the guys who get affected by rejection, they don't last long, right? The guys who do last long, or who are consistent and who can actually level up, are the guys who don't let it affect their ego. They're almost amused by it. They're like, oh, that's funny. This girl rejected me. Okay.
I think that a lot of this blends into like other cultural issues that we talk about, like, you know, people who may be too forward. I guess they try to, you know, not, I guess like maybe like take the hint that they're getting rejected, and they try to continue to push through it, or like other different like variations where things go bad because, you know, you're trying to push through things, but it's not in the most
well, yeah, there's no
way.
reason to like push through. Like if I approach a girl and she's like, hey, I have a boyfriend, I'd be like, cool, nice to meet you, have a good day. Like there's no reason. Yeah, this is like RSG used to push this, which I think is like super cringe. But yeah, I
guess that, yeah, there's like clear indicators of which, you know, thing, but I think that in the mushiness of like social interactions and stuff, especially when you get into like social circles and situations where it's not necessarily clearly that you're approaching a girl, maybe it's someone that you know, like a friend of a friend.
It's a little different in that situation, but I'm just talking about like cold approach. Like if like a clear sign of like disinterest and non-compliance.
But I feel like cold approach is like, it's a pretty black and white situation where it's like, okay, it's clear, you know, like you can break that down formulaically a lot better, but I feel like there are a lot more nuances in just society in which, you know, things try to escalate from, you know, like from just meeting someone into a romantic.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do want to wrap up. Do you have any like closing thoughts?
Yeah, I guess there's just certain things, I guess, like a bunch of nuance that I feel like never gets discussed because no one ever wants to take the flip side of things, or no one ever wants to like take like, you know, the edge cases of these like topics. They always want to talk about like the general like 80% of people, but I feel like, you know, catering to like certain niches, like even the 20% people on the outsets, like, you know, like the nerds or like, you know, like all people who have like particular interests, you know, like I just feel like a lot of stuff gets overlooked because you're just catering to like the basic people demographic. Even like within the 80% of people, there could be like 40% of them that blend into this, like these 20% niches. So I don't know, I guess like there's a lot of like things like guys that might look for something that doesn't get covered because we all assume that all these guys are the same, or we all assume that like all these girls are the same.
You can't have a cookie cutter prescription with these things. Yeah,
I think
it's important. Like as a content creator, you want to speak sort of in general, but you have a certain crowd that you're trying to speak to. You know, so as a side note, that's why I can never call myself a dating coach because I think looks matter the most. I'm 6'2", jacked with green eyes, so automatically I'm going to have these advantages that I can't relate to guys who are like average height or below average looks or average looks and stuff. Like automatically I can't do it. So I have enough integrity to be like, well, the part I can help you with is to get more jacked. And I did make the stipulation. If you're a tall, good-looking guy struggling with your dating life, I can help you.
I'm actually also 6'2". I'm actually 6'3", and I can bench more than Kevin. So just putting it out there.
I guess
John Anthony's 6'4", so you're 6'5".
I just wanted to make the point that I think that there could be niches that could be catered to in the space. Yeah. There's like a lot of different niches that like with people who like want to like truthfully and like in good faith break these things down to help guys or help people in general. You know, there's different demographics to cater to.
I feel you. All right, cool, awesome. Thank you.
I'm just curious about Kevin's game with the good-looking, assertive, masculine, and entertaining. It seems like that can encompass a lot to the point where, like, if you were going to define that as game, like, I would say that a big component of it does contribute to the raw desire. So, like, that's the point I'm making when I ask you, what is the game here? Because I see it as plug in X, does it produce Y? And he plugged in X there. I could see where the good looking things, and then I kind of just see the assertive and entertaining being components of social skills, as well as like having logistics to be able to like do fun things and actually have the power to make things happen. And then the masculine kind of ties in with the social, the looks, and with the social, the looks, as well as the ability to just go do something, the freedom to just go do something. So I think that encompasses a lot.
Yeah. So the easiest way that I can define game in like one sentence is your ability to facilitate a romantic interaction. That's it. And so what contributes to your ability to facilitate a romantic interaction? Being good looking, assertive, masculine, and entertaining, right? So a lot of those have to do with social skills. A lot of it has to do with looks. Again, I look at it from a coach's perspective of like, what practically can you look at to be like, okay, if I'm not doing good with girls, if I'm not doing good with whatever, right? Even just socializing, fine. Like, what should I work on, right? Because I think a lot of guys, like Ant was just bringing up, is they get sort of confused. Like, well, where do I even start? Like, what is even game? What is I use that as sort of a way to try to ground things down.
Well, I just want to preface the reason why I bring that up, because I usually tell guys treat the world like their laboratory, and it's kind of along the lines, use the feedback you get as calibration, and then try something else. Like, what you're doing isn't working, adjust accordingly. So I think a lot of guys can typically figure out, like, heuristically what's usually more desirable. Make incremental changes in your life and figure out what works for you, and see what's on the menu. Listen to other people's stories is kind of what I look like. So I'm just trying to say that we don't necessarily disagree. It's just that the idea of when you hear the word game, usually it's like there's a million different definitions. So you got to plug in X to see if it gets Y.
All right, cool. Guys, let's wrap up. We're 4 hours in. This is a fun discussion, but yeah, we're 4 hours in. All right, cool. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Okay, let's, I guess, just really quickly do closing thoughts. I thought this was a fun discussion.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah.
Massive props to the chat for anyone who stayed for the whole thing. It seems like a lot of people did. So we have 200 live viewers still. So I guess part of you guys enjoyed it, part of you guys didn't. But I thought it was a good discussion. I think we got into quite a few different topics. So coming up on the agenda tomorrow, we have speed dating. That should be fun as always. And then next Monday, we're going to have Destiny come on. He's going to grace us with his presence. And then we're going to do, I think, speed dating. And we'll evaluate it. Maybe we'll be able to get, Destiny can hook us up with some of his big connects. Get, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, the heavy hitters on to do
OJ Simpson.
Yeah, well, that's too much of a jeopardy, I don't want any murders, taking place on it.
Yeah, he'll take a good stab at it.
Yeah, if Johnny Cochran is around or whatever, then maybe we could do it. But yeah, cool.
John Zerka would probably be interested in doing this. By the way, he already hosts dating shows, so this might be up his alley. It's a bit of a goofball.
Cool.
Who is that? I've never heard that name.
John fucking Zerka. He's on Twitch. I'm not personally friends with him, but Destiny could probably connect you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about the Twitch community, but I'll definitely look him up. But yeah, I'm always open to people coming on. I'm debating whether I should have Marcus Wolf on for the speed date. Pros, he has a really fucking good game. Con, he kind of did me dirty several years ago. I'm going to think on that, but we'll see. But yeah, should be a good time. Lots of good shit happening on this channel. Make sure you also subscribe to Kevin's channel. Subscribe to Erudite's channel. She has some really good content, honestly. And Caduceus, while I don't agree with a lot of the Black Pill philosophy, Caduceus is a good guy who means well. And I actually think he has some pretty interesting content on his channel that I watch from time to time. So yeah, that's
cheers, man. Cheers, man. And also, I also want to apologize for miscommunicating earlier when I misunderstood what you meant by logistics in your hypothetical. I thought it meant just like a play easy, like right now we can fuck. I have a place to stay. I didn't realize it encompassed how much money he had, what sort of status they have, every sort of aspect of their life. And we were truly isolating for looks. So I couldn't answer that hypothetical the way that we intended, since I didn't realize that social skills were isolated. So yeah.
It's all good as long as you hook me up with one of those vital message T-shirts. We'll be.
Hey, you want one?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, wear it on stream. Make it happen.
I've done that for quite a few companies. All right, cool. Kevin, you're next.
Yeah, I'm gonna start streaming again soon. I'm gonna put it on a second channel. I just want to keep I like the drama stuff. I think it's actually important, especially when you have discussions, debates like this, but I want to keep it separate from the overall self-improvement stuff. So I'll be making an announcement about that soon. And don't worry, John Anthony roast is coming very soon. So stay tuned for that. That'll be a fun time.
There's just so much material on that front. It just never ends.
You're gonna come after me, Kevin 40 Lake out dork.
Oh, by the way, guys, actually, that's actual slander. So not John Anthony not only claimed that my lake count's 45. I think he said 45. He just updated it. Pulled it out of his ass. Not only did he say that, he said that I said that. I had never said that. So
well, I think the funny part of it though is he's got a live
for slander defamation.
He's got a live graph as if he's like following these guys around. Like
the funny thing is that he constantly accuses people of defaming him while at the same time in the same stream defaming other people. He made the claim that I have no testimonials. All you have to do is literally navigate towards my website where you'll see dozens upon dozens. Like, he's so lazy. He doesn't really like even do his own research. So yeah, like, not that I'm going to sue anyone because I think that's a bitch move. But yeah, I definitely, if I want to, I have him on several accounts of defamation. Yeah, I'm not going to go down that road. I don't think that's how man handles things and hiding behind lawyers and being like, oh my God, you defamed me. But yeah. All right, Erudite.
It's just something that I can use if he does actually try to sue me, which is not. It's just all talk. But yeah, that's actual defamation to say somebody said something that they never said. So I'm not going to sue over that. I'm not fucking.
Literally a walking contradiction every way. Every single thing that he accuses other people of, he does himself.
Yeah.
Does that?
And dude, even if my lay count was 45, I don't care. Like, if it was that, I would just say it. I just don't think that that's true. Like, I don't keep track of that shit. That's so cringe. But if I just do the math in my head, it doesn't add up to be that low. So,
all right, Kevin, let's just quickly address it if you don't mind. Like, what exactly is your lay count ballpark?
I don't know. It probably is around. All right, I'll tell you where the 40 number came from. I can't believe this. We're talking about this. Is so stupid. All right. So back in.
But I'll smell my finger, Kevin. Smell my finger.
Yeah, I know, right? I'll give the background for it. So back in 2019,
it's like super cringe, but let's just
back in 2019, Coach Whitepill and I, we were in the same like apartment complex, and I remember somehow the topic of body count came up, and then we were just like, oh, let's see how many we got. And I think, I couldn't remember all of them, but then at the time, like, I think it got up to like 40 something, and then I stopped. I couldn't remember anymore. And keep in mind that was over 3 years ago. And so I've been with a lot of women since then, more than any other span of 3 years. So I think it would, at the very least, I know it's for a fact more than 40, but that's where Coach Whitepill got his number from. And again, look, let's say my body count was like 30. Who the fuck cares? I'm not like I don't really care. I just don't.
But Kevin, we got to smell that finger right now.
When it's not true. Yeah,
but Kevin, he's got to smell the finger.
It's just another way of Coach Whitepill manipulating John. It's so funny when people say that I manipulate Alex. I've never asked Alex to come on his show. I don't think I've ever once asked you. You always ask me, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm down. So that's high level manipulation there, I guess. But Coach Whitepill most definitely is manipulating John, and John's falling for it hook, line, and sinker, which is odd because I thought John has 160 IQ, so he should be smarter than that.
People have like a complete inaccurate idea of like our friendship or relationship. They think it's like you being like kind of like a puppet master moving me. In reality, it's like, yo, Kevin, man, I'm thinking about doing a debate with these like Blackpillers. You want to be my partner? Yeah, sure, man. Let's do it. Cool. All right. See you then. That's literally like how our conversations go. Hey, dude, I had this debate. Can you take a look at it and give me some feedback? Yeah, sure, bro. Okay, I think you did this well. Like, yeah, I don't know. But
and you do the same to me. That's it. Like, it's just funny how we don't have any business collaborations, none of that. I don't even think I ever promoted any of my products on your stream ever. Not that that's a bad thing, but it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
How about a 30-minute call, guys?
Yeah,
let's
go. Anyway, that's all. Just because you said to address it, there it is. It's addressed. If you guys want to believe it's 40 something, then fine, go ahead and believe it. But technically, what John did was slander because he said that I said it and I never said that.
I mean, he's made multiple claims about me that weren't true. Yeah. But anyway, all right, Erudite, your closing.
Anyway, roast on that dude's coming soon. It'll be a fun time.
Yeah, I'm Not So Erudite on every platform except for Instagram, where it's Not So Erudite with underscores in between not and so. Yeah, I had a good time. Thanks for inviting me. Caduceus, or what was it? Coctavius?
Coctavius, yeah.
I remember.
I've also been called Caduce Bag. That's another one. But yeah,
okay.
you get a lot of names when you're on the internet. Electrodite.
Electrodite's a new one. That's a good
new
one. I like it.
Yeah.
That'll be my Halloween costume. Yeah, I just appreciate you guys having me on as always. Your resident angry blue-haired women. I should dye my hair blue so I can just fully complete the picture.
I know.
Also, speaking of slander, I just need to let the chats know. I've met Alex and Kevin in real life, and they're actually only like 5'11" max. They've been lying to you this entire time.
Hype police in the house.
But you know,
Alex.
Now that I've dropped the bomb,
taller.
have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Do you want to stay on for like a few minutes afterwards and just discuss for the next podcast? If you guys got
sure.
Like, that's cool. End the stream. All right, cool. Awesome. Thanks everyone. Appreciate y'all. Tune in for speed dating tomorrow. We'll be back next Monday. We're gonna have the whole gang plus Destiny. Should be good times. All right. Have a good night, everybody.